So the tall figure of Ewan Brown in the blue jersey with the white sleeves of Giant Hampton Racing. High on the track towards the front of the field, just looks down at Jacob McLaughlin from Wagga Wagga. That'll be Fletcher Mason in the navy blue of the Tasmanian Institute of Sport, with the black helmet on the inside of the track at the moment, as he's joined at the front by Lucas Schmidtke, the South Australian. Welcome to those who are joining us on the AusCycling YouTube live stream for day 2 of the Austral Wheel Race Carnival here from Disc Velodrome in Melbourne. Racing is already underway on what's going to be quite a warm day here in Melbourne. We've currently got our men's under-17 qualifying race for the National Omnium Championship. There'll be 2 heats in this one. This is heat 1. Coming into the bell for the second sprint now. And that's Jack Panozzo in the blue jersey on the inside of the track, being challenged on the outside by George Mulhern in the green of Caish. Hugo Alcock is in the orange of Illawarra Cycling Club. None of these riders were in contention for the first sprint, but if they can get some points here, they'll be guaranteed to progress, as it is Panozzo taking first place there. Hugo Alcock grabbed second in the orange jersey of Illawarra Cycling Club. And then I think it might have been a mix of George Mulhern, Elliot Burney, and Hunter Davis, the rider from Bundaberg, in the mix for the last 2 spots there. So the last 4 finishers in that heat will compete for the B-grade Omnium title, with everyone else going to compete for the Under-17 Omnium National Championship. And we'll be bringing you the 4 races in that Omnium program a little bit later today. So starting out with the scratch race, then the tempo race, where there's 1 point awarded for the leader of the field every lap. Then the elimination race, where one rider, the last rider to cross the line every second lap, is eliminated until there is only one remaining. And then it all culminates at the end of the day with a points race, where the national championship jersey will be decided. So results of that opening points race now up on the board. Jack Panozzo winning both sprints and getting 10 points, 6 points for Hugo Alcock, 5 for Jackson McDonald, 4 for Hunter Davis. As our second heat in this men's under-17 Omnium qualifying get onto the track. So if you've just joined us on the AusCycling live stream, this was a 5-kilometre race, 20 laps of the track. A points race with 2-point sprints, 1 at 10 laps to go and 1 at the finish, with 5 points awarded for the first rider across the line, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, and 1 point for fourth. The last 4 riders to finish in this heat, whether that be for having the lowest point score or for being last over the line in the final sprint, will progress to the B-grade Omnium, and the remaining riders will go to the A-grade. So a good mix of riders. Our one international in this race, in the black, green, blue and yellow, flicking up to the top of the field there. That's Carter Payne, number 276 from Tawamutu Sports Cycling Club. If memory serves, they're based just south of Auckland. So Carter is one of a number of Kiwi riders who have come across the ditch from Aotearoa to join us here in Melbourne for the racing this week. We are very appreciative that they've made the journey. Not the only international riders who'll be joining us this week. We've got the Malaysian national track team here as well. Last year the Japanese riders really put on a show, and they're back again to compete in the UCI elite races. We'll see them in action for the sprints, points and scratch races later today. And we also have a representative of the USA national track team, Graham Frisley. Born in the USA, in Montana, but raised right here in Melbourne. Proud member of the Brunswick Cycling Club for many years. So Graham Grizzly Frizzly will be in action a little bit later. And although his UCI nationality has now changed to the United States, he'll always be a Melbourne boy to us. So although we have one international in this field in Carter Payne, we also have riders from all across Australia. We've got 6 or 7 riders in this heat from right here in metropolitan Melbourne, but we also have riders from Bundaberg, Hobart, Illawarra, Sydney, and the south coast of South Australia. It looks like there's a move coming around the outside. That's Omer Kermizi in the blue helmet, moving himself up around the outside of the field. Well, it looks to be a Mondraker Primaflor jersey that Beck Henderson used to wear on the UCI mountain biking circuit. All right, coming up towards the bell. 1 lap to go now. So leading them into the bell, it's rider number 292. That's Ruben Shepherd from Randwick Botany Cycling Club in Sydney. He's got the rider from Bundaberg, Cruz Kemps, right on his wheel. So Kemps now moving up around the outside. Omer Kermizi right on his wheel. One of the riders from Blackburn in the black and red, also well positioned towards the bottom of the track. That was Lachlan Ermert, the Blackburn rider. So the 4 points, or the 4 point scoring placings, they're shared between Ruben Shepherd from Randwick Botany Cycling Club, Omer Kermizi from Brunswick, Cruz Kemps from Bundaberg, and it was Sid Natera, the rider who was second across the line there. He is from Hobart. So Ruben Shepherd, the rider from Sydney, getting 5 points in that first sprint, 3 points for Sid Natera from Hobart, 2 for Omer Kermizi from Brunswick Cycling Club. And 1 point it was for Lachlan Ermert from Blackburn. So with all the excitement of that first sprint now out of the way, the pace has eased slightly in amongst this qualifying race, as one of the riders in the navy blue and gold of Carnegie Caulfield now moving to the front of the field. This is Archie Martin, the tall figure, rider number 287. He's got a clubmate here in this race, Jasper Griffiths, and the 2 riders in the navy blue and gold in second and third wheel at the moment, as some movement now up around the outside of the track. Carter Payne, the New Zealander, now moving to the front of the field. He's got that, looks like Maximus Moore from Brunswick Cycling Club in the grey on his wheel. Maximus Moore, one of a number of the Victorians in this field, who'll be very familiar with racing on the track here at Disc, as the tall figure number 269 in the navy blue now into second wheel. That's Sid Natera, who was second in that opening sprint. The Tasmanians in the navy blue of the TIS, Tasmanian Institute of Sport. The riders from the Apple Isle did have quite a good day yesterday. A number of Tasmanians were right up the front of the action in our under-19 sprints. And the pace now starting to increase again, as we're coming into 3 laps to go before our second and final sprint. Joshua Moore, the rider in the all black there, moving up around the outside of Sid Natera. Maximus Moore on the inside in the grey. Carter Payne, the New Zealander, now starting to make a move. He wants to make sure he's positioned well forward here. 2 laps to go now. And the all red of Aidan Wynne from Preston also in the mix here. So the gas well and truly on now in this second qualifying race for our under-17 men's Omnium National Championships. They come up to get the bell. So Joshua Moore from Neo Cycling Club in Sydney, Lachlan Ermert from Blackburn now moving up the outside. Aidan Wynn also in there for Preston. Carter Payne, the New Zealander, is well positioned, coming up towards the line. And it is rider number 260 from Blackburn. That's Joseph Natoli who takes the win. Aidan Wynn also getting some points there, as did Carter Payne, the rider from New Zealand. So the last 4 finishers in that race will go through to the B grade Omnium, with everyone else competing for the national championship in the A grade title. Just waiting for confirmation for the commissaires of the results of that second sprint. All right, it was Joseph Natoli grabbing 5 points there. Joshua Moore, 3 points for second place. Aidan Wynn from Preston, 2 points for third. And Carter Payne from Tawamutu Sports in New Zealand, 1 point for fourth. So all of our point scorers in that race will progress to the main Under-17 Omnium National Championship field. And the 4 riders heading to the B grade Omnium will be Archie Martin, Jasper Griffiths. Well, I missed the last 2. So we now move on to our sprint qualifying for our UCI Men's C1 Elite Sprint. So this is Hamish Keast from Canterbury, another of the New Zealanders who's made the trip across the Tasman. So he'll be looking to set a good mark in his flying 200 here and give himself a good seed for the knockout sprints, which we'll be seeing a little bit later on. So Keast now coming in to get the bell. The rider from Canterbury in New Zealand flying down the back straight. We'll see what sort of time he clocks at half distance there, 7.362. And he'll come up towards the line to finish his flying 200, 15.283 seconds for Hamish Keast. An average of 47.1 kilometres an hour. So that's the mark to beat, 15.283. As next rider up, number 24. In the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport, your reigning AusCycling Omnium medalist, which he was awarded just last week. This is Corey Boddington, C5 men's Paralympic gold medalist, multiple world champion, and now a competitor here in the UCI Elite Men's Sprints. So the Queenslander starting to get himself wound up here. The time of 15.283 is the time to beat. So Corey Boddington is the world record holder in this distance for the sprint. So we'll expect him to put in a good time here as he drops down and starts the clock on his flying 200 metres. The Queenslander looking strong going up the back straight at half distance, 5.209, already 2 seconds up. He comes through and he stops the clock, 10.522 for Corey Boddington. So a new best time for the Queenslander. So another Queenslander taking to the track. This is Mitchell Louis from Balmoral Cycling Club. So we'll have the time of his fellow Queenslander Boddington to beat. a 10.522 for the final 200 metres. Mitchell Louis staying very high on the track as he slowly gets into his rhythm, gets the legs warmed up and ready to go for a full strength effort. The man from Balmoral really starting to pick up the pace now. Full standing sprint, plenty of support from his fellow Queenslanders in the infield as he now drops in. So Mitchell Louis will have 10.522 to beat as he heads down the back straight there. At half distance, he's up by just under a tenth of a second coming into the home straight now. He will stop the clock. New best time, 10.302. 0.22 of a second faster than the time of Corey Boddington. So our next rider up, one of the Japanese squad who are here this week. I believe I'm right in saying that we have Japanese TV here recording the action here over the next few days. We'll see the Japanese riders taking part in just about all of the UCI elite competition that we have on offer. So Ryuta Ichida will be the first rider to set a mark in the flying 200. Try and get himself the best possible seating in the knockout sprints a little later on. So hugging the top of the banking very well there is Ichida. Bell rings and he drops in. Starts the clock going down the back straight. Holding good momentum so far. He comes up towards the halfway mark. 0.29 of a second faster than the time of Mitchell Louis. He's looking good as he comes up and stops the clock. 9.724. First man under 10 seconds and 0.57 of a second faster than the time of Mitchell Louis. So more than half a second quicker for the first of our riders from Japan. His Japanese teammate Shuichi Ono, the next rider up. So always great to have riders from all around the world coming and measuring themselves here in Melbourne. And the Japanese team really were some of the stars of the show at the Austral Carnival here last year. The likes of Tsuyaka Uchino and Mizuki Ikeda were the winners of the Women's Madison overall. But for now, it's all about Shoichi Ono as he comes in. He will start the clock. So Ono with the rising sun on his back. Through halfway, he's 1/100th of a second down at half distance. Comes up to the line and he will stop the clock. He goes fastest time, 0.03 of a second. 300ths of a second faster for Ono there, and an average of 74.3 kilometres an hour for that final 200 metres. So the next rider up in the colours of the Terengganu Pro Team. This is Mohammed Azizul Hasni Awang. Awang is a bit of a legend in track cycling. One of the real stars of Malaysian cycling, an Olympic silver medalist and bronze medalist in the Keirin, as well as a world champion in that discipline in 2017. Though he represents Malaysia, he's lived in Melbourne since 2007 and is an Australian permanent resident, but representing Malaysia. So Azizul Hasni Awang, a vastly experienced rider, coming through now the bell. So he'll come down, he'll drop in and start his flying 200 metres. Awang with head buried there as he goes up to halfway. 0.08 of a second down at half distance. Awang coming up to the line, he will stop the clock. Third place so far, 9.913. 0.22 of a second behind our current leading time from the Japanese rider Shoichi Ono. So our next rider up, Ruben Smith. He's been living and training in South Australia. He represents Wangaratta Cycling Club, and the kid he's in is Blackburn Cycling Club. So Ruben Smith, a man with a few different cycling homes. But great that he's racing here at Disc today. He was well and truly among the thick of the action at the Victorian State Track Championships, which were held here last weekend. And he'll be looking to lay down a solid qualifying time here to get himself a good seed for the sprinting later today. So Ruben Smith now warming up, firing up down the straight there. You can hear the effort as he was coming past the commentary position with a lap to go. Flying down that back straight. We'll see how his time measures up. 5th fastest at half distance. Coming up towards the line, he will stop the clock in a time of 10.410. So 5th fastest time so far for Ruben Smith. So the next rider up, Noah Mason. He's in the light blue skin suit of the New South Wales Institute of Sport from Newcastle Hunter on the Central Coast. So the time of Shoichi Ono, 9.691, our leading mark so far. Mason begins to get it spun up as he goes down the back straight. Hugging the top of the track there, giving himself the maximum possible leverage when he drops down the banking. So Mason now coming in to start his time trial effort. Sprinting up that back straight there, head tucked down nice and low. 4th fastest at half distance, just under 0.2 of a second behind. Comes up and he will stop the clock, 10.101 for Noah Mason, an average speed of 71.3 k's an hour and 0.4 of a second off our current best time. So our next rider up, also in the light blue of the New South Wales Institute of Sport. This is Xavier Bland from Orange. You can tell him apart from Noah Mason because he's got the stripe on his helmet beautifully colour matched to the jersey. That's got to be at least 0.2 of a second right there, I would say, just for style points alone. Looking good actually makes you more aero. The science hasn't come out to back that up yet, but I believe it firmly. Xavier Bland now winding up for his qualifying effort. He drops in, starts the clock, heading down the back straight now. So the New South Welshman looking good as he comes through halfway. 4th fastest so far, just over 1/10 of a second down on the time of Ono. Comes through, stops the clock. 4th fastest, 9.960. Breaks the 10-second barrier. So 4th quickest so far for the man from Orange. The next rider up in the red and navy blue of the South Australian Sports Institute, Sassy. This is Maxwell Lieberknecht from Port Adelaide Cycling Club. So I think that might have been a first sub-10 in the career of Xavier Bland there. So that will be a very pleasing result for him, and it will put him in quite good stead for our seeding runs a bit for, well, it'll give him quite a good seeding for later on as Maxwell Lieberknecht, the South Australian, gets ready for his turn to set a flying 200 time. Sprinting hard as he comes in towards the bell. So Max Lieberknecht starts the clock as he heads down the back straight now, coming up towards half distance. 5th fastest time at halfway, but looking good as he comes up towards the line. He will stop the clock. 5th fastest on the line, 10.005. So 5/1000ths of a second away from breaking the 10-second barrier. I think that might rankle Maxwell Lever Connect a little bit to be that close to going under 10 seconds, but a good ride nevertheless. So the next of our Japanese riders now taking to the track, this is Ryoya Mikami. So our two fastest times so far have been set by the Japanese riders, Ryuto Uchida and Shoichi Ono, with Ono currently holding the best time of a 9.691 for the final 200 metres. We'll see if Mikami can challenge that mark. So the rider with the rising sun on his back comes down now and starts the clock. Flying up the back straight there. We'll see how he measures up at half distance. He is dead level at halfway with the best time coming up and stopping the clock. Oh, third fastest time, 9.732, 4/100ths of a second behind the leading mark of his teammate Shuichi Ono. So our next rider up in the yellow and green colours of the West Australian Institute of Sport. This is Finn Carpenter from Coburn BMX Club. It's spelled Cockburn, but I've been reliably informed by people living in Perth that it's pronounced Coburn. So Finn Carpenter, the only West Australian in this elite men's sprint field. Almost a little bit of a speed wobble there as he comes out of turn 4 and heads down towards the start line. So starts the clock there, Finn Carpenter, keeping his head low as he goes down through half distance. He's 7th fastest at halfway. Charging hard as he comes up and stops the clock. 7th fastest, 10.096, 4/10ths of a second off our leading time. So our next rider up in the red of the South Australian Sports Institute, this is James Brister from Port Adelaide Cycling Club. The folks at Sassy would have been very pleased with the results of the under 19 men's Madison National Championship, which was one of our last events yesterday, where the Australian title went to Oliver Ward and William Brown, two riders in the red and navy blue of Sassy. So James Brister winding up now, charging down towards the start there, heading up the back straight, turning the legs over nice and quickly. He's dead level at halfway with the best time. This could be a new best time. Brister comes through, 4th fastest on the line, 9.732, an average of 74 k's an hour. So less than 1/10 of a second off the overall lead of Shoichi Ono. So next rider up, wearing the green and gold of the Australian national team, this is Ryan Elliott from Balmoral Cycling Club in Brisbane. So Ryan was a member of the Australian squad who scored a bronze medal in the team sprint at the World Championships, along with Daniel Barber and Lee Hoffman. We'll see Daniel Barber in action a little later. So 9.691, the time of Ono has stood for 7 or 8 riders now as Ryan Elliott comes through to see if he can knock the Japanese rider off the top of the standings. Looking strong as he heads down the back straight. He is 0.1 of a second down at half distance. Ryan Elliott coming up towards the line now, stops the clock, 7th fastest time, for the man from Balmoral, 9.969, an average of 72.2 kilometres an hour. Our next rider, one of the brightest talents in Australian cycling over the last few years, Tate Ryan from Port Adelaide Cycling Club, a junior world champion in the sprint, and one of the real finds of the UCI Track League when that was held about 18 months ago. From racing at the around tracks in South Australia, he was suddenly challenging Olympic gold medalist Harry Levrayson in sprints. We'll see what Tate Ryan can do here. So Tate Ryan now flying into the bottom of the track, looking to beat the time of Shoichi Ono. He's carrying good speed as he comes up the back straight. We'll see how he's doing it halfway. He is 100th of a second up. This could be a new best time from Tate Ryan. Comes through, and it is a new best time, 9.682. That is 9 thousandths of a second, less than a tenth of a second faster than the time of Shoichi Ono. So a new best time for the rider from Port Adelaide. So 2 riders left to qualify in our elite men's sprint. This is Sam Gallagher wearing the colours of the Victorian State team. The rider from Blackburn Cycling Club in Melbourne's eastern suburbs, twice a winner of the Austral wheel race, our main event, which will be held here on Saturday night, being broadcast live on SBS On Demand within Australia and on the AusCycling YouTube live stream internationally. So if you are tuning in to the AusCycling YouTube live stream from overseas, you will still be able to watch the main event on Saturday night. So Gallagher now coming in to see if he can beat the time of Tate Ryan. So Sam Gallagher starts the clock there. So the man in blue heading up towards halfway now. How does he measure up? 12th fastest time at halfway for Gallagher. Coming up towards the line, he will stop the clock. 12th fastest on the line, 10.245. An average of 70.3 k's an hour. It's quite remarkable that you can average 70.3 k's an hour, a speed that isn't legal on a road anywhere near the disc velodrome here in Melbourne, and still only end up 12th fastest so far. But we'll see Samuel Gallagher in the sprints a bit later on. We'll see if he can do some damage and maybe cause an upset or two. So Daniel Barber, our last rider to go, in the colours of the Australian national team, the rider from Dubbo Cycling Club in rural New South Wales. So Barber, another of the riders who won World Championship bronze medal in the team sprint, along with Ryan Elliott, who we saw recently. We'll see how he can stack up here, coming in to start his flying 200 metres. Heading down the back straight now towards half distance. 6th fastest at halfway, 0.07 of a second down. Comes up and stops the clock. 6th fastest on the line, 9.842. An average speed of 71 k's an hour. There was a little bit of a slip in the tyre of Daniel Barber there as he was starting to accelerate. So now into the first of our qualifiers for the UCI Elite Women's Sprint. This is Jacqueline Mengler-Moore from Balmoral Cycling Club in Queensland. So the world champion as a pilot in the team sprint, coming through to set a time now. So the rider from Balmoral will post the opening mark for our elite women's field. And as she comes up towards the line, she will stop the clock, 11.17, an average of 64.5 k's an hour. So our next rider up, Ning Chen from Blackburn Cycling Club in Melbourne's eastern suburbs. Another of the riders who was in action here over the weekend at the Victorian State Track Championships. So 11.170, the mark to beat for Ning Chen. So the Blackburn rider getting plenty of encouragement from her club mates in the infield as she comes down now to start her flying 200. Coming up to half distance now. 0.2 of a second down at halfway. Will Ning Chen be able to claw some of that time back? She comes through and stops the clock. 11.817. An average of 60.9 kilometres an hour and 0.6 of a second off the mark of Jackie Mengler-Moore. Our next rider up, also clad in the colours of Sassy. This is Brianna Hargrave from Norwood Cycling Club, one of Adelaide's most storied road clubs, Norwood. Hosts of an extremely popular Criterium series throughout the summer months. So we'll see if Brianna Hargrave can set a new best time here. Jackie Mengler-Moore, currently our leader with 11.17. So Hargrave winding up as she comes through to get the bell. So the Sassy rider looking to put a good time on the board here as she heads up the back straight. Coming up to halfway now. She is 0.04 of a second up. This could be a new best time for Brianna Hargrave. The South Australian comes up to the line, stops the clock, second place by just 1/100th of a second, 11.189 in the end for Hargrave. Second fastest time so far and an average of 64.3 kilometres an hour. So our next rider up, Chloe Moran from Central District Cycling Club. Also clad in the colours of the Australian national team. Staying tucked very low over her machine as she is going through her opening lap. So Moran now about to straighten up down the home straight and fly down to set a time here. Hasn't bothered accelerating out of the saddle at all, Chloe Moran. All seated power from the rider from Central Districts. Comes up to halfway. Second fastest so far. This will be close on the line, I suspect. Moran comes through and stops the clock. Third fastest time, 11.259. An average of 63.9 kilometres an hour and under 1/10 of a second off our current leading time of Jackie Mengler-Moore. The West Australian Maya Dillon from Track Cycling WA in the colours of the WA Institute of Sport, our next rider up. So Dillon getting ready to accelerate. She's now a lap and a half to go. Accelerating out of the saddle there as she's dropping down the banking. Getting ready to start her flying 200. So dipping the head for aerodynamics as she goes down the back straight. 0.17 of a second down at half distance. Coming up towards the line now, she will stop the clock in a time of 11.531. So fourth fastest so far for the rider from WA, an average of 62.4 kilometres an hour. So our next rider up, Emma Stevens, in the maroon long sleeve of the QAS. I know the long-sleeved skin suits are great for aerodynamics, but if I were these riders here today, I wouldn't be keeping mine on any longer than necessary. It's going to be quite a warm day here in Melbourne. Mercury already heading towards 30 degrees Celsius, and I think we're due for a top of 36 or 37 at trackside, and it's quite a bit warmer if you're watching in the stands too. So Emma Stevens now, the rider from Balmoral Cycling Club, one of the clubs with an extensive and proud track history. Charging up the back straight now into turn 3. Level at half distance, so this could well be a new best time as Stevens comes up and stops the clock. Third fastest time, 0.02 of a second outside the leading mark of Jackie Mengler-Moore, 11.198 and an average of 64.3 k's an hour. So our next rider up, Molly McGill from Balmoral Cycling Club. The second of 3 riders in a row, all from Balmoral. So the rider in the green and gold looking to knock off the time of Jackie Mengler-Moore from the top of the standings, where it stood since the very first run. She is 0.08 of a second up at halfway. Molly McGill from Balmoral comes up to the line and she will stop the clock. New best time, 11.067. 0.1 of a second quicker than the previous best mark, and an average of 65.1 k's an hour. So our new rider on the track, the third of our riders in a row from Balmoral Cycling Club, this time in the maroon of the QAS. This is Danica Blinko, one of many riders who was here for the Austral Carnival last year. So she'll be looking to better the time of her clubmate Molly McGill, one of the members of the Australian women's team sprint squad that won bronze at the World Championships in Santiago a couple of months ago. So Danica Blinko now coming through to set her flying 200 time, the QAS rider, pumping hard on those pedals as she goes up the back straight. Fastest time at half distance, 1/100 of a second up for Danica Blinko. She'll come through and she will stop the clock. New best time, 10.935. An average of 65.8 k's an hour. Our first female rider under 10 seconds. So 0.13 of a second faster than Molly McGill. So a new best time, Danica Blinko, our new leader. So our next rider up in the navy blue of the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. This is Lauren Perry from Launceston City Cycling Club. So she'll have the times of a couple of Queenslanders to beat if she wants to sit on top of the standings. So Lauren Perry coming through to set her mark now. So the Tasmanian starts her flying 200 metres, carrying good speed down the back straight. Head tucked very low over the bars. 7th fastest at half distance for Lauren Perry. Coming up towards the line now. She will stop the clock in a time of 11.663. 8th fastest so far for the Tasmanian. An average of 61.7 k's an hour. So our next rider up, by far and away the most experienced track rider in this women's sprint field, Christine Perkins. She was not only a member of the Australian squad who won a bronze in the team sprint at the World Championships in Chile earlier this year, she's also a former winner of the women's Austral wheel race. All the way back in, I believe, 2002. So a very, very experienced rider. Christine Perkins now firing in to start her flying 200 effort. So we'll see how the West Australian measures up here as she heads down the back straight. How does she go through half distance? Level with the best time at halfway. She's coming up towards the line now. Christine Perkins, 2nd fastest time, 11.011, an average of 65.4 k's an hour. And just 7 hundredths of a second off the current leading time of Danica Blincoe. So the next rider up, the first of our international riders in this elite women's sprint field. This is Nur Alissa Maud Farid from Malaysia. So always great to see riders from international backgrounds coming and competing here in Melbourne. The Malaysian track team has had a base in Melbourne for a number of years now, so I'm sure many of the Malaysians will be very familiar with the track here at Disc. So we'll see how Maud Farid measures up. The Malaysian rider coming down now to set a benchmark time for her flying 200-metre sprint. Heading up the back straight towards half distance now. 7th fastest at halfway. Coming up towards the line. She will stop the clock. 8th quickest so far for Nur Alissa Maud Farid, the Malaysian rider. Clocking 63.3 kilometres an hour average for that last 200 metres. Just under half a second off our leading time of Danica Blincoe. So the next rider up in the colours of the WA Institute of Sport. Although she's originally from New South Wales' Central Coast, this is Lilia Tatarinov. A rider who has worn the Australian colours not only at the Track World Championships, but also in her past quite a good cyclocross rider as well. Competed internationally in cyclocross as well as track. She's dedicated herself to the board. She was the 4th rider in the sprint team, in the team sprint squad that won bronze at the World Championships. So she rode in the qualifying rounds, but not in the final. We'll see how Lilia Tatarinov measures up to the current leading time of Danica Blincoe. She's fastest through halfway, 3 hundredths of a second up. Coming up towards the line, Lilia Tatarinov stops the clock. New best time, 10.864 seconds, 7 hundredths of a second quicker than the previous best mark, 66.3 k's an hour, if you don't mind. So well under 11 seconds there for Lilia Tatarinov, and taking the lead in our overall standings so far. So I dare say the rider in yellow will be quite happy with that. As next rider up, Sophie Watts from Balmoral Cycling Club. I'm always on the lookout for riders with cycling-suited surnames, and it's hard to imagine too many better cycling-suited surnames than Watts. So we'll see how the rider from the Queensland Academy of Sport measures up. She is our third last rider to do her qualifying sprint here. So Sophie Watts from Balmoral. Coming down, 1 lap to go for her. Into the back straight now. Heading up towards half distance. We'll see how she measures up. 5th fastest at halfway. Less than 1/10 of a second down. We'll see how she goes as she crosses the line. 5th fastest as well over the finish line. 11.084 for Sophie Watts, the Queenslander. So our second last rider to complete her sprint qualifying now on track. This is Nurul Izzati Mota Asri, the Malaysian rider who represented her country at the Olympics in Paris last year. So the time of Lilia Tartarinov, 10.864, still our measure to beat. So Nurul Izzati Mota Asri breathing hard as she comes down to start her flying 200. The Malaysian into the back straight now in that distinctive Malaysian black, coming up to half distance. 8th fastest time at halfway for Asri. Coming up towards the line now, she will stop the clock. 9th fastest, 11.228, an average of 64.1 k's an hour. And 0.36 of a second off the time of our leader, Lilia Tartarinov. So our next rider up is our last qualifier in this women's elite sprint. So the last rider to lay down a flying 200 time. This is Alessia McCaig from Bendigo and District Cycling Club. If you're familiar with track cycling in central Victoria, you'll be very familiar with both the Bendigo and District Cycling Club and the McCaig surname. Long-time sponsors of the sadly departed Bendigo International Madison, which was traditionally held on the Victorian Labor Day weekend in March. Alessia McCaig, a very talented rider in her own right. Another of the folks who were in that women's team sprint squad that won bronze at the World Championships. So Alessia McCaig will look to challenge the time of Lilia Tartarinov as she heads down the back straight. The rider from Bendigo in the Australian green and gold comes up to halfway now. New fastest time at halfway, 0.05 of a second up. The Bendigo rider comes through and she will stop the clock. Fastest time, 10.803 for Alessia McCaig. So 0.06 of a second quicker than Lilia Tartarinov. Alessia McCaig will take the top seed into our sprints later today. So riders now coming onto the track for the first event of our Women's Under-17 Omnium National Championship. This is the scratch race. 5 kilometre race, 20 laps of the track. Scratch race, the simplest race in all of cycling. Just be first over the line on the last lap. Easy as that. Of course, actually getting there is perhaps a little more complicated. but that's the fun of it. So the whistle blows, 20 laps to go. No intermediate sprints or points to worry about. It's just your position on the line on the last lap. So riders from a number of different states competing here today. So riders from Queensland, New South Wales, South Australia, Western Australia, the ACT, Tasmania, and right here in Victoria as well. So just checking over her shoulder at the front there, that's the colours of Dulwich Hill Bicycle Club. The red of the squad from Metro Sydney, that's Juno Smith, the tall rider now drifting towards the back of the field. Next up, rider number 222, Jenna Gallagher from Bathurst Cycling Club in the orange and blue. She swings away to make room for one of the riders from the Queensland Academy of Sport, the very distinctive maroon. As next on the field in the blue jersey of Hamilton Wheelers 219, that's Hannah Walters. Hannah's brother Lockie was a big part in the final shakeout of the men's under-19 Madison yesterday. If you haven't gone back and watched that race on the AusCycling YouTube live stream, I would thoroughly recommend doing it. An absolutely scintillating race from start to finish. So riders fairly happy to rotate smoothly here, as Ava Gidget-Rogers in the red, white and black of X-Speed Cycling Club just swings out of the way. Hannah Walters resumes pacemaking on the front of the bunch. He's got one of the riders in the South Australian state kit just behind her. And it's just checking over her shoulder there, that rider from South Australia, number 284, Monica Siebert from South Coast Cycling Club. Another rider who mixes up her disciplines. Quite a good gravel and cyclocross rider as well as track is Monica Siebert. So the tall figure in the maroon of Queensland is rider number 221, Ava Robbins from Balmoral Cycling Club. Probably one of the best represented clubs among all the participants here this weekend is Balmoral, along with other powerhouse track clubs like Blackburn and Brunswick Cycling Club from here in Melbourne. And coming to the front now, Matilda Trevorrow in the light blue. She swings out of the way as Isla Shaw, the rider in the green there, had a very strong performance at the Victorian Junior Track Championships. Isla Shaw very well supported by the community up in Shepparton in rural Victoria. Not a lot of hills around Shepparton, so sometimes you need to go to the Velodrome and just go up and down the banking just to get some elevation in your ride. So Gidget-Rogers just checking over her shoulder, the West Australian. Just keeping an eye on everyone else there as we're now more than halfway through this scratch race. So riders with 8.5 laps to go. And the tension gradually starting to increase. Monica Siebert finding herself with a gap out the front of the field almost by accident there. We'll be very generous to call that a concerted attack. Unlike this one now coming from Hannah Walters. So the Hamilton Wheelers rider just checking over her shoulder to see her gap. Sienna Tinkler from Peel District Cycling Club in WA, the first to take up the chase. She swings out of the way for Jenna Gallagher, the rider from Bathurst Cycling Club, and Juno Smith from Dulwich Hill also keen to shut that attack down. Ava Robbins now on the front of the bunch as they come through 6 laps to go. You'll see the Tasmanian kit in second wheel there. That's Ellie Waldock from Launceston City Cycling Club. And the pace goes out of the bunch again, as it's now rider number 227, Matilda Trevorrow from South Coast Cycling Club. Just checking over her shoulder, the rider from South Australia. The pace eases again. The bunch forms more of a blob than a long line, as the distinctive red and fluoro yellow of Tiffin Cycling Club, the squad from Canberra, come to the front. That'll be Evelyn Power from Vikings Cycling Club. And you might wonder, where do Vikings base themselves? And the answer is in Tuggeranong in the south of the Canberra suburbs. A very powerful club in Canberra, not just in cycling, but in rugby as well. So 3 laps to go in our scratch race, our first event of our Under-17 Women's Omnium National Championship for this year. As there's a lot more looking around. Riders getting ready to make a big effort there. The surge starts coming. Sienna Tinkler, that is. So Tinkler keen to get going with 2 laps to go. Ava Robbins right on her wheel. Gidget Rogers, the Western Australian, now up into 3rd spot. A lap and a half to go. So Sienna Tinkler in 1st place. Ava Robbins, the Queenslander, currently in 2nd. Rogers in 3rd. 1 lap left in our scratch race, as it is the Bathurst rider Gallagher trying to chase across in 4th. Ava Robbins leading as they head down the back straight. Gidget Rogers looking strong in 2nd place at the moment. Will it be the Queenslander coming through to take the win here, or will the West Australian get it at the last moment? It is the Queenslander. Ava Robbins takes the win in our first scratch race of these Omnium National Championships for Under-17s. She gets it just ahead of Ava Rogers, the Western Australian. The other Western Australian in the field, Sienna Tinkler, also towards the front of affairs there. So an excellent start to our Women's Under-17 Omnium National Championships. So results of that Under-17 Omnium scratch race: Ava Robbins grabbing 1st place, Ava Gidget Rogers 2nd, Sienna Tinkler 3rd, Jenna Gallagher 4th, and it was Zoe May from Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club in Sydney grabbing 5th spot. As the riders in our Under-17 Men's B Omnium now coming up to get their scratch race started. Same distance as the women. This will be 20 laps. First rider over the line gets the chocolates. So our men's Under-17 B grade Omnium getting started now. In this field we'll have Ewan Brown, Archie Martin, Oscar Pither, Thomas Stevens, Jasper Griffiths, Fletcher Mason and James Allen. So a 20-lap scratch race for these 7 riders, as it is rider number 285, Jasper Griffiths, in the colours of Carnegie Caulfield. He's got 2 club mates in this race with him. One of them is also wearing the navy blue and gold of Quad C, just coming through to the front now. But also a Carnegie Caulfield rider is the rider coming to the front at the moment in the light blue. That is rider number 268, Ewan Brown. So Ewan Brown wearing the sponsored kit of Giant Hampton Racing. As there's already been a bit of an injection of pace, even with 17 laps to go here. So Jasper Griffiths, a tall figure from Carnegie Caulfield, looking to lift the tempo and make sure there aren't too many passengers. This is now the rider from Illawarra coming to the front, James Allen. Always very easy to spot the orange Illawarra jersey from a distance. And already the pace quite high in this under 17 men's B Omnium scratch race. I think there might be a couple of riders who are calculate that they might be able to shed some riders out the back of this field. Oscar Pither, the rider in the white from Hobart Wheeler's Dirt Devils, just finishing his turn at the front and heading towards the back of this line. So Fletcher Mason in the navy blue of the Tasmanian Institute of Sport from Launceston Mountain Biking Club, coming through to the front now. So we've got a couple of Tasmanians in this bunch. We've got one rider from New South Wales. That is Allen, the rider in the orange of Illawarra. We've got one rider from South Australia. That's Thomas Stevens. He's in the red helmet, just coming through to take his turn now. And we've got 3 Victorians, one of whom is winding up a big attack with 12 laps to go. That's 285 Jasper Griffiths. Quickly flicks the shoulder. The Tasmanian is right there. Fletcher Mason coming through to inject some pace. And already it's shed one rider out the back. The elastic is stretching, but it hasn't snapped quite yet. So the 2 lads from Carnegie Caulfield in the navy blue kits, Griffiths and Brown, stretching it out now. This is Brown on the front. So the pace eases now as we're at the halfway mark. It's coming up to 9 laps to go now. So 11 laps done, 9 laps left. As the Tasmanian Fletcher Mason finds himself off the front with a gap almost by accident there. Just a little gap opening up to Thomas Stevens, the rider from Adelaide Hills Cycling Club, who's in second wheel at the moment. Mason swings up the track, deferring to the other riders, saying, "Don't worry, lads, I don't want to be off the front just yet." I'm sure if we check back in with him in about 5 laps' time, he might have a slightly different opinion. So Ewan Brown in the light blue jersey of Giant Hampton Racing, slotting into the back of the field now. So our 3 Victorians from Carnegie Caulfield, all quite tall riders. And another attack coming here. Carnegie Caulfield are at it again. I think this might be Archie Martin this time, right at number 285. No, it's Jasper Griffiths. Archie Martin in his wheel. So it's Martin now driving in the white aero helmet there. He's got his clubmate Ewan Brown right on his wheel. Then it's Oscar Pither, the rider, in the white jersey and black helmet, who's in second wheel at the moment. So 3 out of the leading 4 riders from Carnegie Caulfield with 4 laps to go. The lone Tasmanian on the front of that quartet now, that's Oscar Pither from Hobart Wheelers Dirt Devils. Just behind him, that's Jasper Griffiths with the vented white helmet. Archie Martin on his wheel, rider number 287. Then it's Ewan Brown in the light blue jersey with the white sleeves. As behind James Allen, the rider from Illawarra, has had to put in quite an effort to try and get across to this leading 4. But the Illawarra man has managed to do it as they come through 2 laps to go now. So just 2 laps left in this men's under-19 sprint for the scratch race, the opening event of our men's under-17 Omnium. So winding it up again with 1 lap to go. Archie Martin now coming around the outside of Jasper Griffiths. So Martin will lead his clubmate from Carnegie Caulfield down the back straight. Ewan Brown also chasing hard. Oscar Pither, the Tasmanian, challenging Brown for what looks like it will be 3rd place. So coming up to the line, number 287, Archie Martin will go away with the win. Jasper Griffiths 2nd. And then 3rd and 4th place going to Ewan Brown and Oscar Pither. So our men's under-17 A-grade Omnium field getting ready to start their 20-lap scratch race. As with the last 2 races, 20 laps, first rider over the line gets the chocolates at the end. No need to worry about point sprints or gaining or losing laps. It's just how you shape up on that last lap of 20. So a big field taking part in this one. I'll run you through some names as they get the whistle and start us off. At the front of the field in the blue colours of the Italo-Australian Cycling Club is Jack Panozzo. We've also got Ruben Shepherd from Randwick Botany Cycling Club, Joshua Moore from Neo, those 2 are both from Sydney. Lucas Schmidtke is in 3rd wheel at the bottom of the track there in the grey and blue. He's from South Coast Cycling Club, just south of Adelaide. Aidan Wynn from Preston is in the all-red jersey at the tail end of the main field at the moment. We've also got Jacob McLaughlin from Wagga Wagga. The rider at the back of the pack now in the light green with the green shorts is George Mulhern. Cruz Kemps from Bundaberg Cycling Club just flicks the elbow there to his clubmate Hunter Davis. Also from Bundaberg in rural Queensland. Omer Kermizi, now the rider at the front of the field, with the black and blue helmet matched to his blue sleeves. Maximus Moore from Brunswick, the rider in the grey jersey. Quite a tall figure is Maximus Moore. He flicks the elbow and that lets the decidedly smaller Aidan Wynne from Preston come through for a turn. The only international rider in the field is towards the front there. That's Carter Payne in the black jersey with the blue, green and yellow on it. He's from Tawamutu Sports Cycling Club from New Zealand's North Island. So with 16 laps to go now, no one keen to make a move just yet. Everyone very happy to roll around for the time being, keep the legs warm, as it's Joseph Natoli, the rider in the red of Blackburn, swinging away for Jackson McDonald in the red and white of Viking Cycling Club in Canberra, as the Bundaberg duo of Cruz Kemps and Hunter Davis now coming back to the front of the field. So this is Jacob McLaughlin from Wagga Wagga Cycling Club in the green and blue. As a little bit of a lifting of the tempo there from Omer Kermizi. Lachlan Ermert also there, as is Elliot Burney. Elliot in the colours of the Bridge Lane squad, the domestic pro squad. Maximus Moore now moving to the front of the field. Everyone just keeping their head on a swivel at the moment, making sure no one's thinking about attacking with 11 and a half laps to go in this men's under-17 scratch race, the first of 4 events that make up the Omnium National Championships. So the scratch race is first, the simplest of all the races in the Omnium program. First over the line wins, very straightforward. The second event will be a little later this morning. That will be the tempo race, where there is 1 point on offer for the first rider over the line every single lap, but no points for any of the riders behind them. So that's the second event. The third event is the elimination race, where the last rider to cross the line every second lap is eliminated from the field until only one remains. And then the fourth and final event, which will conclude our men's under-17 Omnium National Championship later today, will be the points race. Rider with the most points at the end of the points race is crowned the overall Omnium National Champion. So Cruz Kemps from Blackburn Cycling Club, not Blackburn, sorry, Bundaberg Cycling Club. They might be close together in the alphabet, they're not close together geographically at all. Plenty of eyes staying on the international rider Carter Payne. Carter was here last year at the Austral Wheel Race Carnival. So good to see young riders getting plenty of experience racing internationally. And it's also a great opportunity to maybe make some new friends, some new rivals, some new training partners. And the bunch coming together a little bit now. Bunching up. Elliot Burney finds himself on the front of affairs, the Brunswick rider, in the colours of Bridge Lane. Flicks the elbow there to his clubmate Maximus Moore. The rider in the grey, Jackson McDonald from Viking Cycling Club, currently in second wheel. And the two riders from Bundaberg, Cruz Kemps and Hunter Davis, have been consistently in the first 5 or 6 here, so they have never really been too far down this field. They don't want to get themselves into trouble. So we'll see things get a little bit more serious here as they're coming into 3 laps to go. Carter Payne is at the front of the field, just checking over his shoulder. A couple of the riders from Sydney, Ruben Shepherd, the tall figure in the white jersey there. And another rider in the all black from Neo Cycling Club. Definitely getting a bit more serious coming into 2 laps to go now. A little bit surprised that we haven't seen an attack yet, as it's now Jack Panozzo from Carnegie Caulfield in the blue coming towards the front of this field. Aidan Wynn now going up around the outside. Omer Kermizi in the blue helmet with the blue shoulders. So it'll be Panozzo on the inside, Kermizi on the outside as they come through to get the bell. 1 lap to go now. Sid Natera also there for Hobart Wheelers. Carter Payne, the New Zealander, in third wheel. So as they come down the back straight, it's Jack Panozzo, the Victorian, leading from Omer Kermizi. Carter Payne, the Kiwi, challenging in third. They come up towards the line. It looks like it will be Panozzo in first. Close for second, third and fourth. I think it may have been Carter Payne getting second place. Omer Kermizi was right up there, as was Lachlan Ermert. So the first race in our men's under-17 Omnium National Championship done and dusted. We'll give our riders a little bit of time to recharge the batteries before we call them out for the tempo race in around an hour's time. So our first round of under-17 Omnium National Championships, the scratch races, are all out of the way for both our women's field and our men's A and B fields. So we'll have a little bit of a break in the junior action. We'll get the seniors back out. So next up will be our UCI men's sprint for round 1. So this first of the head-to-head matchups in the sprint, as we see the results from the under-17 men's Omnium National Championship scratch race. So Jack Panozzo it was taking first place, Carter Payne second, Omer Kermizi third, Lachlan Ermert fourth, Luca Schmidtke from South Coast Cycling Club in fifth, Sid Natera from Tasmania in sixth, Hugo Alcock from Illawarra seventh, Harley Challenor from Neo Cycling Club Sydney in eighth, Aidan Wynn from Preston in ninth, Ruben Shepherd from Randwick Botany rounding out the top 10. So the first of our knockout rounds, or the head-to-head rounds I should say, for our men's elite sprint now going on. So we've got 2 riders who have worn the green and gold of Australia. Tate Ryan, the former junior world champion, up against Paralympic champion and recently crowned Hubert Opperman medalist Corey Boddington for Australian Cyclist of the Year. So Boddington in first place in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport, Ryan in second in the red and navy blue of Sassy in South Australia. So Ryan, our fastest qualifier this morning, he'll be up against Corey Boddington. Not easy to beat Tate Ryan in a head-to-head sprint, but Corey Boddington has overcome the odds a few times before. A little bit of ducking and weaving up and down the track. Coming in towards the bell now. Boddington's committed to his sprint. Tate Ryan staying high up on the track, betting that he can get into the slipstream of the Queenslander and past him as they come down the back straight. Boddington will lead them into turn 3. Ryan level with his shoulder as they're coming out of turn 4, but Tate Ryan will take that win. So Tate Ryan will move on to round 2. Corey Boddington moving to the repechage for the UCI Elite Men's Sprint. So both riders will get another chance to ride a bit later on. Final 200 metres there covered in 10.88 seconds. So our next pair of men's elite sprint head-to-heads will pit our second fastest qualifier, Shoichi Ono of Japan, up against Ruben Smith from Wangaratta Cycling Club. All right, off and rolling now. Ruben Smith, the rider in the red of the Blackburn Cycling Club. So Ruben Smith wearing the Blackburn skin suit, originally from Wangaratta and currently living and training in Adelaide. Up against our second fastest qualifier, Shoichi Ono. One of, I believe, 3 Japanese riders in this elite men's sprint field. The unmistakable whir of a trainer being cranked to max effort coming from the infield there as riders are completing their warm-ups. Meanwhile, on the track, Ruben Smith keeping a close eye on the Japanese rider Ono. So Ono starting to move around to the outside of the Victorian as they come through a lap to go. The Japanese rider will lead them into the last 200 metres. Ruben Smith with some serious work to do. The gap is opening as they head down the back straight. And it looks like Shoichi Ono from Japan will come through and take this one. So he will move on. The Japanese rider moving through to the next round. We'll see Ruben Smith in the repechages a little later on. Just shy of 10 seconds for Shoichi Ono over that last 200 metres. So our next matchup will pit our third qualifier. I believe that will be Ryuto Uchida from Japan, up against one of the riders from QAS. This looks like it'll be Mitchell Louis. So rider number 19 there in the classic Japanese white jersey with the red sun on the back, Ryuto Uchida, our third fastest qualifier. He clocked a 9.724 up against Mitchell Louis from Balmoral in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport. So his qualifying time was a 10.302. So you would say the odds are stacked against Louis here up against the Japanese rider Uchida. That only makes it more remarkable if and when it does happen. Both riders keeping an eye on each other. Very slow and tactical start to this men's sprint so far. Both riders on the Côte d'Azur, the blue stripe at the bottom of the track. It's only now that they start to slowly move up the banking. Need to be careful moving this slowly. We saw a couple of riders in the under-17s and under-19s yesterday have some unfortunate slips in their match sprints, which necessitated restarts, always a little bit embarrassing. So riders are allowed to slow down to the walking pace of a commissaire. Sometimes that means they will come to a full stop, but they cannot stay stopped in perpetuity. So Ryuto Uchida, the Japanese rider, now looking to come ahead of Mitchell Louis there with a lap and a half to go. Coming forward to get the bell, the Japanese rider casting his eye down the track for the Queenslander. Doesn't find him. Mitchell Louis uses the banking to his best ability to try and get into the slipstream of the Japanese rider. Ryuto Uchida looks to be comfortable here as they come out of turn 4. So a quick check over the shoulder from Uchida will make sure that he progresses. So Ryuto Uchida moving on to round 2. Mitchell Louis heading to the repechage. So our next pair will feature the third of the Japanese riders taking part in our UCI Elite Men's Sprint today, Ryoya Mikami, and he'll be up against two-time Austral winner Sam Gallagher from Blackburn. So the whistle blows there. Gallagher in the navy blue and white of the Victorian State Team kit, up against the distinctive Japanese white with the red sun on it. Does always make it very easy to commentate on the Japanese riders, being so visible from such a distance. The riders heading up the back straight there. You might see the Volks coffee van in the background. They are serving a variety of tasty treats there. You can get a caffeinated beverage if that's your fancy, or perhaps more popular today given how warm it's going to be in Melbourne, a mix of still or sparkling water, soft drinks, orange and apple juice and Powerade. Also in the back straight there, the Velo Pro tent, who will sell you all sorts of go faster equipment, some aero socks, some nice handlebars, some sunnies as well. So if you're looking at giving yourself a little present this close to Christmas, head on down to the Velo Pro stand and I'm sure they'll be able to sort you out. All riders nearly coming together there as they come in towards a lap to go now. Mikami, the Japanese rider, will lead them into the final 200 metres. Gallagher, the Victorian, with some work to do to try and come across. I'm not sure he's going to get there as Mikami leads them into turn 3. The Japanese rider looking strong all the way there, takes the win comfortably over Gallagher, so Mikami will move on. Gallagher heading to the repechage. Cracking 10 seconds there for that final 200 metres for Ryoya Mikami. I believe that's the fastest final 200 metres of any of our head-to-head sprints so far. So our next pair of riders getting ready to come up. We'll pit the New South Wales Institute of Sport. That'll be Noah Mason in the skin suit with the light blue sleeves, up against James Brister in the red of the South Australian Sports Institute. Mason from Newcastle Hunter Cycling Club on the Central Coast, up against Brister, the rider from Port Adelaide. So Mason it will be who will lead them out of the start gate. As with some of our previous races, both riders keen to keep things fairly tactical at the moment. It's generally advantageous to sprint from the second position. So not uncommon at all to see the first rider take a less than enthusiastic approach to leading the sprint out. We actually saw a couple of times in the under-19 sprints yesterday, a couple of riders go straight from the gun. Cooper Dunlop, a rider from Perth, at one point attacked almost immediately like he was riding a 3-lap time trial, and worked once and surprised his opponent then. But at this level, it's much more evenly matched. So Brister versus Mason here. Mason just checks over his shoulder for the position of Brister coming into the bell. So the New South Welshman will lead the South Australian into the final 200 metres. Both riders only now diving down the banking to the bottom of the track. Mason on the inside as Brister comes level with his shoulder coming out of turn 4. The South Australian with extra momentum there will come through and take the win. A victory there for Brister over Noah Mason. The final 200 metres covered in 10.41 seconds. So our next pair up, Daniel Barber, he's in the green and gold of the Australian national team. He'll be up against Finn Carpenter from Coburn BMX Club, who is in the yellow and green of the WA Institute of Sport. So Barber taking up the leading position ahead of Carpenter as they come out of the starters' hands. So a little faster than we've seen from the last couple of heats in this first lap between Barber and Carpenter. So the man in the green and gold and white, keeping a close eye on the man in the green and gold and black. Finn Carpenter now tries a move down the inside, then has to go back up the track and around Daniel Barber there. Finn Carpenter knows that his best chance here is to lead this one out from the front. So the West Australian fully committed there as they get the bell. Daniel Barber in second wheel. He's well and truly within the slipstream of Carpenter as he now accelerates up to the back wheel of the Western Australian. Tries to come around the outside. Will it be the man from New South Wales or the man from WA coming up towards the line? Barber takes it by a wheel. So Daniel Barber it was getting the better of Finn Carpenter there. Finn Carpenter played his hand fairly well, but Daniel Barber just had a little bit too much speed coming out of those last two corners. So next up, our 7th and 10th fastest qualifier will go head-to-head. Just being wheeled up to the line now, the Olympic silver and bronze medalist in the Keirin, Azitul Awang, the Malaysian. He'll be competing against Maxwell Liebknecht from the South Australian Sports Institute. So Awang in the red and black, the colours of the Terengganu Pro Cycling Team, who have recently just signed former Australian under-23 road national champion Fergus Browning for the 2026 season. And then in second wheel, the brighter red around the shoulders, that's Lieberknecht, the rider from Port Adelaide Cycling Club, in the colours of Sassy. So plenty of tactical games there. Azizulawang with some very sharp turns there. Both riders now come to a complete track stand. Both riders moving back and forth. Azizulawang trying to get Maxwell Lieberknecht to maybe come through and take up first position. A very similar spot on the overall track circuit to what Anna Mears memorably did to Victoria Pendleton during the 2012 Olympic sprint finals. Mears practiced her track standing for weeks and months on end so that she could deploy it in the right moment, get Pendleton to come through, and indeed Mears ended up winning Olympic gold in London in 2012. So Awang, it looks like he will be happy to lead this out from the front here. Lieberknecht doesn't seem intimidated by facing up against the Olympic medalist. So Awang will lead them down the back straight. Maxwell Lieberknecht, the South Australian, committed in trying to come across. The Malaysian rider will lead them out of turn 4. Maxwell Lieberknecht is running out of track to try and get across. He won't quite get there. So Azizulawang will move on to the next round. Maxwell Lieberknecht heading to the repechage. So our next pairing up is our 8th and 9th seeds in our men's UCI C1 sprint. This will pit Xavier Bland in the colours of the New South Wales Institute of Sport up against Ryan Elliott in the Aussie green and gold. So less than 1/100th of a second separated these two riders in their qualifying times from this morning. So you would think this would be an extremely evenly matched match sprint where tactics are going to be just as important, if not potentially more important, than the pure watts in the legs. So Ryan Elliott, the rider in the green and gold from Balmoral Cycling Club in Queensland. He's up against Xavier Bland from Orange Cycling Club in country New South Wales. Both riders very watchful as they come through 2 laps to go. Now Elliott starting to make a move. Bland doesn't want to give him space for free, riding lower and further ahead on the track to try and deny Elliott the chance to get the drop on him here. So Bland will lead them into the last lap. Elliott with a bit of work to do here. The gap is 5 metres as they come into the back straight, but Elliott is closing now. Xavier Bland will lead them into the 3rd turn. Coming out of the 4th turn, they are level, they are neck and neck, and it is Ryan Elliott with the late charge who gets the win. So Ryan Elliott getting the win, 10.33 seconds for that last 200 metres. Nice little fist bump there between the two riders, as if to say a race well run. So we're now on to our women's elite sprinters. So this is our second fastest qualifier, Lilia Tartarinov, in the yellow of the WA Institute of Sport. He's up against Ning Chen from Blackburn Cycling Club in the red and black. So Tartarinov wearing WA colours, but originally from Central Coast Cycling Club in New South Wales. Up against Ning Chen from Blackburn. Chen leading from the front here at the moment. Tartarinov behind, stalking her prey. Ning Chen now opening up her sprint as they come into the bell. So the Blackburn rider now having Tartarinov come level with her shoulder as they go down the back straight. Tartarinov easing clear here. So the WA rider looking strong, looking good, and she will take the win in this first heat. So she will move on to round 2, and we'll see Ning Chen in the repechage. So that matchup there was between our 2nd and 15th fastest qualifier, because we have an odd number. Our fastest qualifier, Alessia McCaig, gets a bye straight into round 2. And then we'll have some matchups here to determine the results for our other seeds. So our 3 versus 14 matchup coming to the track now. Queensland versus Tasmania. So this will pit rider number 103, Danica Blinko. She's the Queenslander in the mix. And she will be up against Lauren Perry, number 115 from Launceston City Cycling Club in Tasmania. She's in the navy blue of the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. So the Tasmanian and the Queenslander keeping a close eye on each other through this first lap. Lauren Perry riding slightly in front of and slightly below Danica Blinko, trying to deny the Queenslander to drop down from high on the banking and then get ahead of her using the extra momentum that gravity affords. So as they come into the bell now, a number of dummy moves there from Blinko trying to get Perry to bite. The Tasmanian hasn't taken her up on it so far. They're almost into the last half lap before they're into the full sprint there. Perry now out of the saddle. Level as they come into turn 3. Blinko's extra momentum should see her with the lead coming out of turn 4, and the Queenslander will take it. So Danica Blinko moving on to round 2. Lauren Perry headed to the repechage, and a nice little fist bump between the two riders there. So next up we will have 2 riders from the WAIS, and thankfully for my purposes they're wearing different coloured shoes and socks, even though their kits and helmets are exactly the same. So rider number 147, Christine Perkins. She's in the black shoes and black socks, positioned lower on the track, and then higher on the track, number 133, Maya Dillon. So Perkins and Dillon, two riders both registered with Track Cycling WA, both in the colours of the WA Academy of Sport, or Institute of Sport I should say, WAIS. So it's Perkins in front, Dillon behind. Again, both riders keeping a close eye on each other. Perkins, a very experienced track rider, has been to more World Track Championships than I've had hot dinners. Also the sister of 2004 Olympic gold medalist in the sprint and the keirin, Ryan Bailey. So Christine Perkins just checking over her shoulder to see when Maya Dillon will accelerate. Both riders out of the saddle almost simultaneously there. So Perkins will lead them down the back straight, and it'll be up to Dillon to try and come around. So Perkins leading them into turn 3. Dillon not coming out of the slipstream just yet. If she's going to make a run, she's going to have to make it late. She won't get there. So Perkins it is, taking the win and moving on. So the rider with the black socks and black shoes getting the win in the end. 11.83 seconds for that final 200 metres. So our next pairing will be between riders seated 5 and 12. This will be Molly McGill against Noor Alyssa Mohamed Farid. So Australia versus Malaysia in this matchup here. Molly McGill, bronze medalist at the most recent Track World Championships in the team sprint. So McGill still holding first position, a fairly high pace on that second lap. Both riders committing fully to their sprints now with 1 lap to go. McGill will lead them in on the last lap. Farid with some work to do. She's got 5 metres to close to McGill's back wheel as they head down the back straight. Molly McGill still looking strong. Farid doesn't look like she'll be able to get around. So McGill will progress, winning that sprint by about a wheel's length. And Farid in second place, heading to the repechage. The final 200 metres covered in 11.63 seconds. So our next round will see our 6th and 11th seeds up against each other. This will be Sophie Watts and Chloe Moran. Watts in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport, Moran in the Aussie green and gold. So Sophie Watts, 109. Chloe Moran in the green and gold, rider 111. This our third last of the matchups in round one of our UCI C1 Women's Elite Sprint. So both riders keeping a close eye on each other. Watts ahead of Moran. Neither rider really giving anything away at the moment as they both move up the banking, coming through 2 laps to go. The seated style of Chloe Moran, very aerodynamic. Pace starting to pick up now as they're through a lap and a half to go. Sophie Watts looks like she's going to have to lead this one out from the front. Chloe Moran well positioned in second wheel. Both riders moving up the banking there as they come into the final 200 metres now. So Sophie Watts leading them down the back straight. Chloe Moran right on her wheel. So Watts still leading. Moran with a bit of work to do as they come out of turn 4, coming up towards the line. This one's going to be close. Watts it is. Watts holds on. So Sophie Watts going straight through to round 2. Chloe Moran and all the riders losing these first round head-to-head sprints can still get there. They will need to go through a repechage sprint first. So our penultimate sprint matchup for round 1 will pit Jackie Mengler-Moore up against Nurul Issa Isati Muad Asri. So the Queenslander up against the Malaysian rider. So Mengler-Moore, who's a para-world champion as a sighted pilot, leading in the colours of the Queensland Academy of Sport, the maroon with the long sleeves, up against Nurul Issa Isati Muad Asri, the Malaysian rider in that country's distinctive black. Both riders staying very high on the track at the moment. Mengler-Moore just keeping an eye out to see if Asri will move down the track, which he has now done. So the Malaysian up against the Queenslander with 1 lap to go. So Asri accelerates coming into turn 1 there. Mengler-Moore with a chance to move past her down the back straight. She's level with her hip as they come into turn 3. Has to go quite high on the track there. They should be close coming up towards the line, and it is very close on the line. But Asri takes the win there, puts her hand out as she comes over the line there to apologise to Jackie Mengler-Moore. I think she moved her a little bit higher up the track than she was initially intending to just before they took the bell. Some very distinctive noises of a flat tyre coming from the bike of Asri there. So I think her machine might need some mechanical tending to before she takes part in round 2. As our final matchup in round 1 of this UCI Women's Elite Sprint, we'll pit Brianna Hargrave up against Emma Stevens. Emma Stevens, the rider from Balmoral Cycling Club in the maroon of QAS. Brianna Hargrave in the red of the South Australian Sports Institute, the rider from Norwood Cycling Club. Also great to see plenty of photographers out around the track capturing the action. Always great to have some photos ready to go for social media to promote not only your efforts but track cycling in general and our whole Austral Carnival that we'll have here this weekend. So Hargrave keeping a close eye on Stevens here, the South Australian just ahead of the Queenslander. Stevens in second wheel, a couple of little dummy moves when she knows that Hargrave is watching. So Hargrave checking over her shoulder for the relative positions of Stevens as they come through the bell. So the South Australian will lead the Queenslander into the back straight. Brianna Hargrave in position 1. Emma Stevens trying to challenge from behind. Level with her hip as they come into turn 3. Still level with her hip coming out of turn 4. The South Australian is going to hold on. Brianna Hargrave takes the win. So she will move through to round 2. Emma Stevens will head to the repechage rounds. Our next event on the program will be the 1,000 metre time trial for our para riders. But before we start, we just wanted to hold a minute's silence for the recently passed Paralympian Paige Greco. A minute's silence now to honour the memory of Paralympic rider Paige Greco. Thank you very much, everyone. So a solemn note to start off our para 1,000 metre time trials, which will soon be coming onto the track. The recent death of Paige Greco at a very young age from a short illness. A real blow to all the riders in the Australian paracycling community and the Australian cycling community more generally. So just taking a moment's break to ensure that the timing loops on the track are laid down nice and safely and securely. Copy, go ahead. So an update for the commissaires on our second last of our elite women's sprint. Noura Isal Izzati Muad Asri, the Malaysian rider, has been relegated from that second last sprint against Jackie Mengler-Moore for not holding her line into the final sprint. So Mengler-Moore will progress straight through to round 2, and it will be the Malaysian Muad Asri heading to the repechage. So the first of the riders in our para 1,000 metre time trial will be Matthew Gray, the Western Australian from X-Speed Australia, double Paralympic champion. So a quick note on the classifications for para riders. Most para riders on the track will receive a C classification for cycling, and then their categories are numbered 1 to 5, with 1 being the highest level of impairment from their disability, 5 being the least. So both Matthew Gray and our next rider, Max Sudolz, compete in men's C5. So Matthew Gray now off on his kilo effort. The kilo is renowned as being one of the single most painful disciplines, not just in all of track cycling, but in all of cycling period. A little bit more than a minute of an absolutely maximal effort. There's no tactics, there's no backing off. It's just putting your head down and going as hard as you can. So Matthew Gray through the first lap in 21.324 seconds. The rider from WA into his aero tuck now as he heads down the back straight. Coming up towards half distance in this kilo now. He will come through there in 36.417 seconds. So the rider from Western Australia trying to maintain the rage here and put up the best possible time to compete against Max Sudolz. Comes through and gets the bell now for Matthew Gray. 51.999, so we'll go ahead and call that 52 seconds for the first 3 laps. Just 125 metres left for the rider from Western Australia. He rounds turn 4, comes up towards the line, and he stops the clock. 108.799 for the rider from Western Australia. So also competing in our men's C5 category, Max Sudolz, the rider in the gold and royal blue, the ACT kit from Viking Cycling Club from Canberra's southern suburbs. So he'll have a time of 108.799 to beat. He'll be very familiar with facing Matthew Gray. The two have squared off at multiple national championships in the same para category. All right, Maxwell Sudoltz from Viking Cycling Club off and going now. A time of 1:08.799 to beat in our men's C5 category. So off to a strong start here. He's 0.35 of a second up through that first half lap. 0.39 of a second through the first full lap of 4 for Max Sudoltz. So the man from Canberra turning the legs over smoothly as he comes down the back straight. He's approaching halfway now. So coming up towards the line. He's definitely got plenty of supporters in the crowd. He's 0.79 of a second up at half distance. So he's continuing to increase his lead over Matthew Gray is Sudoltz. Still looking strong. Bell about to come for Maxwell Sudoltz from Viking Cycling Club in the ACT. 1.4 seconds up with 1 lap to go. The cadence is starting to slow ever so slightly. It's a painful, painful effort is the kilo. And Max Sudoltz embracing the pain here. He's almost up to the line now. He'll come up and he will stop the clock. 1:07.088. Victory to Max Sudoltz by 1.71 seconds. So our next rider up, you'll notice the rainbow bands around her skin suit. This is Tara Nayland from Brunswick. Tara's only a recently arrived para-athlete. She was diagnosed with facio-humeroscapular muscular dystrophy just over 12 months ago. Since then, she's been a 5-time world champion, not just on the track, but also in the road race and the time trial as well. So Tara Nayland now off and riding in our women's C4 1 kilometre time trial. So it's been a whirlwind 12 months for the Brunswick rider, but she's wearing the rainbow bands. She's on her home track here at Disc where she does a lot of her training. She'll be looking forward to put in a good ride here for all of those in attendance. So heading down the back straight now. Before her diagnosis, Tara was also a very talented rider in her own right, a former winner of the Dirty Warney Gravel Classic, 235 kilometres, one of the biggest events in Australian gravel racing. But having reclassified as a para-athlete, she's now got the world at her feet. So coming in towards the bell now is Tara Nayland. 1 lap to go for the Brunswick rider. She's through in 54.240 seconds. So after winning 3 rainbow jerseys at the Para World Track Championships in Rio de Janeiro earlier this year, Tara Nayland is racing on her home track in Melbourne. She stops the clock 1:11.008, an average of 50.7 kilometres an hour. So our next rider up, Caitlin Ward of Blackburn Cycling Club. In the red and navy blue of the South Australian Sports Institute. So the dual Commonwealth Games medalist, gold medalist, Caitlin Ward, getting ready for her effort here. So Caitlin Ward off and going now, pushing a very big gear out of that start house. So out of the pneumatic gate quickly and up to speed now, the rider from Blackburn. Heading down the back straight, just 0.09 off the best time of Sudholt so far. So plenty of cheering from the crew there as she's through her first lap of 4. So the rider from Blackburn Cycling Club keeping a very aero position, minimising the hole that she cuts through the wind as she comes up towards halfway now. 36.672 at halfway for Caitlin Ward. Still staying on the top of the gear as best she can as she come through 1 lap to go. McCaden's starting to slow ever so slightly, but it is a big gear that she's pushing as she comes down the back straight. And coming up towards the line now to finish off her kilo effort. Caitlin Ward's going to push it all the way to the line and she'll stop the clock 1:11.281. So just over a quarter of a second slower than the time set by Tara Nayland of Brunswick. As next up we'll have Bo Wooten, who's a B classified rider. That was because that classification when it was first interested is B for blind. Nowadays we would use a term like vision impaired. So Bo Wooten it will be, and his 1 kilometre effort. They're just repositioning the start gate so that his front wheel is in the appropriate place on the start line. Of course the gate has to be moved back a little bit here because the tandem bike is so much longer than a regular machine. So Bo Wooten, the rider in the Australian national team kit, the blue with the white on the torso, and his sighted pilot is Byron Davies in the maroon of QAS. So after a little bit of wrangling, I think we're just about ready to go. Bo Wooten getting fixed into his pedals there. Ordinarily, you only need 1 helper to stand on the pneumatic gate to keep it in place. with the force of 2 riders going into that gate. We've got 2 helpers making sure it stays nice and stable. So Bo Wooten and Byron Davies off and riding now. So Davies in front, Wooten behind. And if you've never seen a tandem bike on the track before, they can reach some truly amazing speeds with the force of 2 riders going into those wheels. So they'll come through that opening lap now. Bo Wooten, the rider from Port Adelaide, 1.01 seconds faster than our previous best time of Maxwell Sudoltz. Well and truly into their rhythm now. A great amount of trust between a vision-impaired rider and their sighted pilot. 2 laps to go. Coming in towards the bell now. Davies and Wooten, 1 lap left. 47.254 seconds so far for their first 3 laps. This will be close to the minute mark here for their 1 kilo effort. Coming up towards the line, all the way to the line go Davies and Wooten. They stop the clock, 102.214, an average of 57.9 kilometres an hour. So that will be the last of our para riders to do their 1 kilometre time trial. Let's give them all a big hand, folks. Fantastic to see Paralympic champions, world champions, and high quality riders all. And we'll shortly get our next race of the program underway, which will be the Women's Under-17 Omnium National Championship Tempo Race. So that will be the second of the 4 events in the Women's Under-17 Omnium National Championship program. So our women's under-17 Omnium competitors getting ready for their tempo race, the second of the 4 races on their program. If you're not familiar with the tempo as an event, it's a relatively recent addition to the Omnium rotation. Previously, the Omnium, up until about 2017 or 18, was a 6-event carnival where riders previously had to do a sprint and a kilo as well. The tempo race has moved in to replace those events, so catering the Omnium more specifically to endurance track riders rather than pure track sprinters. So the tempo race, a 20-lap race for our participants, 1 lap for the first rider over every lap until the end, from start to finish. So 1 point if you're the first rider over the bunch. If you're second, you get nothing. So once all of our riders are together in one bunch and the whistle blows, our 20 laps will start. All right, whistle blows. So we'll be ticking the points off fairly consistently here. So it will be 1 point in the pocket for every rider leading the bunch through the main break, through the finish line. A discipline that sometimes lends itself to an early breakaway is the tempo race. As we come through there, Sienna Tinkler, the rider from WA, the first rider on the board. So 1 point for her for leading the bunch over that first time through. Tinkler still on the front of the bunch at the moment. Just checks over her shoulder to see if anyone is challenging her. Nothing doing. So another point in the bank there for the Western Australian. She's got 2 points to her name now. And the only rider currently on the board through the first 2 sprints of 20. Ava Gidget-Rogers, another of the Western Australians in the field now at the front in the black, white and red of X Speed. He checks over her shoulder. Sienna Tinkler just stretches her toes out a little bit there. Make sure that she gets another point for herself. So no generosity to her fellow Western Australian Rogers there from Sienna Tinkler. Tinkler a bit further back as they come through this time. And a bit of a move now. This will be Hannah Walters down the back straight. She's got Ellie Walduck, the Tasmanian, there for company. So Walters it was getting the sprint win there. So that's our first sprint of 16. So it will, from this point on, it will now be 1 point for every lap over. So Hannah Walters getting another one there. So 2 points in the pocket for her. Ava Robbins, the tall figure in the maroon of QAS, now moving to the front. So Ava Robbins now on the board as well. So 3 points so far, all going to Queenslanders. 2 points for Hannah Walters, 1 for Ava Robbins. As is now Ava Gidget-Rogers moving towards the front of the field. Ava Robbins looking to have another bite at the apple, and she will get it too. So Ava Robbins now moves into the co-lead of this event. As there's now a move down the outside, that's Isla Shaw in the green and black of Shepparton Cycling Club. So the Victorian looking to put some distance on the field and get herself some easy points here. So 1 point at least for the rider from Country Victoria. She just checks over her shoulder there. And it is Matilda Trevorrow, it is the rider chasing. So Matilda Trevorrow from South Coast Cycling Club as Isla Shaw gets another point. That will bring her into a share of the lead. 2 points each for Hannah Walters, Ava Robbins and Isla Shaw as we're through 6 of 16 sprints. Matilda Trevorrow, the South Australian, now at the front. It looks like she will get the next one. So the South Australian puts herself on the board, as it is Juno Smith, the rider in the red of Dulwich Hill Bicycle Club, now leading the main bunch up from behind. Goes past Trevorrow and Shaw here. So Juno Smith now looking to mix it up. So we've got the first of our points going towards New South Wales, as it is another rider from New South Wales, Jenna Gallagher from Bathurst Cycling Club, leading the chase from behind. That might be Zoe May from Lidcombe Auburn in her wheel, but Juno Smith still the rider on the front of this bunch as they come through. Another point there for Juno Smith. So Juno Smith joins everyone else on 2 points. Matilda Trevorrow has 1 point. Isla Shaw, Ava Robbins and Hannah Walters all with 2 now. As coming up to the line, Jenna Gallagher gets herself on the board, the rider from Bathurst. And we've now got 3 riders out the front and a gap of nearly half a lap, I would say, to the main field behind. It is a discipline that does suit itself quite well to an early breakaway. As rider number 282, Zoe May from Lidcombe Auburn in the black, takes 1 point to get herself on the board. The swapping off of points every lap does mean that groups who break away in a tempo race have a good incentive to work together, as it's Jenna Gallagher now getting another point. That will bring her to a share of the lead. So I think that's now 5 riders who have 2 points each. 1 point each for Zoe May and Matilda Trevorrow. So Juno Smith coming up towards the line. Zoe May just stretches her big toe there to make sure that she gets 1 more point. So Zoe May now making it 6 riders with 2 points each. And as they come up towards the line, our leading trio, I think Juno Smith will be the first rider to get to 3 points. The rider from Dulwich Hill in Metro Sydney. All 3 of our riders in the main break, all from New South Wales. Gallagher at the front from Bathurst Cycling Club, and the 2 behind her, Zoe May from Lidcombe Auburn in Metro Sydney, and Juno Smith from Dulwich Hill. So Zoe May takes that second last sprint there. 1 lap to go now. So Juno Smith and Zoe May, 3 points each so far. Zoe May with a good lead coming out of turn 4. It looks like she will come through and take the last sprint, and she will walk away with 4 points there. A good little breakaway, not just for Zoe May, but also for Juno Smith and Jenna Gallagher. As the main bunch now finishing strongly from behind, there is still an incentive to finish well from that main peloton, because it's not just the points that you earn on the track in the tempo race. Every event has a sliding scale of points. You get 40 points if you are the top placing rider in a discipline. So our scratch race winners, for example, get 40 to their Omnium score overall. So by finishing well in the sprint from the main field there, you'll get yourselves some more points for our next race on the program, which will be the elimination. So that's 2 Omnium events down for our women's under-17 field. 2 more to go. As next up on track, we will have the repechages for our UCI Elite Men's Sprints. So if you're following along on the AusCycling live stream, we thank you very much for your company. Drop a comment in the live chat. Let us know where you're watching from, if there's any riders in particular that you're cheering for. And we'll try and give them a shout out on the stream if we get time. So the first of our repechage rounds for our UCI Men's Elite Sprint. This will pit Samuel Gallagher, Corey Boddington, Noah Mason and Xavier Bland up against each other. So the first 2 riders in this race will progress through to round 2. The riders who finish 3rd and 4th in this race will go through to the placing sprints to determine who finishes 13th through to 16th overall. So 2 laps to go now. Corey Boddington, the Queenslander, Moving up around the outside of the New South Welshman, Noah Mason. Mason, the New South Welshman, with the red helmet. Xavier Bland with the blue, and Sam Gallagher on the black in the navy blue of Victoria. So coming into the bell now, first two riders go through. It's Noah Mason from New South Wales in first place. His teammate Xavier Bland just behind him, and Sam Gallagher moving up quickly from the back of the field. As they come out of turn 4, the two guys from New South Wales Institute of Sport are going to take the two spots in round 2. So the two guys from the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Noah Mason and Xavier Bland, progressing from that men's elite sprint repechage. So our first repechage heat has been run and won. Our second and final men's elite repechage heat coming up to the start line now. Rider number 18 in the yellow of the WAIS, that's Finn Carpenter. He'll be up against the South Australian Maxwell Lieberknecht, the Victorian Ruben Smith, he's in the bright red and black of Blackburn, and then the Queenslander in the maroon, Mitchell Louis. All right, off and rolling now. A little bit of body contact there between the Queenslander and the Western Australian. Between Mitchell Louis and Finn Carpenter there. Got all 4 riders rolling now. Sprints involving multiple riders tend to be a little bit faster to progress and a bit less tactical. But there's still some tactical nous required if you're going to move through here. First 2 riders will go through to round 2 of our elite men's sprints. Carpenter, the Western Australian, at the front at the moment. As it's now Mitchell Louis, the Queenslander, trying to move around the outside. Maxwell Lieberknecht, the South Australian, trying to keep him pinned at the back of this field. Carpenter will lead it out from the front. And then it will be Lieberknecht, the rider from Sassy, in second wheel, now trying to move around the outside. Ruben Smith and Mitchell Louis not out of it at the back of the field. As they come into the home straight, it will be Carpenter and Lieberknecht. Lieberknecht, the first rider home. Carpenter gets second. Third there for Ruben Smith. Mitchell Louis taking home 4th. So Lieberknecht and Carpenter will be moving on to round 2. And then Ruben Smith and Mitchell Louis will go into our head-to-head sprints to determine 13th to 16th place overall. So with the conclusion of the UCI men's elite sprint repechages, we're now moving on to the UCI women's equivalent. So this race will pit the Malaysian Nur Alissa Muhammad Farid up against Maya Dillon and Emma Stevens. So Dillon, the rider in the back, on the back in the yellow of the WAIS. Stevens in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport. And the Malaysian rider, Muhammad Farid, in the typical black of the Malaysian Cycling Federation. Plenty of looking around from both Stevens and Farid here, both wanting to keep an eye on Maya Dillon. So Stevens keeping a nice eye on everyone else. Has a couple of lengths lead as she comes into the final lap. So Stevens, the Queenslander, will lead them down the back straight. Maya Dillon will head up to the back of the field. Farid now, the Malaysian, challenging around the outside. It'll be Stevens and Farid. Farid will get there. The win for the Malaysian there. So she will go straight through to round 2 of our UCI Elite Women's Sprint. The second place finisher, Emma Stevens, is also going to progress, and we'll see Maya Dillon in the write-off for 13th to 16th places a little later on. So our second repechage race will see Nurul Izzati Mod Asri from Malaysia, the rider who was relegated for deviating from her line in her qualifying sprint in round 1. She will be up against Lauren Perry at the bottom of the track in the navy blue of the Tasmanian Institute of Sport, Chloe Moran in the Australian green and gold, and just slotting in at the top of the track in the bright red and black of Blackburn Cycling Club from Melbourne, that's Ning Chen. So the whistle blowing almost immediately from the commissaire here, so I think we might have a restart. So I think that might have been because riders were moving around as the whistle was blown. So I think we will have a restart here for our second repechage heat. All right, all riders off and away now. Looks like a clean start that time as Chloe Moran, the rider in the Aussie green and gold, takes up first position. Lauren Perry in second, the Malaysian Muad Asri in third wheel. Ning Chen, the rider from Blackburn, at the back of the four. So Chloe Moran, a very powerful seated sprinter. A style that probably encourages her to ride from the front. Winding up now as they're coming in towards the bell. So Moran will hold first position as they come in and get the bell now. Perry challenging around the outside. Asri, the Malaysian, in second wheel there. She's going to have to try and move around Moran down the back straight. So Moran is going to lead on the inside into turn 3. Asri, the Malaysian, holding good position. The first two will go through, so it will be Asri taking the win. Moran in second, Perry third, and Ning Chen in fourth. So Asri and Moran will be moving on to round 2 of our women's UCI Elite Sprint. Lauren Perry and Ning Chen will be in the head-to-head races to determine places 13 through to 15. For our elite women's field, we've only got 15 riders in our elite women's field here today. So our next race will be our under-17 men's B-grade Omnium tempo race. So 7 competitors in this one. And as they roll away, it'll be the 2 riders in the navy blue and gold of Carnegie Caulfield, Archie Martin and Jasper Griffiths at the front of the field. Martin, the taller figure with the aero white helmet, in first place. Griffiths has a vented helmet in second. They've got another clubmate in this field in Ewan Brown. He's in the light blue jersey with the white sleeves in fourth wheel at the moment. So sandwiched in between the 3 Carnegie Caulfield riders is number 289. That's Oscar Pither from Hobart Wheelers Cycling Club. We also have in the orange James Allen from Illawarra. Thomas Stevens from Adelaide Hills Cycling Club is the rider in the black jersey and red helmet. So a 20-lap race. Once the bell sounds with 16 laps to go, there will be 1 point on offer for the first rider over the line every subsequent lap. So everyone fairly keen to share the pacemaking in the early stages, knowing that the point scoring hasn't started quite yet. But it won't be long now until we hear the bell, and then it'll be 1 point for the leader of this field every subsequent lap until the finish. So there will be 16 sprints total. Commissaire Anina Gallagher, a former winner of the Austral wheel race, rings the bell there, so there'll be 1 point over the line for the leader of this field every lap from now on, as it is the Tasmanian from Launceston Mountain Bike Club, Fletcher Mason, winning the first sprint there. So he gets himself on the board. So first blood to Fletcher Mason, the Tasmanian. Jasper Griffiths from Carnegie Caulfield now leading the field as they come up to the second sprint. A little bit of checking around behind, but no one's going to challenge him. So Jasper Griffiths, number 285, gets on the board and then dutifully swings out of the way. He knows he's got his point in the pocket for now, and the tempo is still relatively friendly. Oscar Pither, the second of the Tasmanians, wants to get himself on the score sheet, so another point going to the Apple Isle there as the rider in white puts himself on the board. Ewan Brown, the rider in the jersey of Giant Hampton Racing, a shop here in Melbourne's southeastern suburbs, not too far from the famous Beach Road. So Ewan Brown will come through. He'll put himself on the board as well. So no rider with more than 1 point so far, as we now have 11 and a half laps to go. Thomas Stevens, the rider from Adelaide, looking to challenge, but it will be Fletcher Mason coming through. He's the first rider to get himself multiple points. He's now up to 2. And a bit of a surge at the front there from Archie Martin, the tall rider of Carnegie Caulfield. So Martin will lead them through the line this time. That'll put him on the board for the first time. And some of the riders at the back of the field now beginning to get distanced. So Fletcher Mason, the overall leader, off the back of this main bunch now. So he might have banked on his chances of getting some points earlier rather than later. Jasper Griffiths going to come through and join him in the lead. So Mason and Griffiths both with 2 points now. Oscar Pither, the Tasmanian, has 1 point to his name. Could join the 2 point club if he were to lead the bunch over this time. He checks over his shoulder to see if anyone's coming. Nobody immediately wants to hustle around him, so Oscar Pither now up to 2. Ewan Brown also has 1 point to his name, as the only rider in our leading 5 not to be on the board yet is the rider in orange. James Allen, as it is Archie Martin who got himself a point there. So Archie Martin also now up to 2 points. And he looks like a good chance to get himself 3 points as he goes through 6 laps to go. Oscar Pither, Ewan Brown and Jasper Griffiths chasing from behind. I imagine most of the work is going to have to be done by Oscar Pither there if they want to bring him back, given that the other 2 riders in that trio are from the same club as Archie Martin. Archie Martin keeping the pressure on, scores himself another point and takes himself up to 4 as there are now 5 laps to go. Another acceleration from Martin, trying to keep himself out the front. I think he can tell that the legs aren't going to hold him out the front of this group forever, but he'll get himself at least 1 more point. That'll take him to 5. As his clubmate Jasper Griffiths now surging from behind, he can see that his teammate Martin is faltering out the front. So Martin and Griffiths coming up towards the line now. Griffiths will take himself from 2 points to 3 points, as there are 3 laps to go now. Griffiths still looking strong, holding a time trial effort here. Pither trying to get across the Tasmanian from behind. So Jasper Griffiths will lift himself up to 4 points now. 2 laps to go, just 2 sprints left. So coming into the bell now, Griffiths will take 1 more point. He'll be challenged from behind by Pither and Stevens for this last sprint point. Oscar Pither, the Tasmanian in the white jersey, now making a move down the outside. He's coming past Stevens, the rider in the red jersey from South Australia. They're 3 wide coming out of turn 4. And it will be Oscar Pither taking the last point back to the Apple Isle. So he'll finish with 3 points. 5 points each for Jasper Griffiths and Archie Martin. So a good race there for the lads from Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club in Melbourne. So that brings the tempo race for our under-17 men's B-grade Omnium to an end. So 5 points each there for Jasper Griffiths and Archie Martin. Three points for Oscar Pither, 1 for Ewan Brown. And then 3 riders getting lapped multiple times, so they're in the negative points. So our men's under-17 A-grade Omnium riders now getting themselves sorted out. So the same format as the 2 previous tempo races, a 20-lap race, with the bell going at 16 laps and then sprints every lap thereafter. So our under-17 men's Omnium A-grade all together now. We'll shortly hear the whistle that will start our 20-lap race. There it is. And as they get underway, it's Omer Kermizi in the blue jersey with the blue helmet on the front of the race. Just checks over and see his long-time friend and rival in the Melbourne racing scene, Lockie Ermert. Those two will have been racing against each other from a very young age. I think they both smoked me once in a D-grade criterium in Melbourne's northern suburbs. So as perhaps to be expected with no points available this early in the race, the tempo is fairly calm. And of course, as soon as I say that, an attack is wound up there by rider number 290, Harvey Challinor from Neo Cycling Club in Sydney. He can obviously hear me and decided that he didn't want to impugn his talent. Though the pace well and truly up now. Joshua Moore from Neo Cycling Club in the all black. Lockie Irma just behind him. Carter Payne, the one New Zealander in our field, now at the front in the white helmet and the black, blue, yellow and green jersey of Tawamutu Sports Cycling Club, based on New Zealand's North Island. All right, there's the bell. So 1 lap to the next point sprint and then 1 point for the leader every lap after that. As this is Jacob McLaughlin from Wagga Wagga Cycling Club, who likes his chances of getting some early points here. Of course, it's one thing to go early as he goes through and gets his first point. But if you're feeling good early on, the chances are that everyone else is feeling pretty good too. McLaughlin seems to be carrying on here as Lockie Irma is the rider trying to track him down. McLaughlin will hang on, so he'll get 2 points there. So the rider from Wagga Wagga now swings up the track. Irma in second place and Carter Payne, who seems to be a marked man here today, leading the main field across. So Irma, the rider from Blackburn, now coming up towards the line. Bows the head, but no one's coming past him. He just checks over his shoulder. So 13 laps to go now, as it is now Carter Payne, the New Zealander, on the front of the field. Omer Kermizzi, the rider from Brunswick in the blue, challenging him around the outside. It will be Kermizzi who gets there first. So he puts himself on the board as Carter Payne swings away. And it is one of the riders from Tasmania who has to take up the chasing from behind. I think that's Sid Natera, who initially was chasing but then deferred to someone else. Joshua Moore from Neo Cycling Club, chasing Kermizzi, who's now scored 2 points in a row. So Kermizzi with 2, McLaughlin with 2, Irma with 1. As it looks like coming into the home straight now, it will be Joshua Moore from Neo Cycling Club putting himself onto the board, his first point of the day. So a little more support needed from further behind if they're going to catch Joshua Moore. His fellow Sydney sider Ruben Shepherd in the white is the next one to come across to him. So Joshua Moore banks another point there. He's another of the riders now on 2, as Ruben Shepherd looks to get himself on the board. So the rider from Randwick Botany in Sydney's eastern suburbs comes through, takes his first points. He defers to the rider from the South Coast Cycling Club, Luca Schmidtke. So Schmidtke, the South Australian, is not on the board yet, but he will be now. So Schmidtke comes through, flicks the elbow. Ruben Shepherd decides to maintain the pace here, as it is Jack Panozzo, who we haven't really called so far, now starting to move forward as the race is getting pretty serious as they come into 6 laps to go. So Panozzo, the rider in the blue skin suit of the Italo-Australian Cycling Club, now defers and lets Maximus Moore from Brunswick come up his inside. So both Panozzo and Moore waiting until relatively late in this race to make their moves. As Moore comes through, he'll get 1 point for himself. So Panozzo and Moore have raced each other extensively in the junior ranks here in Melbourne. Panozzo staying strong at the front of this field. He will take another point for himself, so that will put him up to 2, I believe. Maximus Moore sees that his best chance of continuing to score more points is keeping the gas on. He's on 1 point at the moment, but he'll move up to a share of the lead with 2 points. If he can grab this point here, and indeed he will, as they come through 3 laps to go now. So it's rider number 290, Harvey Challinor, trying to chase down from behind. Omer Kermizzi now taking up the mantle. So Kermizzi chasing down Maximus Moore. Kermizzi checks over his shoulder to see if anyone's challenging from behind, nothing doing. So Omer Kermizzi now moves into the solo lead of this tempo race. He's got 3 points, as our main group of 7 or 8 are now the better part of a lap ahead. Kermizzi still looking good. 1 lap to go now for the Brunswick rider. He's got Blackburn's Joseph Natoli in the white helmet on his wheel. Natoli not on the board yet, but he'd love to get onto the score sheet with the last point available. He's coming around, Omer Kermizi coming out of turn 4, and as they come up towards the line, the Blackburn rider will get the last point available. Omer Kermizi getting a big round of applause there. I think that's his little brother Aziz who's giving him a clap. And as the main bunch now comes over the line, Carter Payne will lead them through ahead of Lachlan Ermert, Lucas Schmidtke, and McLaughlin from Wagga Wagga. So a good little tempo race there for our men's under-17 Omnium A grade. Omer Kermizi, the main beneficiary, he goes home with 4 points, 2 each for Joshua Moore, Jacob McLaughlin, Jack Panozzo, and Maximus Moore. Many riders not troubling the score sheet, always going to be part of the mix with a field this big. There's just not enough points to go around where everyone can share evenly. So our single point scorers, Lachlan Ermert of Blackburn, Lucas Schmidtke of South Coast Cycling Club in South Australia, Ruben Shepherd from Randwick Botany Cycling Club in Sydney. Our next event will be round 2 of our UCI Elite Men's Sprint. So the first of our round 2 sprints in our UCI C1 Elite Men's competition pits our top qualifier, Tate Ryan. He's in the red and navy blue of the South Australian Sports Institute, and he's up against Noah Mason from New South Wales Institute of Sport. Mason in the light blue sleeves. So Ryan choosing to lead from the front, and a big standing acceleration from the South Australian as they head down the back straight now. Mason good enough to stay in the slipstream of Tate Ryan, but coming past might be another question as they come into 1 lap to go. So Tate Ryan will lead them into the last 200 metres. Noah Mason into the slipstream of the South Australian, but will he be able to get by? He's closing at a rate of knots. Tate Ryan looking strong coming out of turn 4. Mason closing all the way to the line, but not going to get there, so Tate Ryan will progress. So victory there for Tate Ryan, the final 200 metres covered in 10.27 seconds. So our next pair up, this will be Shoichi Ono from Japan, our second fastest qualifier, up against Finn Carpenter, winner of one of the repechage rounds. So the Japanese rider, our second fastest qualifier today, putting the screws to Finn Carpenter a little bit there, holding the Western Australian high up on the track. I've always thought the first round of a match sprint between two riders, not dissimilar from the early stages of a bullfight as both competitors size each other up. Finn Carpenter dives down to the inside of Shoichi Ono there. Perhaps unexpected there from the Western Australian, but he's given himself the advantage and the best chance possible of overhauling the Japanese rider. Shoichi Ono with some work to do as they come into turn 3. He's only just now up to the back wheel of Finn Carpenter, coming up towards the line. Ono closing quickly. The Japanese rider good enough to come over the top. But I tell you what, the Western Australian Finn Carpenter from Coburn BMX Club really made him work for it, as the final 200 metres covered by Shoichi Ono in 10.51 seconds. So hard to really fault the tactics there of Finn Carpenter. Gave himself the best possible chance of coming away with the win. But sometimes the pure power can't really be argued with, and that's what Shoichi Ono had on his side. Our next pairing, our third and 10th fastest qualifiers. This will be Ryuto Ichida from Japan up against Maxwell Lieberknecht from South Australia. So Lieberknecht unusually not looking straight at his competitor as he rolled off the line. Very common to see the rider lower on the track, give two full eyeballs to their opponent as they roll off the line. Lieberknecht looking straight ahead and only now turning his gaze back towards his Japanese rival. Lieberknecht almost turning directly straight up the track there to get up near the advertising hoardings. And the track standing competition well and truly on the way. He's encouraging Ichida to come forward, which the Japanese rider has now done. So maybe a little moral victory there for the South Australian Max Lieberknecht. Ichida looking over his shoulder at the South Australian now. So Japan versus South Australia as Ichida, a standing sprint heading down the back straight with a lap and a half to go. Maxwell Lieberknecht still in the slipstream as they come in towards the bell. Ichida really putting Maxwell Lieberknecht to the test here. The elastic is stretching, but it's coming back together now. Lieberknecht closing in on the Japanese rider, but will he be able to get by? Ichida coming up towards the line. Lieberknecht comes out of his slipstream, but can't get by in the end. So Ichida takes the win there over Max Lieberknecht. Got there in the end. Final 200 covered in a time of 10.16 seconds. So our next pairing up on the track, our third heat in a row to feature one of the Japanese team members. This is Ryoya Mikami, and he will be going up against Xavier Bland in the colours of the New South Wales Institute of Sport. So Mikami and Bland facing off in this fourth of 6 heats in round 2 of our UCI Elite Men's Sprint competition. The temperature in Melbourne well into the 30s now. It is a warm all day here at Disc. Both riders heading up the banking towards the advertising hoardings where we saw a little track stand competition in the last heat between Ichida and Lieberknecht. They're not lingering at that point quite as much as the previous pair. So Xavier Bland just checking over his shoulder for the relative position of Ryoya Mikami. Mikami now accelerating up the hoardings, or up the banking, I should say. Xavier Bland at the front, leading at the moment. So the New South Welshman looks like he will lead the Japanese rider in with 1 lap to go. Mikami swinging up the banking a little bit to try and get himself some extra momentum. Bland leading them down the back straight. Mikami quickly up to his shoulder and by him as they come through the turn 3. Mikami will hold on and take the win by a couple of lengths. So Ryoya Mikami moving on there. So he'll go straight through to the next round. Xavier Bland will head to our second round of repêchages. So 2 more heats in this second round of UCI Elite Men's Sprinting. So riders just about to be called up. James Brister is in the colours of Sassy, the red and navy blue, and he'll be up against Ryan Elliott in the Aussie green and gold. Brister from Port Adelaide Cycling Club, Ryan Elliott from Balmoral in Queensland. So a deep breath there from James Brister just before we get underway. So Brister versus Elliott here. Elliott, a member of the Aussie team sprint squad that won a bronze medal at the UCI Track World Championships in Santiago de Chile. And we'll see his teammate in that race, Danny Barber, a little later. So Brister and Elliott, again, pausing for a little bit of a track stand down the back straight. They had a little track stand, went about 20 metres up the track, decided to have another one, and they're watching each other very intently now. Both riders starting to accelerate. Elliott holding the forward and lower position. Brister going to try and use the banking to the best of his advantage. 1 lap to go. Elliott will lead them in. Brister will have the job of trying to come around the man from Balmoral Cycling Club. The South Australian has a really fantastic turn of speed coming into turn 3. He's level with Elliott as they come out of turn 4 and coming up towards the line. It will be Brister. So James Brister takes the win. 10.45 for that final 200 metres. So the rider from Port Adelaide Cycling Club moving on. And we'll see Elliott in the repêchages shortly. And a nice little handshake in front of the crowd as well. Always good to see sportsmanship between our competitors. So next up, our final matchup of round 2 of the sprint. This will pit Azizul Awang, who's in the red and black of the Terengganu Cycling Club from Malaysia, up against Daniel Barber from Dubbo. Barber, another of the riders who won team sprint bronze for Australia at the World Championships in Santiago. Awang, a former elite world champion in the Keirin, which he won in 2017 in Hong Kong. Also a dual Olympic medalist in that event. Won bronze in the Keirin in Rio and silver in Tokyo. So 2 riders with plenty of experience here. And I imagine there wouldn't be a whole lot between them in terms of track craft. And their qualifying times this morning will have been very similar as well. So some dummying there from Azizul Awang. This should be an absolutely fascinating matchup between these two. Barber, the larger of the 2 riders, looks like he's going to have to lead this one out from the front, and it will be Awang's job to try and come past him from behind as they get the bell. 1 lap to go. Barber's going to lead them in. Awang pedalling furiously in the slipstream of the Australian as they come down the back straight. A full sprint there from the Malaysian up to the hip of Barber as they come into turn 3. Shoulder to shoulder coming out of turn 4, but it will be Barber who'll hang on. So a great little battle there between Barber and Awang, with Barber getting the chocolates in the end. So that will conclude round 2 of our UCI Elite Men's Sprint competition. We'll now move on to round 2 for our UCI Elite Women. So this first women's pairing will be our fastest qualifier from this morning, Alessia McCaig from Bendigo and District Cycling Club. She's in the Aussie green and gold. And she will be up against Emma Stevens in the maroon long sleeves of the Queensland Academy of Sport. So Stevens taking first position in the early stages of lap 1. Alessia McCaig, winner of the Australian women's team that also won team sprint bronze in Santiago. So both the Aussie men's and women's team sprint squads coming home with bronze medals. A lot of very intent watching between these two, sizing each other up. As there's now a good crowd in here at Disc watching the action. The big event of the week, the Austral wheel race night on Saturday. Ooh, riders nearly coming together there. Stevens and McCaig swerving at the last second to narrowly avoid a crash. So Stevens keeping McCaig high on the track, limiting the Bendigo riders' ability to come around. McCaig will now have to sprint straight ahead of Stevens if she wants to take first position coming into the final 200 metres, which she does now have. Alessia McCaig moving clear down the back straight. Emma Stevens, I think, has given up the ghost. So Alessia McCaig will come through. She'll take a comfortable victory in this first heat. So she will move forward, and we'll see Emma Stevens in the repechage again. So she won her first repechage race, Emma Stevens, to enable her to take part in this round. She'll need to win it again to keep moving through this competition. So our next pairing will be our second seed versus our 11 seed. Second seed Lilia Tartarinov, wearing the colours of the WAIS. She'll be up against Chloe Moran in the Aussie green and gold. So Lilia Tartarinov, the rider in first wheel at the moment, has ridden a number of cycling disciplines in her time, Lilia Tartarinov, before she settled on the track as her main focus. 3 or 4 years ago, she was part of the Australian cyclocross development squad that raced in Japan. So good off the road, but there's plenty of grip here on the track, and she's got Chloe Moran to contest in this round 2 sprint. So Tartarinov in the colours of Western Australia, moving down the track. Moran will have to try and come from behind. Tartarinov accelerates into the final lap there as they head up the back straight now. Moran closing quickly on Tartarinov. Tartarinov is going to have to keep her wits about her if she wants to win this one. Level as they come out of turn 4, coming up towards the line, very close. Moran gets there. So an upset there. The 11th seed knocking off the second seed. Chloe Moran getting the better of Lilia Tartarinov there, with the final 200 metres covered in 11.45 seconds. So a bit of a surprise there with Tartarinov now headed to the repechage and Moran moving on. Next up will be our third seed, Danica Blinko, in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport. And she will be up against the Malaysian Nurul Izzati Muhammad Asri. So at the start of the day, it might have been a slight surprise to see Asri with the 10 seed in this second round, given that she represented Malaysia at the Paris Olympics last year. But she was relegated from her round 1 sprint for deviating from her line. So that's put her a fair way down the order, above only the riders who won the repechages. And it means she has to now go head-to-head with Danica Blinko for a spot in the next round. So Blinko was one of only 3 riders to record a time under 11 seconds for their flying 200 this morning. She clocked a 10.935. So she'll be confident in her sprint as she's now behind Asri as they come towards the bell. Asri, the Malaysian, looking over her shoulder at Blinko. So Asri will lead them down the back straight. Blinko making good progress across the gap, level with the back wheel now. Level with the hip of Asri coming out of turn 4. It'll be close on the line. Blinko charging late. Oh, that one was very close indeed. I don't trust myself to say with certainty who got that one. They've given it to Danica Blinko. Cannot have been much in that one. So Blinko moves on. The final 200 metres covered in 11.54 seconds. So our next pairing, riders 4 and 9 in the seeds. Our 4th seed, Christine Perkins, the veteran from Track Cycling WA in the yellow. She's up against Nur Alyssa Moed Farid, the Malaysian, in the black. Christine Perkins, one of a small handful of riders competing this weekend who have won the Austral wheel race before. She was a winner of one of the first editions of the women's Austral wheel race, which was not introduced until the 21st century, despite the fact the men's version has been going since 1887. And even now, though she's a fair bit older than most of her competitors, Christine Perkins, she's still a top quality athlete, another of the riders who was part of the team that won team sprint bronze for Australia at the Track World Championships in Chile earlier this year. And she's up against Nur Alyssa Moed Farid, a Malaysian here. So Farid checking over her shoulder here for Perkins. The West Australian now making progress on the Malaysian. So they're shoulder to shoulder coming out of turn 1. Perkins accelerating strongly going down the back straight. Farid with some real work to do here. Perkins looking comfortable in the lead. Checks over her shoulder, but she'll take the win fairly easily there for Christine Perkins. So Christine Perkins, the next of our riders to book a ticket to the next round. So our next pairing on track, just being moved into position now. This will pit our 5th and 8th seeds together. Brianna Hargrave in the red of the South Australian Sports Institute. We'll be measuring her mettle against Molly McGill. So McGill, one of the riders from Balmoral Cycling Club in suburban Brisbane. And Brianna Hargrave from Norwood Cycling Club in Adelaide's Inner East. So a faster opening lap from these two than we've seen from some of our previous pairings. So Brianna Hargrave in first place, just keeping a close eye on Molly McGill. A lap and a half to go now, both riders with standing accelerations, going high up on the banking here. Brianna Hargrave now dives down, McGill in her slipstream. 1 lap to go, they both come back up the banking a little bit. So Hargrave will lead it in, McGill well and truly in the slipstream of the rider from South Australia. So shoulder to shoulder as they go around turn 3, level as they come out of turn 4. It'll be close, but Molly McGill it will be who will take the win. So McGill it was triumphing over Hargrave there, covering the final 200 metres in 11.67 seconds. So our 6th and final heat of round 2 in our women's elite sprint. We'll see 2 riders in the maroon jerseys of QAS. Thankfully, they've got 2 different helmets. So rider 109, Sophie Watts, is in the black helmet. And then Jackie Mengler-Moore, number 148, is in the green and gold helmet. Jackie Mengler-Moore, a para-world champion as a sighted pilot, hence the green and gold. So Jackie Mengler-Moore taking up first position on what's been a fairly quick opening half lap of the 3 total. So her QAS teammate Sophie Watts following in the slipstream. Wants to give herself room to manoeuvre up and down the track, as indeed she now dives down to the lower lane. Mengler-Moore staying above the red line there. Both riders making sure they have their space. So Mengler-Moore now moving to the front. Mengler-Moore will lead them into the last lap. Sophie Watts in second wheel. Watts with a bit of a job to close down Mengler-Moore. Mengler-Moore sprinting out of the saddle down the back straight. Sophie Watts level with the hip of Mengler-Moore coming into the last stretch. Oh, throw to the line. Jackie Mengler-Moore got it by, I'd say, about the width of a rim. So maybe 10 centimetres in that one on the line. But the rider in the green and gold helmet narrowly getting the win, and she will move on to the next round. We'll see Sophie Watts in a repechage. So next up on track for our UCI Elite Men, we will have some sprint head-to-head ride-offs to determine positions 13, 14, 15 and 16 in our overall classification. So this one will see 2 more riders from QAS going head-to-head. Thankfully for me, they're also wearing 2 different coloured helmets. So in the black and blue helmet, that'll be Mitchell Louis from Balmoral Cycling Club, and he'll be going up against the recently crowned Hubert Opperman medalist as AusCycling's Rider of the Year, Corey Boddington. So Boddington, a Paralympic gold medalist and world champion, measuring up in the elites against Mitchell Louis. Both riders in the maroon of QAS. So Louis it is in first position, keeping an eye on Corey Boddington. If I had a Paralympic gold medalist on my wheel, I'd probably keep a pretty close eye on him too, honestly. So these riders were fairly closely matched in their Flying 200 qualifying times this morning. About a quarter a second in it in favour of Mitchell Louis. So Mitchell Louis continuing to keep his head tilted to the right, keeping an eye on Corey Boddington here. Boddington now ducking towards the inside of the track and winding his sprint up early. Mitchell Louis going up the boards a little bit to try and gain a bit more momentum. Boddington fully committed as they go through the bell. Mitchell Louis with a gap of 10 or 15 metres to make up. Boddington leading them going down the back straight. A standing acceleration from the Paralympic champion. Mitchell Louis with some work to do to try and overhaul him as they come into the home straight. Mitchell Louis will get there. Half a bike length in the end for Mitchell Louis over Corey Boddington. An excellent race from both riders, 10.70. They clocked in that final 200 metres. Very similar indeed to the times they matched in the Flying 200 qualifying round this morning. So we had 2 Queenslanders in that 15th and 16th place ride-off. We've now got 2 Victorians getting ready to go. So this will be 2-time Austral winner Sam Gallagher. He's in the navy blue and white of the Victorian state team, and he'll go up against Reuben Smith from Wangaratta Cycling Club, but wearing the red and black skin suit of Blackburn CC. So off and rolling now, Gallagher and Smith to decide positions 13 and 14 overall in our UCI men's sprint competition. So Reuben Smith holding first position, keeping an eye on Sam Gallagher here. Reuben Smith checking over his shoulder to see the position of his rival. It looks like Smith will lead them into the bell here, still checking over his shoulder as he launches the sprint with 1 lap to go. Gallagher right in the slipstream of the rider from Wangaratta and now moving past him as they go down the back straight. Gallagher looks like he will be able to take this one reasonably comfortably, so a win here for Sam Gallagher. So that's our 2 ride-offs for our men's elite sprint sorted. So we've now determined places 13, 14, 15 and 16 in that competition. We'll now have a ride-off for places 13 through to 15 in our UCI elite women. So this will see the Tasmanian Lauren Perry, the Western Australian Maya Dillon and the Victorian Ning Chien squaring off. So Lauren Perry, Maya Dillon and Ning Chien. This will be our last event before we have a 30-minute break. So our hardworking commissaires and volunteers can get something to eat. And then we'll be back after that break with the next round of our Under-17 Omnium National Championships, which will be the elimination races. So Dillon in the yellow of WA, Perry in the navy blue of Tasmania, and Ning Chien at the back in the red of Blackburn Cycling Club from right here in Melbourne. So this will determine positions 13, 14 and 15 in the overall competition for our UCI women's sprint. So Dillon, the rider from WA, on the inside of the track at the moment. Ning Chien, the Blackburn rider, now starting to wind things up as they go down the back straight. A lap and a half to go. I think Ning Chien would like to lead this out from the front if she can. So coming into 1 lap to go, it is Dillon leading them down the back straight. The rider from WA, Perry the Tasmanian, closing quickly. Ning Chien, also there, the rider from Blackburn. Dillon still holding strong as they come out of turn 4. Perry making a late charge. It's close on the line, and Lauren Perry gets there. So the Tasmanian takes the win there over the West Australian and the Victorian. And the final 200 metres covered in 12.09 seconds. Okay, with the conclusion of that race, we will now have a 30-minute break. So take some time to stand up, stretch your legs. And we'll be back with more exciting track racing action here from the Austral Wheel Race Carnival in Melbourne very shortly.
I didn't. Like, it might have been while I was right.
Welcome back to those who have joined us for today's AusCycling live stream on YouTube of the Quest Ivanhoe Austral Wheel Race Carnival. We're on day 2 here, and the riders from our women's under-17 Omnium National Championship field are getting ready to go for their elimination race. I think I might stay up here, it might be just as easy. So the bell rings for our first of our eliminations. So last rider whose back wheel crosses the start-finish line will be eliminated each time through on alternating laps. So there's a bit of a rush through the field here. 2:24 Willow Clavel, the first rider eliminated. So it will be 1 lap off and 1 lap on for everyone from now on. We'll just keep eliminating riders until there's only 1 left. So bell rings again. So some movement up towards the back of the field there. The rider from Tasmania, Ellie Waldock, needing to get a shift on. 281 Ellie Waldock from Launceston City Cycling Club, the second rider eliminated. So the bell rings again as it's Hannah Walters now leading the pack. So Walters leading them through. She should be safe. Oh, a big fall there, a big fall indeed. Well, hopefully all those riders are okay. Yellow flag is out from the commissaires. So 4 riders there hitting the deck. And it looks like Ava Gidget-Rogers, Juno Smith, Zoe May, and the rider from Bathurst Cycling Club, Jenna Gallagher. So yellow flag is out. decision from the commissaires that no rider was eliminated that lap, obviously with the crash occurring. So I can see Ava Gidget-Rogers with the quick release out. She certainly looks to be keen to get back into this race based on the fact she's undoing her front wheel at the moment, trying to get another wheel on the front of her bike. Juno Smith, the rider in the red of Dulwich Hill, looks like she's just being assessed by the first aiders. Good to see that Zoe May and Jenna Gallagher, the two riders from New South Wales, are now back up and riding. So under a yellow flag. So the race is neutralised until the commissaires draw that flag back in. So riders just progressing around the track at the moment. No eliminations happening for the time being. We'll wait until all riders are either absorbed or taken themselves out of the race to make a final decision. So it looks as though Ava Gidget-Rogers is going to be jumping back in the race. Her silver decaled front wheel has been swapped out for one in a lurid pink, and Juno Smith has gotten a spare bike as well. So good to see all the riders who fell just before there now back up and riding. Juno Smith has a number on her back flapping in the breeze, but that's the least of her concerns at the moment. So the whistle goes and the racing is back on. No elimination this next lap, but the lap after we will be back to sorting through our riders. So our four fallers, Jenna Gallagher, Zoe May, Juno Smith and Gidget-Rogers, will probably all be having a bit of a spike of adrenaline at the moment. So they'll be very keen to make the most of that while they can, try and keep themselves out of trouble. So the elimination race, slightly different because you are casting your eyes towards the back of the field rather than the front as they come up for the elimination this time. 228, Evelyn Power from Viking Cycling Club in Canberra, the rider in the red and fluoro yellow of the Tiffin team, eliminated that time through. So Sienna Tinkler coming alongside Hannah Walters there at the front of the field. Isla Shaw in the black and green of Shepparton moving up the outside. A couple of riders caught in precarious positions here, trying to avoid being eliminated where possible. So 227, Matilda Trevorrow eliminated that time through. The rider from South Coast Cycling Club, just south of Adelaide. So the bell rings again as Erin Prince, the rider in the black at the back of the field there from Lidcombe Auburn, trying to accelerate up and around the outside. You'll often see riders towards the back of the field try to get themselves out of trouble by going higher up the track. So rider 282, Zoe May, one of our four fallers, unfortunately eliminated that time through. Zoe May was very quick to pick herself up after that earlier fall, but her elimination race has now come to an end. As another of the riders who fell earlier, Jenna Gallagher in the orange and blue of Bathurst Cycling Club, now at the front of the field. Erin Prince in the black of Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club, accelerating up around the outside of the field now. 219, Hannah Walters from Hamilton Wheelers, the rider eliminated that time, just caught against the bottom of the track there. If you're behind someone and at the bottom of the track, it can be very difficult to avoid elimination because you can't move forward and you can't move up the track. So bell rings again. Erin Prince in the black at the back has been living dangerously but has kept herself in this elimination race so far. She'll need to put a squirt of power on to make sure she avoids the Commissaire's curse this time through. Rolling all the way around the outside now. Rider 226, Isla Shaw from Shepparton, the next rider to be eliminated. So our bunch is now down to about 8 riders. The 3 riders who fell earlier, Gallagher, Shaw and Rogers, all still in the mix. Zoe May, the only one of those fallen 4 to have been eliminated so far. Erin Prince has been yo-yoing on and off the back. Monica Siebert in the red towards the back there has also been living dangerously, coming up towards the line this time. 225, Sienna Tinkler, the rider from Western Australia, from Peel District Cycling Club, eliminated that time. Sienna Tinkler eliminated. 6 riders left now. So Ava Robbins and Jenna Gallagher at the front of the field. Gidget Rogers with that bright pink spare wheel in 3rd at the moment. Juno Smith in the red long sleeves of Dulwich Hill. And then it's Prince and Siebert who have been avoiding elimination only just in the past few laps. Richie Benno's favourite number 222, Jenna Gallagher, eliminated that time through. So the rider from Bathurst having to make way. There are now 5 riders left. So Ava Robbins at the front. 2nd place is Gidget Rogers from WA. 3rd place, Juno Smith from Sydney. Monica Siebert from South Australia, 4th. And Erin Prince from Lidcombe Auburn in 5th. Both Siebert and Prince have been finding themselves at the back of the field and avoiding elimination by accelerating up the outside. Looks like it'll be a tall order for Prince to make it through the elimination this time. So coming up towards the line, Gidget Rogers leads them over. So rider number 283, Erin Prince, eliminated that time. Just 4 riders left now. Ava Robbins at the front in the long maroon sleeves of QAS. Gidget Rogers in the black, white and red of X Speed with the bright pink front wheel. Juno Smith with the number dangling from her skin suit in the long red sleeves of Dulwich Hill Bicycling Club. And Monica Siebert in the red torso and blue long sleeves. So just coming up to the line now. .284, Monica Siebert from South Coast Cycling Club in South Australia will have to content herself with 4th place now. So 3 riders left in this women's elimination race. Remarkably, 2 of them were among our fallers in that earlier crash, Juno Smith and Gidget Rogers. Ava Robbins, the only rider to have stayed upright so far, leading them down the back straight. The Queenslander looks to be in a good position. She's got 1 rider from New South Wales and 1 rider from WA going up against her as they come up towards the line. 229, Ava Gidget Rogers eliminated that time through. So Gidget Rogers has to make way. 2 riders left, Ava Robbins and Juno Smith. Queensland versus New South Wales, the classic rivalry here. Robbins will lead them down the back straight. Juno Smith, number still dangling from that crash earlier, has a chance to take the win here in the women's elimination race. Coming up towards the line, Robbins will hold strong and Robbins will take the win. So Ava Robbins goes out the winner of our women's under-17 elimination race in the Omnium. A very creditable 2nd place indeed for Juno Smith, who went from being checked over by the medics to sprinting for the win within the space of about 10 minutes. So an excellent elimination race there for our under-17 women's Omnium. That leaves only one event left in their Omnium National Championships, the points race, which will be held in a couple of hours' time. So our friendly track crew just undergoing some repairs of the racing surface there, just making sure that there are no areas of lasting damage on the track that might result in future crashes. So next up on the track, we will have the repechage rounds for our UCI Elite Men's Sprint. So there will be 3 riders going head-to-head in this first sprint. Finn Carpenter in the yellow of Western Australia, the Olympic medalist in the Kiowan Azizul Awang in the black and red from Malaysia, and in the red and blue of the South Australian Sports Institute. Just coming into the top of the track now, Maxwell Lieberknecht. So winner goes through to the quarterfinals. The other two riders will contest the finals for positions 9 through to 12. So Carpenter, Awang and Lieberknecht facing off head-to-head here, with a spot in the quarterfinals on the line. So Lieberknecht is leading them at the moment. Carpenter in second wheel, the Malaysian Awang in third. Lieberknecht getting a little bit of a lead over the others. Awang now committing as they go down the back straight with a lap and a half to go. Azizul Awang wants to lead this one out if he can. The Malaysian checks over his shoulder, sees Finn Carpenter accelerating and closing in. So Awang will lead them into the last lap. Carpenter in second wheel, Lieberknecht a little bit further back in third. The Malaysian going well into turn 3 here. He'll be challenged from behind by Carpenter, but Azizul Awang looks like he'll come away with it. So Azizul Awang wins the repechage there. He will get a spot in the quarterfinals. Finn Carpenter and Maxwell Lieberknecht will go through our ranking head-to-head sprints to determine positions 9 through 12 in our UCI Elite Sprint. So the second of our sprint repechage heats for elite men just coming up to the track now. So two riders here in the colours of the New South Wales Institute of Sport. So Noah Mason in the black and red helmet, rider number 49. Just to his left in the middle of the trio is Xavier Bland, and his helmet is black and blue. And in the Australian green and gold, it's Ryan Elliott. So Elliott in front, Bland in second, Mason third. Two riders from the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Oh, it looks like there was a technical problem there for rider number 50, Xavier Bland. Definitely an issue there with his machine. As further back, Ryan Elliott is now going head-to-head with Noah Mason. Coming into the final lap now, Mason challenging Elliott around the outside. So Xavier Bland out of the running here. Elliott leading strongly coming out of turn 4. It looks like he'll be able to hold off Mason. So Ryan Elliott will progress. Second place there for Noah Mason, and a bit of bad luck there for Xavier Bland. It looks like he had an issue with his rear wheel. Given that he was rolling around the track freely there without his pedals turning over. I dare say it's something related to his drivetrain. But the good news is, despite that mechanical issue, no harm's come to him. Looks to be potentially an issue with the chain there for Xavier Bland. So moving on now to our women's repechage. We have two riders on the start line, Sophie Watts in the Morona QAS and Lilia Tartarinov of WAIS ready to go. It looks like their rival Nurul Izzati Mod Asri, the Malaysian, just needs a wheel change before she can take to the start line. So both riders let go. I think they'll just roll around for an easy lap here to give the Malaysian time to make the wheel change. So a quick bit of work by the folks in the Malaysian squad. Louise Jones, head of track at AusCycling, there to lend a hand as well. In moments like this, the simplicity, or the relative simplicity of the track bike can be a bit of a blessing. There's not generally a worry about any derailleurs or gear cables or anything of that nature. It's a fairly simple machine. It looks like the Malaysian's bike is now ready to go. So Nurul Izzati Mod Asri climbs aboard her machine in the home straight, and it looks like we'll have our repechage sprint up shortly. So our riders now ready to go. Sophie Watts in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport. Mod Asri, the Malaysian rider, in second wheel in the traditional Malaysian black. And Lilia Tartarinov, our second fastest qualifier from this morning, was perhaps a bit of an upset when she couldn't pull through in her round 2 sprint. She's on the back in the yellow of the WA Institute of Sport. So Lilia Tartarinov moving to the front now. Only one rider will progress to the quarterfinal here, so you've got to win it to move on. Tartarinov now winding up a sprint there. Emily Watts in second, Sophie Watts it is in second place. Mod Asri, the Malaysian, with a bit of work to do here. Tartarinov leads them into turn 3. Watts challenging around the outside. Coming up towards the line, the West Australian will just hang on. So Lilia Tartarinov will progress to the quarterfinals. A matter of maybe half a wheel to Sophie Watts there. And Mod Asri, the Malaysian rider, settling for third spot. So Sophie Watts and Mod Asri will head to the positional head-to-head races to decide spots 9 through 12 in our UCI Elite Women's Sprint. So our second repechage race for our elite women. Up to the line now. Emma Stevens in the maroon of QAS. Nur Alissa Moed Farid, the Malaysian who's leading them out. And on the back in the red of Sassy, that's Brianna Hargrave. So plenty of looking around from Emma Stevens, keeping a close eye on Brianna Hargrave. The Malaysian Farid just laying off the back of the two Australians at the moment. Brianna Hargrave now accelerating. Stevens in a good position in second wheel. Nur Alissa Moed Farid has a bit of work to do, the Malaysian. So Brianna Hargrave leading strongly going down the back straight. Hargrave just checks over her shoulder, but no one's there just yet. So the South Australian in a good position, but the Queenslander Stevens is closing quickly, coming up towards the line now. Hargrave takes the win. So Brianna Hargrave it will be moving on to the quarterfinals. And Emma Stevens and Nur Alissa Moed Farid, the Malaysian, will head to our 9 through to 12 place qualifiers.
We're going to step from where we've got the cycle top in the white. We're going to take
And slowly but surely, we're moving down the side of this under-17 men's Omnium field in this elimination race. Payne once again, going to the front of this field. Likes attacking through turn 2, does Payne. I'm going to go busy right there on his shoulder. Maximus Moore and Ruben Shepherd have been assist. Presence at the front. 277 just to the goal. Fighting cycling top in Canberra. Putting a big sprint to avoid the elimination before this one. Couldn't quite stay off the wing for that time. Rolling smoothly, doing their very best to stay in this race as long as they can. Ciavola and Colin working hard towards the back of the bunch. And there's Hugo Alcock at the back of the orange from Illawarra with some work to do to avoid elimination here. As usual, a big acceleration on the outside. 270. Eliminated that time. Hugo Alcock from Illawarra. So the rider going pretty valiant sprint there, wasn't quite enough to keep him in the race. One left to go to the next elimination sprint. Harvey Ciavola at the front, the red bird with the black stripes around the centre. So Joseph Moore from the AusCycling Club, or Joshua Moore I should say, next to Maximus Moore. So we've got Norman and Moore at the front of our race. Someone getting the Moore and Moore is on the extra. As we go through that time, 292, Ruben Shepherd, the rider in the white from David Hockey, eliminating that side through. So Joshua Moore and Maximus Moore, our two riders in the Moore at the front of the race. One lap to go to the next elimination. Jack Canotto, Lucas Ritchie towards the back of the field at the moment. Lockie Herman, the rider in the black and red of Blackbird with the black and red helmet, having to put in a big acceleration at the back to avoid elimination this time through as they come out in turn 4. Coming up towards the line now. 264 Elliot Bernie of London. They're putting a good rise again through the
less than 4 minutes to go. So very close for finishing indeed. So getting ready now. About 8 minutes into the finals, our 3rd seed against our 6th seed. Third fastest qualifier in the Small Japanese Championship. That's done well. Australian Barber, going from the front, now close up on this Japanese rival. And make their way back on their first lap of 3. Best of 3 series there. first pair of riders up for the contestants in the UCI Women's Finals. As we'll see the top seed, fastest qualifier for us, Alessia McKay. Been a bit of a disrespect, that's what we are ready to say. McKay is able to take up first position ahead of Hargrave as they start their first of 3 laps. Up against the green gold of the DUIS, that's the Tatarov with the yellow jersey, and also the white. So Tatarov, our second fastest qualifier, had to come from the rebel charge to get to this quarterfinal. Danica Blinco was our fastest qualifier in the flying 200s this morning. Over the last 200 metres. Jackie Mengler-Moore was the first rider out of the start house and was in the hot seat in those flying 200s for probably the first half set times. And with both riders from the QAS, they should be fairly familiar with each other's strategies. So Mengler-Moore it is in first place, just keeping her head tilted to the right, keeping an eye on Danica Blinco. Blinco tries dummying down the track and goes back up again. So Mengler-Moore will lead it out from first place. Danica Blinco now trying to accelerate around her outside as they head down into turn 3. Mengler-Moore has Blinco at her hip. Blinco not going to get across in the end, so Mengler-Moore will take the win. So Jackie Mengler-Moore, our 6th seed, getting the better of our 3rd seed, Danica Blinco there. Okay, so we are now heading up to the 4th and final of our opening heats in these women's elite sprints quarterfinals. So this will pit Christine Perkins, who is in the yellow of the WAIS, against number 110 in the Aussie green and gold and white. That's Molly McGill. So these two riders, both part of the Australian team sprint squad that won a bronze medal at the UCI Track World Championships in Santiago, the Chilean capital, earlier this year. Those championships were originally planned to be held in Buenos Aires in Argentina, but had to be relocated due to financial difficulties. For those who've been paying attention to the news, the state of the Argentine economy, probably not a huge surprise that they couldn't hold a big event. So Molly McGill in first place. The youth of McGill up against the experience of Perkins here. So McGill still checking over her shoulder. Christine Perkins, who won the Austral when Molly McGill would have only just been born. Christine Perkins in second wheel there, challenging McGill as they come in towards turn 3. Just 100 metres to go now. McGill still holding strong. Perkins trying to come around late. McGill looks like she will hold on. So Molly McGill wins that one by a bike length. The final 200 metres covered in 11.75 seconds. So our first round of heats for those elite women's sprint quarterfinals have been run and won. Alessia McKay getting the better of Brianna Hargrave in the first one. Lilia Tartaranov beating Chloe Moran in the second. Jackie Mengler-Moore upsetting Danica Blinco in the third. And Molly McGill just edging out Christine Perkins in that last one just then. Apologies for the last few minutes there, viewers. We had an issue with our sound equipment up here, so our volunteer crew were working furiously through the last few races to get everything up and sorted, but it all appears to be working properly now, and we look forward to your company for the rest of the racing here this afternoon and this evening. So next up, our head-to-head matchups to determine positions 11 and 12 in the overall standings for the UCI Men's Elite Sprint. This will pit the South Australian Maxwell Lieberknecht up against the New South Welshman Xavier Bland. So Xavier Bland a little unlucky in his repechage sprint last time, had an issue about halfway through lap 1, possibly with his chain, that took him well and truly out of contention. So he'll be looking to make amends here against the South Australian Max Lieberknecht. So the winner of this battle between these two will go home with 11th place in the overall sprint standings, 12th place for the man who comes through second. A bit of tactics, a bit of looking around here. Lieberknecht keeping his head pinned on his opponent here. Trying to keep both eyes on Xavier Bland for as much as he can. Couple of dummy moves up and down the track here. Both riders testing out each other's handling skills. Lieberknecht still keeping Bland where he wants him. So Lieberknecht will be able to dictate when they drop down. He's waiting until quite late, until well into the final 200 metres before Max Lieberknecht drops down to the track. Xavier Bland has some work to do to come around his outside. Coming up towards the line now, the South Australian will get there. So Max Lieberknecht wins that sprint and will take home 11th place overall, 12th in the end for Xavier Bland. So a good battle there between the South Australian and the New South Welshman. That one decided positions 11 and 12 in our overall UCI men's sprint standings. We'll now have the match-up to determine places 9 and 10. This will be between Noah Mason of the New South Wales Institute of Sport in the light blue. He'll be up against the West Australian Finn Carpenter from Coburn BMX Club. I think the only rider competing so far today to have his home club listed as a BMX club. So Noah Mason leading them out in first position. The New South Welshman tilting his head to the left here, interestingly, rather than the usual right to keep an eye on Finn Carpenter. Oh, and a little slide there. He had just had his wheels slip out from under him there, did Noah Mason. He's up fairly quickly. He doesn't look to be too badly injured. Hopefully it's just his pride that's bruised. Though sometimes the crashes that happen in slow motion can be the worst ones of all, because none of the force is dissipated as you slide or roll. It all goes into one spot. So Noah Mason just checking himself over there, but looks to be okay. So a little bit of a sheepish smile there from Noah Mason as he's wheeled back into position. So Noah Mason with a chance to reset here. He's keeping his eyes either very low on his machine or trying to look between his legs for Finn Carpenter. Carpenter, the Western Australian, letting Mason lead again. Noah Mason deciding that a slightly higher tempo might be to his liking this time around. So Noah Mason leading there, still keeping an eye on Finn Carpenter. So the New South Welshman looks like he's going to lead the Western Australian in. So Noah Mason puts in a furious attack there. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of anger in his legs after that earlier crash. Finn Carpenter with a bit of a gap to make up. Noah Mason looks like he'll be able to bounce back here. So after that earlier fall, Noah Mason comes through to take the win ahead of Finn Carpenter. Sometimes a little unplanned mishap like that can turn out to be the little friend you never knew you needed. It does a wonderful thing to focus the mind. So we're now going to move on to the placings for 11th and 12th. We've got 2 Malaysian riders in this one. So Nurul Izzati Mud Asri, number 105, just being positioned on the start there. She's the rider in the white shoes and white socks. She'll be going up against her teammate and countrywoman, Nur Alyssa Maud Farid. So Farid with black shoes and black socks. And given that their kits are otherwise identical, I very much appreciate that difference. So the 2 Malaysian teammates squaring off against each other here. The winner will go home with 11th place in the overall standings. So Farid in the black, currently leading. Asri in the white in second wheel. Pace begins to increase for Farid at the front, keeping Asri from moving down the track, which he does now do, and then changes her mind almost immediately. So a little dummy move there from Asri. So Maud Farid will lead them into the final lap. Asri now challenging from behind. Farid out of the saddle, down the back straight. Asri challenging around the outside as they come into the final turn. Coming out of it and straightening up to the line. It's going to be close between the two of them. And it is rider number 129, Nur Alyssa Maud Farid, with the black shoes and black socks, taking the win there ahead of her Malaysian teammate. So next up, our sprint to determine positions 9 and 10 will be between 2 riders from the Queensland Academy of Sport, Emma Stevens and Sophie Watts. And they're just getting themselves ready to go now. So rider number 109, Sophie Watts, with the black helmet. Emma Stevens with the white and silver helmet. So Stevens with the white helmet, Watts with the black. So the two Queenslanders leaving a bit of distance between the two of them. Watts in the black on the front at the moment, riding on the Côte d'Azur right on the bottom of the track. Stevens in the white helmet, preferring to hang out around the blue line a bit further up. The tempo increases here as the temperature here at Disc Velodrome now above 33 degrees Celsius. It's a warm old day here in Melbourne. So Watts it will be who will lead them out. Stevens in second wheel, right in the slipstream of her QAS teammate. So Watts leading them down the back straight. Stevens now pedaling hard, trying to get on terms. But Sophie Watts looking strong as she comes out of turn 4. Stevens has given up the ghost and Sophie Watts will take the win. So an excellent sprint from the front there from Sophie Watts. She'll go away with 9th place overall in our women's UCI Elite Sprint. So next up, our women's under-17 Omnium National Championship, getting ready for the final event in their program, the points race. So Ava Robbins, the rider in the long maroon sleeves of the QAS at the front of the bunch. In second wheel there is Juno Smith. Juno Smith was one of the riders who fell in that crash at the start of the elimination race. I can't help but notice she's wearing a different coloured helmet now to what she was earlier. So I'm glad to see that a thorough assessment of her helmet was done earlier and that she is now in a different lid. Always better to be safe than sorry, and a cycling helmet is designed to work really well and protect your head once. Once there's a crack in it, it's not much use to anyone. So good to see Juno Smith has switched to a new helmet. She's also very easy to spot from a distance because her new helmet is bright pink. So this is a 30-lap race, 7.5 kilometres total. 3 sprints on offer at 20 laps to go, 10 laps to go, and the finish. 5 points if you finish first in those sprints, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth. Now, in some disciplines of cycling, there will be double points for the final sprint in a points race, but those races need to be at least 15 kilometres long to do that. This one is a bit too short, so all point sprints are worth the same amount. So 27 laps to go as the Shepparton rider Isla Shaw gives way to Monica Siebert, the South Australian from South Coast Cycling Club. Very talented multidiscipline athlete is Monica Siebert. Ava Robbins, the overall leader in the long maroon sleeves of the Queensland Academy of Sport. Ava Gidget-Rogers with her bright pink front wheel, like Juno Smith's helmet. She's got the pink there because that has also been swapped in after that earlier crash. The decals on her old front wheel were silver. But as with Juno Smith's new lid, very easy to spot from a distance now, the rider from Western Australia. Erin Prince of Lidcombe Auburn in the black there. Puts through an attack at the front of the race, then reconsiders it almost immediately, swinging it high up the track. As rider number 224, Willow Clavel from Norwood Cycling Club in the navy blue, comes to the front of this bunch and then drifts gracefully through the field to let others take a turn. Isla Shaw now taking up the pacemaking. So 3 laps to go now until our first of 3 sprints in this points race. Hannah Walters, the rider from Hamilton Wheelers Cycling Club in Queensland, holding front position now. Siebert, the South Australian, coming towards the front. Her fellow South Australian Matilda Trevorrow in the light blue jersey there. That is now the Tasmanian Ellie Walduck from Launceston City in the traditional Tassie colours, the green, red and yellow. So Ava Robbins, the current overall leader of our women's under-17 Omnium. We'll see if that changes with 1 lap to go until our first of 3 sprints. It's Isla Shaw, the rider from Shepparton, leading down the back straight. Sienna Tinkler in the blue there, the Western Australian starting to move around. Ava Robbins, our overall leader in the maroon, also in amongst the mix. They'll come through. Sienna Tinkler will take 5 points for first place there. Ava Robbins, 3 points for second. 2 points there, I think, for Ava Gidget-Rogers. It was indeed, and then Isla Shaw, the rider in the black and green of Shepparton, taking 4th spot. So 2 sprints left in this Omnium. So that now means that Ava Robbins, the Queenslander, is leading on 117 points. Juno Smith, the rider in the long red sleeves from Sydney, with her new pink helmet, is in 2nd spot on 104. And then there's a tie, equal third, Jenna Gallagher, the rider from Bathurst Cycling Club. She's in the orange and blue, about midway down the pack. She is tied with Ava Gidget-Rogers. Rogers currently in 3rd wheel. So they're both on 100 points. Ava Robbins here, our overall points race and indeed Omnium leader, considers that the best form of defence is to attack. So she's now off the front alone. Juno Smith, the rider sitting in 2nd. Unsurprising to see her leading the bunch across to the Queenslander, or at least trying to. Ava Robbins knows that she could just about seal it if she were to win this next sprint. There's now 5.5 laps to go before our second last sprint. Robbins swings up the track and concedes that she's not going to get there this time. And as the overall leader is reabsorbed, the pace eases ever so slightly. So Erin Prince from Lidcombe Auburn, the rider in the black at the front of this field now. Matilda Trevorrow from South Coast Cycling Club, the rider in the light blue. Her fellow South Coast rider Monica Siebert sees her clubmates move and likes the look of it. So 3 laps to go until that second last sprint now. So the South Coast duo of Siebert and Trevorrow out the front. It is the rider from Viking Cycling Club in Canberra, Evelyn Power, providing the power, trying to get this main bunch across. Jenna Gallagher from Bathurst now taking up the mantle of trying to get these leading 2 back. So as they come past a lapped rider there, Trevorrow and Siebert take a look over their shoulders and sees the gap has been shut down. Ava Robbins, our overall Omnium leader, quick to make that move. Gidget Rogers right on her wheel. 1 lap until the next point sprint. So Robbins it will be, who will lead them out of turn 2 and down the back straight. Just about any point score will do for Robbins here. She won't be too picky, but she'll prefer the win if she can get it. Ava Gidget Rogers challenging from second wheel. Jenna Gallagher also in there. So I think Ava Gidget Rogers got the win there. 5 points for the Western Australian, 3 points for Ava Robbins from Queensland. That will take her up to 120. Third place and 2 points for Juno Smith, the tall rider in the pink helmet there from Dulwich Hill Bicycle Club, and 1 point for her fellow New South Wales rider Jenna Gallagher. So after 2 out of our 3 sprints, Ava Robbins leads this Omnium overall with 120 points. Juno Smith in second place with 106 points. Ava Gidget Rogers with 105 and Jenna Gallagher with 101. So one last sprint left. Ava Robbins only needs to finish this race to go out the overall winner of this under-17 Women's Omnium National Championship. But there's still 3 riders who can fill the second and third spots on the podium. Juno Smith, Ava Gidget Rogers and Jenna Gallagher. So they will all be battling to try and ensure they can get a step on the podium. Matilda Trevorrow now picking up the mantle. Again, her South Coast Cycling Club teammate Monica Siebert. Quick to see her and move across. Ava Robbins looking imperious in second place. In control as she has been almost all day in this Women's Under-17 Omnium National Championship. Ava Gidget Rogers keen to keep a close eye on Ava Robbins, as Ellie Waldock, the Tasmanian, now on the front of this bunch. Jenna Gallagher, the rider in the blue and orange from Bathurst Cycling Club, also towards the front here. 4 laps to go now. An attack up and around the outside from Zoe May from Lidcombe Auburn. Another of the riders who was involved in that fall earlier on. So looking to end her National Omnium Championship on a high. Evelyn Power, the rider from Canberra, is in second wheel at the moment. And once again, Ava Robbins keen to shut it down. She only has to ride defensively from here, does Robbins. As further back, riders 4, 5 and 6 in the line at the moment are the 3 riders in contention for the podium. Ava Gidget Rogers, Juno Smith and Jenna Gallagher. So a fascinating sprint coming up here to conclude what's been an excellent Women's Under-17 Omnium National Championship, as it's Jenna Gallagher from Bathurst putting it all on the line. 1 lap to go for the rider from country New South Wales. Sienna Tinkler from Perth, the next rider to go. Juno Smith from Dulwich Hill Bicycle Club slotted into third wheel at the moment. Jenna Gallagher has a lead of 10 metres coming out of the last turn. She looks like she will hold on. She'll take 5 points at the end. Juno Smith comes across and grabs second place and 3 points, 2 for Sienna Tinkler. And I think the last point scoring spot might have gone to Hannah Walters of Hamilton Wheelers there. So a big round of applause for all of our riders in our Under-17 Women's Omnium National Championship there. So Ava Robbins will go out the overall national champion with 120 points. Juno Smith finishes second with 100. Oh, sorry, no, that's after 2 sprints of 3. We'll wait for the scores to be updated before we give the final standings. So in that last sprint, Jenna Gallagher taking 5 points for the win, 3 points to Juno Smith for second, 2 for Sienna Tinkler for third place, and 1 point for Hannah Walters of Hamilton Wheelers. So our final standings in the Women's under 17 Omnium National Championship. Your new national champion with 120 points, Ava Robbins of Balmoral. In second place, Juno Smith from Dulwich Hill Bicycle Club in Sydney. And then third place, Jenna Gallagher from Bathurst Cycling Club in New South Wales. So our next riders up will be our men's under 17 Omnium B grade. They'll be contesting their points race and deciding their overall title. So our 7 riders in this men's under 17 B grade Omnium heading out for their points race now. As with the last race, 30 laps total, with sprints at 20 laps to go, 10 laps to go, and the finish. You can earn 5 points for first place in any of those sprints, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth. So our current standings after the elimination. So the tall rider in second last wheel, that's Archie Martin. He is our current leader overall. He's just ahead of his teammate Jasper Griffiths, both from Carnegie Caulfield. Griffiths on 116, then a little further back, also of Carnegie Caulfield, but not wearing the Carnegie Caulfield navy blue and gold, is Ewan Brown. He's instead in the light blue with the white sleeves of Giant Hampton Racing. So Ewan Brown just on the outside of that main bunch now. So he's in third place on 104. Then it is Oscar Pither in fourth place on 98 points. He's the rider in the white jersey who is on the back of the field. Then in fifth place, the rider currently leading the bunch, Thomas Stevens from Adelaide Hills Cycling Club. Fletcher Mason from the Tasmanian Institute of Sport and Launceston Mountain Bike Club is in sixth place, now on the back of the field, and in the bright orange in third wheel, at seventh place currently, is James Allen. So 26 laps to go of our 30 for our men's under 17 B grade Omnium. So no national championship jersey on the line for this race, but it doesn't mean they'll race it any less hard. So Archie Martin, the tall figure, the current leader of our under-17 B-grade Omnium overall. His main rival will be his teammate, who's just on his inside. That's Jasper Griffiths. So Griffiths with the vented white helmet, Archie Martin with the covered aero helmet. As a big attack now being wound up by Oscar Pither there, the rider from Tasmania in the white. So he wants to improve his standings overall, and getting 5 points for winning this first sprint would be a great way to do it. He's got a good lead coming out of turn 4. So the Tasmanian will win this first sprint of 3. Second place and 3 points for Jasper Griffiths. 2 points for third place for our leader Archie Martin. And we'll wait for confirmation from the commissaires on who was fourth. It was Ewan Brown in the blue jersey with the white sleeves. So that will have closed the gap at the top of this overall Omnium. It's now a 1 point gap between the Carnegie Caulfield teammates Martin and Griffiths. So just 1 point in it as Archie Martin swings up to the top of the track. It won't be too sad to see Jasper Griffiths on the front doing his fair share of the pacemaking. Wouldn't be at all surprised if those riders start marking each other very closely as this race comes into its final stages. So Fletcher Mason, the rider from the Tasmanian Institute of Sport at the front there. And you could have measured Archie Martin's time on the front there in nanoseconds. He was very, very quick to defer to someone else. So we're approaching the halfway mark of this 30-lap points race. 1 sprint down out of 3. Fletcher Mason, the Tasmanian, just checking over his shoulder there. Again, Archie Martin comes through and very quick to defer to Jasper Griffiths, trying to save as much gas as possible for what is likely to be a very fast end to this race. So 3 laps to go until our penultimate sprint. Archie Martin now on the front driving. Fletcher Mason, the Tasmanian, in second wheel. His fellow Tasmanian Oscar Pither in the white, just moving up around the outside of the bunch. So 2 laps to go until this next sprint. 5 points on offer for the rider who can win it. Fletcher Mason likes his chances of going long, as does Thomas Stevens. So Stevens, the rider from Adelaide, now accelerating. Bell rings, 1 lap to go to the next sprint. So Stevens riding hard on the front there. Second wheel, that's Fletcher Mason. Coming up towards the line. We'll see who takes this one. Oh, very close on the line. 4 riders. You could have thrown a blanket over all of them. We'll leave that up to the judgment of the commissaires to decide who got the best of it there. So after that sprint there, we are now dead level at the top between the 2 Carnegie Caulfield teammates Jasper Griffiths and Archie Martin. Also a good battle unfolding for third spot on the podium between Ewan Brown and Oscar Pither. So Griffiths and Martin, it's going to come down to the very final sprint here. to determine who wins this men's B-grade Omnium overall. So Griffiths now leading, Martin right on his wheel, 6 laps to go. The pace easing slightly as Thomas Stevens, who had previously been distanced, able to get himself back into this main group. The two Tasmanians now trying their luck off the front of the bunch with 5 laps to go. That's Pither in the white and Mason in the blue. That's drawn a reaction there from Ewan Brown. He's the rider whose position in the overall standings would be threatened if Pither were to stay away and get either of the first 2 placings here. So the two Tasmanians seem committed to their move with 4 laps to go. Further back, it's Ewan Brown and James Allen trying to chase across. As last in our field now, the 2 riders for the overall who are leading, Griffiths and Martin, are most content on racing each other. If things stay as they are for this final sprint, Griffiths and Martin will not score either points for either of them, and it will go to a count back, so the winner on the line will take the overall title. As at the front, the 2 Tasmanians now being caught by James Allen. So that means it's 2 Tasmanians at the front. Fletcher Mason in first wheel at the moment. Oscar Pither in second. James Allen is there, as is Ewan Brown. So the bell about to ring. Ready for one last sprint in this men's under-17 B-grade Omnium. Oscar Pither and Ewan Brown sprinting it out against each other. Winner will take home 3rd place overall. The Tasmanian in white is well positioned on the inside. Ewan Brown has a chance to come around at the last. Will he be able to get there? He's chasing him all the way to the line. Oscar Pither wins it. So the Tasmanian getting the better of the man from Carnegie Caulfield. And as I say, Carnegie Caulfield, the sprint for the overall coming all the way down to the end. And it is Archie Martin, number 287, just pipping Jasper Griffiths there by half a wheel. So Archie Martin will win it on a count back. So in that final sprint, Oscar Pither taking 5 points for first, Ewan Brown 3 points for second, James Allen 2 points for third, and Fletcher Mason 1 point for fourth. So as the final tallies are put up on the screen, Archie Martin and Jasper Griffiths tied on points, but Archie Martin winning the countback because he was better placed in that final sprint. And riders 3 and 4 also tied on 108 points. The countback going to Oscar Pither as the better finisher in the last sprint of the race. So our men's A-grade under-17 Omnium National Championship riders getting ready to go for their points race. As with the last two, 30 laps. With sprints at 20 to go, 10 to go, and the finish. 5 points for first place in each of the sprints, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth. And as they get underway, we have a similar battle as we've had across our last couple of sprints. It's tied at the top at the moment, so Omer Kermizi, who is about fifth wheel at the moment, will be battling it out with the man currently leading the pack. That's Jack Panozzo from Carnegie Caulfield. Both riders tied on 114 points. And it's a bit of a gap back to Lachlan Ermert, the rider from Blackburn Cycling Club, who's coming up to second wheel now. So Ermert currently in third place overall. Maximus Moore, the man who's just swung up the track in the grey jersey, is in fourth place on 90 points. And then in fifth place, it's Lukas Schmidtke, the rider in the grey and blue from South Coast Cycling Club in South Australia. So a bit of an injection of pace as the bunch have just gone through 27 laps to go. Winding up an attack from a long way back in the bunch. This is Ruben Shepherd in the white jersey, the rider from Randwick Botany Cycling Club. So he's keen to make this race aggressive from very early on. It's Joseph Natoli in the colours of Blackburn chasing from behind. And it's Lukas Schmidtke in third wheel, the rider in the blue and grey from South Coast Cycling Club. Jackson McDonald in the white and red of Vikings also in the mix. So Ruben Shepherd currently sitting in 10th place in our Omnium National Championship overall on 68 points. If he wanted to get himself in contention for the overall title, he would need to take a lap here because that would gain him 20 points and that would get him close to, or at least within striking distance of the overall standings. Ruben Shepherd now bowing the head there. Very easy to feel good in the first 30 seconds of your attack. Feeling good after 2 or 3 minutes is perhaps another question entirely. Carter Payne, the New Zealander, now leading them. He looks to be back on his original rear wheel, does Carter Payne, after it had to be replaced for the elimination. So whatever mechanical issue was befouling Carter Payne looks to have been fixed. And the Kiwi back on his very shiny silver rear wheel. So Ruben Shepherd still ploughing a lonely furrow at the front of this race. He gets the bell, 1 lap to go to the first of our 3 sprints. So I like Shepherd's chances of being able to hold off the bunch at least for that first sprint, but gaining a whole lap on the field might be a bit more challenging. As behind it's Joshua Moore from Neo Cycling Club and Sid Natera charging across. Shepherd takes 5 points for first, then it is Moore, then Natera. 1 point and 4th place going to Lachlan Ermert there. So Ruben Shepherd has now been reabsorbed by that main field. So his bid to gain 20 points for being a lap ahead of the field has not been successful, but he did at least grab 5 for winning that first sprint. As Carter Payne now stretching his legs with Sid Natera, the rider from Hobart Wheelers, in the navy blue of the Tasmanian Institute of Sport as they go down the back straight. So Carter Payne and Natera swapping off turns relatively evenly. The bunch, I must say, look a bit more interested in chasing than they did when Ruben Shepherd was out the front on his own. I think all of the Australians are very wary of the speed and power of Carter Payne, and they don't want to give him any more room than is absolutely necessary. So Sid Natera currently sitting in 11th place in our overall standings. Carter Payne, I think, is somewhere in the top 10. He is equal 7th at the moment, is Carter Payne. So both riders would stand to benefit if they were to last out the front until the next point sprint, which is now just over 3 laps away. So Carter Payne of Tawamutu Sports Cycling Club from the North Island of Aotearoa. Out the front there with Sid Natera, also from an island, the Apple Isle of Tasmania. As there's quite a bit of bunching up in the main field. So our peloton don't seem all that interested now. There was some interest in chasing them down early on. It seems to have waned. So it looks like Payne and Natera will be able to divvy up the points for this penultimate sprint between themselves, but that still leaves 2 points for the first finisher from the main peloton, for those who are bold enough to try it. So Carter Payne and Natera get the bell. 1 lap to go to this next sprint for them, as it's Lachlan Ermert and Jack Panozzo charging from behind. Panozzo can take the lead of this Omnium overall if he scores in this penultimate sprint. Natera gets 5 points for first, 3 points for Carter Payne for second. As they come up towards the line now, it looks like it will be Jack Panozzo moving into the solo lead of this Omnium National Championship with 2 points. And 1 point there to Cruz Kemps, the rider from Brunswick Cycling Club. Omer Kermizzi was notable by his absence in that last sprint, and now we see why. The Brunswick rider now putting it on the line here to try and get away from Jack Panozzo. He let Jack Panozzo have an inch so he could try to take a mile, did Omer Kermizzi. He's halfway across to our leading pair. So Omer Kermizzi would need to finish at least second in this last sprint to take the title away from Jack Panozzo. Actually, if he finished third and Jack Panozzo did not score, they would be level on points and Kermizzi would win it on a count back. So 3 riders out the front at the moment. Omer Kermizzi, Carter Payne, Sid Natera. The bunch being led by George Mulhern in the 2-tone green there. Our front trio are easing slightly. The gap is starting to close down. Harley Challenor leading them across. And it's Panozzo who's going to have to do it all himself if he wants to get back Kermizzi and challenge for this national title. Panozzo with a 2-point lead with 1 sprint left. Kermizzi can still take it off him if he finishes at least second here. So Sid Natera still going strong at the front. Carter Payne in second, Kermizzi in third. Panozzo's been doing a power of work trying to lead this, what's left of this main bunch, across to them. Omer Kermizzi now moves to the front of our leading trio. Takes the lead of this race overall. 4 laps to go now, just 1 kilometre left in our under-17 Men's Omnium National Championship, as it's now Aidan Wynn, the rider from Preston in the red, charging across from the main field. He comes in between Natera and Kermizzi there. Joshua Moore from Neo Cycling Club now also moving up. Omer Kermizzi will need to steel himself, let the cards reshuffle. Kermizzi looks to get straight onto the wheel of Jack Panozzo there, so Kermizzi's plan to break away early has not worked, and it might come down to a match sprint between the two of them. Our 2 leaders at the moment, Joshua Moore and Aidan Wynn, they come through 2 laps to go now. So the rider in red and the rider in black a little bit further back. There will be 1 sprint to decide this Omnium National title between Omer Kermizzi and Jack Panozzo. Kermizzi will lead it out. Panozzo trying to charge around the Brunswick rider there. Jack Panozzo leading them down the back straight. He's catching up to Aidan Wynn. He's catching up to Joshua Moore. This is a powerful ride from Jack Panozzo, and it's going to be enough to win him the men's under-17 Omnium National title. Panozzo wins the final sprint just ahead of Joshua Moore from Neo Cycling Club. Harvey Challenor, also of Neo, finishes in third. And I think it might have been Sid Natera who got 4th place there. So a wonderful finish to our men's under-17 Omnium National Championships. Let's give them a warm round of applause, folks. Superb racing from all involved. So just waiting for confirmation of the results of that final sprint. So results of the final sprint now up on the board. Jack Panozzo finishing in first place with 5 points. Joshua Moore earning 3 points for second. Harvey Shalinor 2 points for third. And that means that your overall under-17 Omnium national champion will be Jack Panozzo of Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club with 121 points. Omer Kermizi from Brunswick finishes in second place on 114. And Lachlan Ermerd it was from Blackburn Cycling Club, finishing in third place overall with 95 points. So superb racing from all involved in our men's under-17 Omnium National Championship. And some well-earned rest for all involved now. We'll now move on to round 2 of our elite men's sprint quarterfinals. So this will pit Tate Ryan against another Ryan Elliott. So Tate Ryan in the red of the South Australian Sports Institute, our fastest qualifier this morning. He's up against our 8th seed, Ryan Elliott. Both riders with experience representing Australia on the boards. So Tate Ryan increasing the pace as they come through 2 to go. Almost daring Ryan Elliott to try and come past him and lead this sprint out. Tate Ryan, winner of the first sprint, can go straight to the semi-final if he wins this one here. So coming into the bell now, Tate Ryan will lead it out. Elliott is in full sprint mode, trying to get across to the South Australian. So Tate Ryan leading them into turn 3. Elliott closing the gap, but he's not going to draw level with Tate Ryan. So it'll be a straight sets win there for the young powerhouse Tate Ryan. He'll go straight through to the semi-finals. And we'll see Ryan Elliott a little later on in our in our positional head-to-head races to determine 5th through to 8th place. Yep, go ahead. Copy that. So our next sprint matchup will pit our 2nd and 7th seeded riders together. Our 2nd seeds, Shoichi Ono from Japan, and he's up against the extremely experienced Malaysian rider, Azizul Hasni Awang. So Awang an Olympic silver and bronze medalist in the Keirin. He won bronze in Rio in 2016, silver in Tokyo in 2021, and he got the best of Shoichi Ono in the first of these sprints. So the Japanese rider, despite qualifying second fastest in our flying 200s this morning, will need to take the win here to keep himself alive for the overall, as both riders demonstrating their track standing abilities. Azizul Hasni Awang coming to a complete stop to encourage the Japanese rider to come through, which he has now done. So Awang clearly more comfortable sprinting from second position. Not hard to see why. Shoichi Ono is a powerful man. He'll also have a nice big draft for Awang to accelerate into. The Malaysian rider a little bit smaller, but he's taken on the big boys and beaten them before, has Azizul Hasni Awang. So almost coming together, the two riders there as they came in towards the bell. They narrowly avoided some body contact, but it is Awang leading them down the back straight. Shoichi Ono with a lot of chasing to do here. Awang leading strongly coming up to the home straight, and the Malaysian rider will go through. So despite being the 7th seed there, Azizul Awang wins in straight sets. He books his spot in the semi-final. A little wave to the crowd from Azizul Awang, a rider who has called Melbourne his home for nearly 20 years now. The Malaysian national track team have based themselves in Melbourne for their training base, so they're very familiar with the Velodrome here at Disc. So our third quarterfinal matchup coming in for their second heat now. This will pit the Japanese rider Ryuto Ichida up against Daniel Barber. So Ichida all the way from the land of the rising sun. Daniel Barber, a Dubbo Cycling Club member from country New South Wales. So Barber, the winner of the first sprint between these two. Ichida needing to take victory in this race to force a decider. So the Japanese rider starting to pick up the pace. Barber staying fairly high on the banking here, trying to keep gravity on his side. So both riders ducking and weaving a little bit as they come in towards the bell now. Ichida will lead it out. Barber in second place, but in the slipstream of the Japanese rider. He's coming up towards the back wheel of Ichida now. Ichida will lead them into turn 3. Barber with some work to do. Ichida looking strong coming into the home straight. Barber gives it up. So it'll be 1-1 there. 1 to the Japanese rider, 1 to Barber. So that one's headed for a third and deciding sprint a little later on. So just a little bit of an issue there for our fourth and final quarterfinal, just about to come to our second heat. James Brister of South Australian Sports Institute appears to have cramped before even being able to get on his bike. Cramp is inconvenient at the very best of times, but if you're cramping before you get on the bike, that's generally not a good sign. So his sprint rival, Ryoya Mikami, is ready to go. So I think Mikami might be just pedaling an easy lap of the track while Brister tries to right the situation. Nothing that a good bit of stretching and a well-applied thump to the quads won't fix. Perhaps unsurprising that riders are cramping. It is a very warm day in here in Melbourne. The temperature trackside is about 34 degrees Celsius. Oh, and it looks like James Brister is having to pull out here because of that cramp. That's really unfortunate for the rider from the South Australian Sports Institute. It's one thing to not quite measure up when you're on the track, but to not be even able to take the start in this second sprint heat due to cramp must be very frustrating indeed. So with Brister unable to take the start there, that round will be awarded to Mikami. So he will progress through to the semi-finals. So we will have one deciding sprint a bit later on between Ichida and Barber. But the other three semi-final spots decided in just 2 races. It's not all bad news though for Jacob Brister. There's still the positioning rounds to decide spots 5, 6, 7 and 8 a little later on. And with any luck he can get some quality stretching done, maybe get some electrolytes in, and we'll hopefully see him a bit later. So now moving on to our elite women's sprint quarterfinal second heats. So this one will pit our fastest qualifier from this morning, Alessia McCaig from Bendigo. She's in the Australian green and gold in second wheel, and she's up against Brianna Hargrave in the red of the South Australian Sports Institute. So Hargrave picking up the pace here. Wants to make this quite a fast and long sprint against Alessia McCaig. So Hargrave now diving down the inside of the track. Alessia McCaig right in her slipstream as the bell goes. So Brianna Hargrave will open it up from first position, checks over her shoulder. Alessia McCaig now starting to come out of the slipstream and around the outside. She draws level with her hip as they come into turn 3, level with her shoulder as they come into turn 2, and coming up towards the line. Alessia McCaig will take the win in straight sets there. So Alessia McCaig makes short work of that one and books her place in the women's sprint semi-finals. So our next pair of riders to undertake their second heat of their quarterfinal. This will be our second seed Lilia Tartarinov up against seventh seed Chloe Moran. Tartarinov, our second fastest qualifier this morning, also the winner of the first heat between these two. So Moran, the rider in the Aussie white skin suit with the green and gold, will need to beat Tartarinov, the rider in the WAIS yellow. Tartarinov, originally from the New South Wales Central Coast. I said on the coverage earlier that she represented Australia overseas in cyclocross. That was actually her sister, a very talented rider in her own right. Both riders have worn the green and gold on the track, but only one has done so in cyclocross. So the trackside thermometer reads 33 degrees here in Melbourne, and I tell you what, it feels warmer than that in here. Moran in front, keeping a close watch on Tartarinov here. So Moran, the rider from Queensland, checking over her shoulder. Tartarinov hasn't made her move just yet. Moran now commits as they head in towards the bell. Moran will lead it out. Tartarinov right in her slipstream as they come out of turn 2. Tartarinov drawing level as they come down the back straight and into turn 3. Moran not giving up yet, holding strong on the inside of the track. It'll be close as they come up towards the line. Tartarinov will get there. Half a wheel for Lilia Tartarinov. So Lilia Tartarinov wins 2 in a row. She also books her place in the semi-final alongside Alessia McCaig. Next up will be a pair of riders in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport. Thankfully, they're wearing 2 different helmets, or at least thankfully from my perspective. Makes it a lot easier to pick them out. So in the black helmet will be Danica Blinko. She was our 3rd fastest qualifier this morning. And along with Tartarinov and McCaig, the only riders to go under 11 seconds for their final 200 metres. When they set their qualifying marks, she'll be up against Jackie Mengler-Moore. So both riders from the Queensland Academy of Sport both have Balmoral Cycling Club as their home club. So Blinko in the black helmet, Mengler-Moore in the green and gold, because she's represented Australia at the Paracycling World Championships as a sighted pilot. So the 2 Queenslanders doing battle again. Jackie Mengler-Moore won the first round between these two, even though Danica Blinko set the fastest qualifying time this morning. So the impetus and the momentum with Jackie Mengler-Moore, the rider in the green and gold helmet, leading at the moment. Quite a fast start to this sprint heat here. Mengler-Moore starting to wind up her sprint. They come in towards the bell now. Danica Blinko well positioned in second wheel. So Mengler-Moore will lead it out as they come into turn 2. Danica Blinko level with her hip as they come into turn 3. Mengler-Moore trying to apply the gas and hold her off. Danica Blinko will have to come around late. She's not going to do it. So Jackie Mengler-Moore, a bit of an upset there. The 6th seed overcoming the 3. So Jackie Mengler-Moore winning in straight sets, booking a place in the semi-finals. So the last of our quarterfinal Heat 2 races coming up for our elite women. This will pit Christine Perkins up against Molly McGill. So off and rolling now. Molly McGill in the white, green and gold Australian national team jersey. Christine Perkins probably has more of those at home than I have loose socks. She's been at the top end of track riding in Australia for the better part of 20 years, has Christine Perkins. So Christine Perkins in front at the moment. The rider from the WAIS will need to take the victory over McGill here in order to keep her hopes alive and force this to a third and deciding heat. As they dive down the track now, Perkins will lead it out, but McGill is well positioned. McGill coming further up the track for extra leverage over Perkins. So Perkins will lead them into turn 2, but McGill coming across very strongly there. Shoulder to shoulder as they go around turn 3. Perkins still laying down the power. McGill with a chance to come up and challenge. Close on the line, but Molly McGill will get there. So Molly McGill booking her place in the semi-finals. So our elite women's semi-final field will be Alessia McCaig, Lilia Tartaranov, Jackie Mengler-Moore and Molly McGill. So in a moment we will bring out the riders for our UCI Elite Women's Scratch Race. This will be a UCI C2 event. So we're getting ready to go for our UCI Elite Women's Scratch Race. This will be a 10-kilometre race, 40 laps of the track. And being a scratch race, it's the simplest of all of track cycling's disciplines. First one over the line wins. Easy. So as riders take their positions, some very high quality riders amongst this field. Rider number 101 in the blue colours of Case Body Wrap at the top of the track. That's your reigning women's Austral national champion. That's Claudia Marks. You'll also notice the green and gold colours at the bottom of the track in second wheel. That's the national champion in the scratch race discipline, Kira Will, from Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club, also riding for Case Body Wrap. Just behind her is former junior women's world time trial champion on the road. That's Felicity Wilson-Haffenden. We've also got a stellar cast of riders from overseas as well, including Tsuyaka Uchino, Mizuki Ikeda and Mako Kakita from Japan, and Tegan Faringa and Ellen Worrell from Counties Manukau Cycling in New Zealand. So our bunch is off and rolling now. They'll shortly receive the whistle for their rolling start, provided that all riders are in the one bunch together. And the whistle blows, so 40 laps in prospect here, as last year's women's Austral wheel race winner Claudia Marks, who had a stunningly impressive Austral Carnival here last year, swings up and out of the way. Kira Will in the green and gold, the national champion in this discipline. Also the Australian national champion in the Madison, along with Nicole Duncan. So in the early stages of this race now, coming through 37 laps to go, as it's one of the riders from Sassy on the front there. That's Liane van der Berg. She quickly swings away and lets one of the West Australians, I think that's Isla Carr, come through for a turn. So one of the Japanese riders, Mizuki Ikeda. So Mizuki Ikeda and Tsuyaka Uchino combined to take first place in the Australian Madison National Championship here last year, but obviously not being Australian, they weren't eligible to win the title overall, so the green and gold jerseys went to the first Australian team in the standings. That was Kira Will and Nicole Duncan. So riders keeping things ticking over here, as it's rider number 107, Maeve Plouffe, one of a number of Olympians in this women's elite field. Maeve Plouffe has represented Australia at World Championship and Olympic level in the team pursuit in the past. So three sassy riders together at the front. Ali Anderson, the under-23 time trial champion on the road for Australia, just swinging out of the way, the first of those three. Liane van der Berg also in there. So Mizuki Ikeda and Maho Kakita, the two Japanese riders, both briefly taking a turn on the front of this bunch, as we're well and truly underway now. We're about a quarter of the way through our 40 laps. As that looks as though one of the New Zealanders, that's Eleanor Worrell in the purple and pink jersey, coming through for a turn. So 112 Tsuyaka Uchino, the Japanese powerhouse, swings off the front. Probably the rider of the carnival here at the Austral last year for the women. Had a very impressive few days racing. So Ali Anderson, the under-23 time trial national champion, swings out of the way. Liani van der Berg, the next one to come up the track. So only one rider in this field in the light blue sleeves of the New South Wales Institute of Sport. That's Nicole Duncan. Madison national champion here last year, along with Kira Will, and a junior world champion on the track in her own right. One, two in the blue, Maya Wolfenden, another of the New Zealanders, along with Lucy Reeve and Amelia Sykes. So riders in this race from Australia, Japan and New Zealand. As 106 Odette Lynch. So there's 5 riders actually in the red of the South Australian Sports Institute here. So Sassy being very well represented, as it's now Nicole Duncan coming through for a turn. Ali Anderson, the under-23 road time trial champion. Unsurprising that she's comfortable riding on the front of the bunch. Represented Australia at the Tour de l'Avenir in France, the Tour of the Future, where lots of potential Tour de France talent for the future is identified. Also competed at the UCI Road World Championships in the Rwandan capital of Kigali earlier this year. So approaching the halfway mark, Maya Wolfenden, the Kiwi, just flicks the elbow there, lets Nicole Duncan come through. She cedes the lead to Alyssa Politi. She's in the navy blue of the Victorian Institute of Sport, the only rider in this field wearing that kit. As the all-black there, Riley McMullen, swings away. Riley McMullen, one of several riders in the field to have raced here yesterday in the team's pursuit. So a good opportunity for riders, especially within the Australian track program at varying levels, to get experience with team pursuiting, laying down a good mark. So we now have 3 Japanese riders in our first 4. So that will be Ikeda, Kakita and Uchino. And mixing it up in second wheel there, another of the riders from overseas. That's Lucy Reeve, the New Zealander. Unsurprising perhaps to see a New Zealander in black and white. So the bunch strung out, and the pace is consistently high, but no one with a full-blooded attack just yet. Felicity Wilson-Haffenden flicks the elbow and lets Kira Will come through. There is a certain gravity that comes with wearing the national jersey, especially in a bunch race like this where there's a lot of looking around. As on the front now, Sophie Edwards, another of the Olympians in this field. She competed for Australia in Paris in the team's pursuit. Claudia Marks, last year's Austral winner, also made her World Championship debut at senior level this year in Santiago. So fantastic to see her go from success at the Austral last year to the world stage. As it is Lucy Reeve, the Kiwi, now back on the front. Maho Kakita, the Japanese rider, right behind her. So one way of telling that the pace has increased now. The bunch is strung out in a long line, and the turns that folks are taking on the front are getting shorter and shorter, as it's Ali Anderson now back at the front of affairs. So Felicity Wilson-Haffenden coming through for a turn. Alyssa Polides, who also was recently a member of a pro women's road team. She had a contract with what is now Liverlula Jayco. Looking at re-establishing herself at the top end of the Women's World Tour on the road. But always fun to do a little bit of track racing when you've got the time. So just about 3/4 of the way through our 40-lap scratch race now, and things are going to start to get serious pretty quickly here. One Kiwi defers to another there, as Amelia Sykes makes way for Maya Wolfenden. Right at 107, Maeve Plouffe now just swings out of the way. A couple of the sassy riders taking up the mark at the front. And it's almost like this race is poised for a lifting in tempo, and it looks like Claudia Marks, with her characteristic flat-backed style, injects a bit of pace there. That has really strung the field out now. Some riders at the back with quite a bit of work to do to close down to the front of the race. Lucy Reeve, the Kiwi, now in a good position. Tsuyaka Uchino, the Japanese rider, well positioned also. Kira Will, the Aussie national champion, wearing the green and gold. As it's now an attack from a Japanese rider as they are about to come through 6 laps to go. Claudia Marks continuing to pour on the power at the front there. Thought about going long range, checked her over her shoulder and swung up the track. Decided it was a little bit too early. But a consistent long range time trial effort was the sort of thing that won her the Austral wheel race here last year. As is Lucy Reeve, the Kiwi. Looking around a little bit. Alyssa Polides coming through for a turn. The Japanese riders are well positioned. So 4 laps to go now, as it's Tsuyaka Uchino who swings up the track now. Her Japanese kit slightly different to her teammates, I suspect because she is the national champion. Amelie Sanders, double Australian junior champion on the road. Felicity Wilson-Haffenden, winner of a rainbow jersey in Kigali as a member of the Australian mixed relay team time trial squad. Riders are 3 wide coming into turn 3, waiting for someone to make a move here as they come in with 2 laps to go. Felicity Wilson-Haffenden has picked up the mantle. Sophie Edwards in the blue of Case Body Wrap right there. Tsuyaka Uchino from Japan in 3rd wheel. Kira Will, it is in 4th place. Felicity Wilson-Haffenden is going to lead this one out from the front as they come through to get the bell. Sophie Edwards drawing up to her rear wheel now as they come out of turn 2. Tsuyaka Uchino and Kira Will well positioned as they come down the back straight. Wilson-Haffenden is out of it. Sophie Edwards holding strong coming into the home straight. Tsuyaka Uchino closing at the line. Oh boy, that was close. That was a very close one indeed. I will leave that to the wisdom of the commissaires to decide, because I couldn't pick it from the naked eye. So an excellent women's scratch race there. Just an absolutely fantastic field quality here. Great to have so many fantastic riders here on Australian shores, as the win has been awarded to Sophie Edwards, the Australian rider from Case Body Wrap. 2nd place in the end for Tsuyaka Uchino from Japan. Third place in the end for the Western Australian Isla Carr. Kira Will, the Aussie national champion, settling for 4th. So as our UCI Elite Women's Scratch Race riders make their way off the track, our UCI Elite Men are getting ready to go. Again, some absolutely fabulous talents among this field. Last year's Austral winner is in the maroon of QAS at the top of the track. That's Noah Blannon. At the bottom of the track, the big rider, rider number 23, Connor Lay, is a member of the Australian Team Pursuit squad that won Olympic gold. Field also contains Kazushige Kubogi, who won a silver medal in the Omnium World Championships in Chile earlier this year, finishing just behind Albert Torres of Spain. So a little bit of bumping and barging there between a few of the riders and some of the helpers there, but everyone's underway now. So the whistle blows and we're off. As with the women, 40 laps. First rider over the line at the end will take the chocolates. So a number of very powerful riders there. Kurt Ether of Case Body Wrap leading them through. Double elimination national champion and recent winner of the A-grade criterium at the Tour of Bright, where he took the win over Kel O'Brien, pro road sprinter for Jaco Alula, and another member of that Aussie squad that won Team Pursuit gold in Paris last year. And even from the early stages, this men's elite scratch race final is moving at a rate of knots. So this is going to be a quick one, I suspect. The distinctive style of Kazushige Kubogi, with his hands draped over the bars, is on the move early here. Perhaps trying to get out and get to an early lead. Stretch his legs, make sure he's feeling good. So he's being chased down by Graham Frisley. You'll notice the stripes on the back of Graham Frisley's bike. Graham Frisley is the US champion in a number of disciplines, including the Omnium and Elimination. He was born in Kalispell, Montana, was Graham Frisley, but was raised right here in Melbourne at the Brunswick Cycling Club track clinic. And if you ask anyone at Brunswick, he's certainly Australian to them, as it is one of the riders from Otago there, going to the front, one of the New Zealanders in this field. So by my count, we have 6 non-Australian riders in this field. 3 it is from New Zealand, 2 from Japan, 1 from the USA. As Kurt Ether of Case Body Wrap now back on the front, quickly defers. Connor Lay, the Olympic gold medalist. Let's Graham Grizzly Frisley come through. Graham Frisley's not just the US national champion in the Omnium, he's also a former winner of this race, the Austral wheel race, winner of that title in 2023. So rolling along at a good rate of knots here as Kurt Ether comes through for another turn on the front. Kurt Ether, a regular at the legendary Tuesday night Heffron Criteriums in suburban Sydney. He's won the overall there 2 or 3 times this year, as he hands it over to James Moriarty, another of the riders from Case Body Wrap and another rider who represented Australia at the Track World Championships this year. So our defending Austral champion Noah Blannon in the maroon of the QAS swings off the front there. Winner of that race last year off a handicap mark of 210 metres, which was the longest handicap to have won the Austral since 1968. But after winning off 210 metres last year, Noah Blannon's handicap I think will be quite a bit shorter this time around. So Kazushige Kubogi now coming to the front of the field. The Japanese rider with the white section on his rear wheel. His Japanese teammate without that section on his rear wheel, Shunsuke Imamura, now at the front of the bunch. These riders are really going at quite a clip. We're coming into 23 laps to go, and we haven't even been racing 5 minutes. So they are really hustling along here, this elite men's scratch race field. One of the riders from the Victorian Institute of Sport, that's Oscar Gallagher. Recently crowned Victorian state champion in the individual pursuit. Quite a mischievous streak has Oscar Gallagher, nicknamed the Giggler. As rider number 28 there, Edward Marks, sibling of Claudia, and another of the riders in the colours of Case Body Wrap. So pace really increasing now. Tom Cornish, one of the riders in the Australian national team kits. He's the rider in the blue jersey with the white shoulders. He's towards the back because he's got a black and green helmet. The other rider in that kit, Connor Leahy, just swinging up and out of the way, as it is Graham Frisley flicking the elbow to let Oscar Gallagher come through for a turn. Now it's Blake Quick, the former junior Madison world champion, with Luke Plapp. Kazushige Kubogi moving out of the way there. Plenty of quick turns being taken at the front now. Pace very high. Kurt Ether it is, back on the front again. Alex Hughes, the men's junior road race national champion, crowned in Perth earlier this year. Also part of this race, he's one of the riders in the long maroon jerseys of QAS. Jonas Shelverton, the rider in the navy of the Tasmania Institute of Sport with the white helmet, just moving off the back of the field now, as there's a solo move coming from one of the riders from Sassy. So a good little move here, being chased. This is the first real time anyone's tried to get away. So the chase is on from behind. Noah Blannon now taking up the mantle of bringing back our sole escapee. That looks like that's Will Holmes from Sassy, the rider who rides in his day job for the Jayco Alula development team, Haggins Berman Jayco. So quite unusually the only rider in a Sassy kit in this race. They've been very well represented in the rest of our racing so far this week. So Blannon now in first place, Kuboki, the Japanese rider, in second. And it looks as though in third place there, another of the riders from the QAS. That is Rowan Hayden Smith from Balmoral Cycling Club in the leading trio, along with Blannon and Kuboki. Blake Quick, the rider in the navy blue with the red sleeves, trying to come across from behind. Then it's Enwood Marks, Will Holmes, and one of the riders from WA, that might be Finn Carpenter. So we've now got 4 at the front. So Blannon, Hayden Smith, Kuboki and Quick. So our 2 QAS riders, another rider originally from Queensland but not in the QAS colours, and Blake Quick. He's in the navy blue with the red sleeves. And the one Japanese rider, Kazushige Kuboki, silver medalist at the Omnium World Championships earlier this year. So coming up to 5 laps left to go in this scratch race. Blannon leads them through. Kuboki in second, Quick now into second wheel. Quick defers up the track to let the 2 QAS boys come through and lead this quartet. 4 laps to go now. So Rowan Hayden Smith, then it is Noah Blannon, Kazushige Kuboki now up to second wheel. Blake Quick on the back of that leading 4. So coming past some lap riders now. Coming in towards 3 laps to go. Kuboki looking strong. Rowan Hayden Smith and Noah Blannon still swapping good turns. Blake Quick hasn't come through for a turn for a few laps. And it looks like the elastic is stretching here to Blake Quick. So as they come up to 2 laps to go now, Noah Blannon looking really strong here. Kazushige Kuboki also looking good. Rowan Hayden Smith, the second QAS rider with the white helmet there. Will they be able to leverage their numerical advantage? And will Blake Quick on the back be able to spring a surprise? They're coming in towards the bell now. Kazushige Kuboki, the Japanese rider, will lead them in. Rowan Hayden Smith in second wheel at the moment. Noah Blannon in third. So Kazushige Kuboki leading them down the back straight, but Rowan Hayden Smith challenging the Japanese rider around the outside. Will it be Australia or Japan? Rowan Hayden Smith gets the win. So Rowan Hayden Smith takes the win there, ahead of Kazushige Kuboki. An excellent team ride from Noah Blannon to take 3rd place. Blake Quick, I think, was 4th there. So Rowan Hayden Smith very happy with his performance there. And a little air high five or fist bump there from Kazushige Kuboki. So we're now looking at our final race in our men's sprint quarterfinals here. So this is Daniel Barber from Dubbo Cycling Club up against Ichida from Japan. So Ryuto Ichida, the Japanese rider, building up some speed as they come down the back straight, but Barber sneaks up the inside there. So 1 lap to go. Winner progresses to the semi-finals. Barber it will be who will lead them in. Ichida in second wheel in the slipstream of the Australian. Barber leading strongly down the back straight. A big standing sprint from Barber as they come into turn 3. Ichida's closing the gap. He's up to the hip. Will he be able to close down right at the last? Throw on the line. And the Australian got there in the end. So Daniel Barber it will be who will move on to the semi-finals. So a very tight sprint between two high-quality riders there. The final 200 metres being covered in 10.11 seconds. We will now have a brief break before we have the presentations for the Under-17 Women's and Men's Omnium National Championships. So this is the first call for riders in the Women's Under-17 Omnium National Championships to make their way to the presentation area, please. So the presentations for the Women's Under-17 National Omnium Championships will now take place. Third place today and the winner of the bronze medal from Bathurst Cycling Club, Jenna Gallagher. Second place today and the winner of the silver medal from Dulwich Hill Bicycle Club, Juno Smith. And your winner today, winner of the gold medal and your new Under-17 Omnium National Champion from Balmoral Cycling Club in Queensland, Ava Robbins. Congratulations to your podium finishers in the Women's Under-17 Omnium National Championship. The presentations for the Men's Under-17 Omnium National Championship will now take place. AusCycling Head of Track Louise Jones to present the medals. In third place today, the winner of the bronze medal from Blackburn Cycling Club, Lachlan Ermert. Second place today, and the winner of the silver medal from Brunswick Cycling Club, Omer Kermizi. And the winner of the gold medal, first place today, and your new under-17 Omnium National Champion from Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club, Jack Panozzo. Congratulations to all of our podium finishers in the men's under-17 Omnium National Championship. So the next event on our docket will be getting underway in about 3 minutes' time. That will be the first of our heats in the sprint semi-finals. And judging on the quality of some of the sprints we've already seen so far today, it should be absolutely fantastic viewing. So heat 1 of our men's elite sprint semi-finals. Getting ready to go. Our fastest qualifier, Tate Ryan, in the red of the South Australian Sports Institute. He'll be up against the Japanese rider Ryoya Mikami. So both of our semi-finals for our men's elite sprint will feature one Australian and one international rider. So Tate Ryan going up against the Japanese rider Ryoya Mikami in this semi-final. In the second semi-final, we'll see the Australian Danny Barber up against the Malaysian Olympic medalist Azizul Awang. So Tate Ryan set our fastest qualifying time this morning. He keeps a close eye on his Japanese rival. Tate Ryan has preferred to lead his sprints out from the front so far today, letting his superior power carrying him to the win. Will that strategy work against a rider of the quality of Ryoya Mikami coming into the bell in this first heat in our men's elite sprint semi-final? So Tate Ryan leaning strong down the back straight. Mikami in the slipstream. I'm not sure he's gaining much ground. Tate Ryan leading strong as they come up to the home straight, and the South Australian will win heat 1 in this semi-final. So Tate Ryan with an early check mark against his name. The final 200 metres, they're covered in a shade over 10 seconds. As our second pairing of riders. Daniel Barber and Azizul Awang. Getting ready to go. Barber with the faster qualifying time of the two this morning. He clocked a 9.840 for his flying 200. Awang on the other side of 10 seconds. As disc venue manager Stephen Nicol dials up a bit of AC/DC for this men's elite sprint semi-final. So a bit of welcome to the jungle for our two men's elite sprint semi-finalists here, but who will be king of the jungle by the end of the night? Azizul Awang almost turning vertically up the track there, trying a few little moves up and down to try and size up his opponent Barber. Awang now putting in a big acceleration there. There's still 2 laps to go until this sprint, but the Malaysian likes his chances of going long. Barber in second wheel, chasing hard, but he's a long way out of the slipstream of Muhammad Azizul Hasni Awang, and Barber has given up the ghost. Azizul Hasni Awang still has a lap to go, but he will take the win in this first sprint semi-final heat. So the Malaysian, who's lived in Melbourne since 2007, rolls over the line, salutes the crowd. So with the first heats of our men's elite semi-finals out of the way for the sprint, we'll get our first semi-finalists up for their opening heat. This will be 2 riders in the colours of the Australian national team. In the all-black helmet, rider number 110, Molly McGill from Balmoral Cycling Club in Queensland. And with the black and green helmet, Alessia McCaig from Bendigo and District Cycling Club. So 2 riders facing off against each other in the Australian national colours. Alessia McCaig, the Victorian, in first place at the moment. Molly McGill, the Queenslander, in second wheel. Both riders part of the Australian team sprint squad that won a bronze medal at the Track World Championships in Chile earlier this year. So they will have raced and trained together a lot, these two. And sometimes it's the battles between the riders who know each other best that are the closest and the most interesting. So Alessia McCaig, happy to lead from the front, keeping a close eye on Molly McGill here. McGill starting to move up the track. McCaig responds in kind, now drops down to start her sprint. So the rider from Bendigo will lead them into the bell with a gap of about 10 metres. Molly McGill keeping calm, going a bit further up the banking to try and get some extra momentum to draw level with the rider from Victoria. McCaig will lead them into turn 3. McGill coming up on her hip here. McCaig still looking good coming up towards the line, and McCaig will take the win in that first semi-final heat. So our top qualifier from the flying 200s this morning, getting the win in that first semi-final heat. So our next pairing up on the track for our second women's semi-final. So contesting Heat 1 in the WAIS yellow and green, that's Lilia Tartarinov. And in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport, Jackie Mengler-Moore. So Lilia Tartarinov in the yellow, Jackie Mengler-Moore in the maroon. So 2 riders who have had slightly unusual paths to the semi-final. Lilia Tartarinov qualified second fastest, but then had to go through the repechage after round 2 to earn a spot in the quarterfinals. Jackie Mengler-Moore has pulled a couple of upsets to get herself to this place in the semi-final, but will she be able to pull 2 more upsets and get herself into the big dance? So coming into 1 lap to go, Lilia Tartarinov is going to lead it through. Jackie Mengler-Moore into the slipstream of the rider from WA. Tartarinov charging out of the saddle down the back straight. Mengler-Moore up to the hip of Tartarinov as they come out of turn 4. As they come up to the line, it's going to be very close. Tartarinov, it is who gets it. So the first of our sprint semi-final heats there, going to Alessia McCaig and Lilia Tartarinov.
We'll soon have our presentation for our UCI men's and women's elite scratch races. The podium finishes for the men's and women's elite UCI scratch races. Please make your way to the presentation area.
Second and final call for riders who placed in the UCI men's and women's elite scratch races. Please make your way to the podium area straight away. We're looking to get some presentations rolling. So the presentations for our UCI C2 Women's Elite Scratch Race will now take place. AusCycling head of track, Louise Jones, to make the medal presentations to the riders. So in third place today, the winner of the bronze medal from the WA Institute of Sport, Isla Carr. In second place today, and the winner of the silver medal, representing Japan, Tsuyaka Uchino. And first place today, the winner of the gold medal, representing Case Body Wrap, Sophie Edwards. Congratulations to all our podium finishers in our UCI C2 Women's Elite Scratch Race. And the podium presentations for the UCI Men's Elite Scratch Race will now take place. Presentations again to be made by Louise Jones, AusCycling head of track. In third place today, representing the Queensland Academy of Sport, winner of the bronze medal, Noah Blannon. In second place, and winner of the silver medal from Japan, Shunsuke Imamura. And first place today, winner of the gold medal, also representing the Queensland Academy of Sport, Rowan Hayden Smith. Congratulations to all of our podium finishers for the UCI C2 Men's Elite Scratch Race. So as things reset here, we are moments away from our second heat in our men's elite sprint semi-finals. Riders just squeezing themselves back into their aerodynamic skin suits, and we'll have some more sprinting action from trackside here at Disc Velodrome in Melbourne very shortly. So getting ready for Heat 2 of our first Elite Men's Sprint Semi-Final. Tate Ryan versus Ryoya Mikami. So the South Australian up against the Japanese rider. Tate Ryan, the fastest qualifier this morning and winner of the first heat. The pressure on Ryoya Mikami here to keep his hopes of a gold medal ride alive. He'll need to beat Tate Ryan, not just in this race, but in a third and deciding race if he is to progress. Tate Ryan can go straight through to the gold medal final if he's able to get the better of Mikami over these next 3 laps. So a bit of switching and swapping. Tate Ryan has led out every single sprint from the front position so far today. Mikami trying to upset that apple cart, but Tate Ryan has other ideas. The South Australian moving to the front here. Mikami in the slipstream of Tate Ryan, but he'll have some work to do as the South Australian accelerates into the final lap. Tate Ryan with a gap of 10 metres as they head down the back straight. Mikami charging hard. He's closing in on Tate Ryan, but not quickly enough. The South Australian has a quick check over his shoulder, and it's enough to take the win. So 2 races and 2 wins for Tate Ryan. He'll move into our gold medal final. And Ryoya Mikami, the Japanese rider, will be in the contest for bronze. So our second semi-final riders coming up for their second heat now. Mohammed Asisul Hasni Awang, the rider in the black and red of Terengganu cycling team. without much doubt, and the best track cyclist ever to have been produced from Malaysia. He's up against Daniel Barber. Awang was able to attack very early in the first heat between these two and crack Barber. But the Australian will not want that to happen again. So Azizul Awang, two-time Olympic medalist in the Keirin, bronze in Rio de Janeiro in 2016, silver in Tokyo in 2021. Up against Daniel Barber, recent bronze medalist as part of the Australian team sprint squad at this year's Track World Championships. Azizul Hasni Awang just checking over his shoulder. A little bit of switching and swapping from these two riders now. Unlike the first heat, Barber keeping a very, very close eye on the Malaysian this time around. Barber swings up the track and Awang also swings up, trying to deny the Australian possible leverage on him. So coming into the final lap now, Barber must win this one to stay alive. Azizul Hasni Awang leading strongly down the back straight, but Barber closing quickly. Azizul Hasni Awang leading into turn 3. Barber with a chance to come up. He's not going to get there. Azizul Hasni Awang takes the win. So 2 wins from 2 for the Malaysian veteran. And it will be a fascinating blend of the youth of Tate Ryan against the experience of Azizul Awang in our final. Some very vocal support from some of the Malaysian fans in the crowd. I can see a Malaysian flag. And just as a fun bit of trivia, the Malaysian flag actually has more red and white stripes on it than the US flag. So now moving on to the second heat in our first women's semi-final between Alessia McCaig and Molly McGill, both riders in the green and gold colours of the Australian national team, but wearing 2 different coloured helmets. Alessia McCaig with the black and green, Molly McGill in the all black. So both riders often going. Molly McGill from Balmoral Cycling Club in Queensland. Alessia McCaig, part of a long lineage of track cyclists from Bendigo. Bendigo famously home to the likes of Olympic gold medalist Scott McGrory, Olympians like Glenn O'Shea, and until very recently the home of the Bendigo International Madison, which brought riders from far and wide. Sadly off the calendar this year, and I don't think they're planning to run it next year, but hopefully it makes a return in future. So Molly McGill in first place. Alessia McCaig now accelerating as they come into a lap and a half to go. Molly McGill looks like she will lead this one out from first position. So Molly McGill coming up the boards just a little bit over Alessia McCaig as they come into turn 2. So Molly McGill sprinting out of the saddle there. Alessia McCaig closing quickly. She's up to the hip now of McGill. They're level coming out of turn 3. And as they come up towards the line, it will be Alessia McCaig. 2 sprint wins from 2 for the rider from Bendigo. And our fastest qualifier from this morning books herself a place in the gold medal final. So our second semi-final riders getting ready to go for their second heat. Lilia Tartarinov from Track Cycling WA in the yellow there of the WA Institute of Sport. She'll be up against Jackie Mengler-Moore, the rider in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport. So both riders have worn the Australian green and gold. Lilia Tartarinov was the reserve rider for the Aussie team that won bronze in the team sprint at the Track World Championships this year. And Jackie Mengler-Moore is a multiple-time para-world champion as a sighted pilot, along with Jessica Gallagher. So Mengler-Moore moving up the track, encouraging Tartarinov to come into first position there. The two riders very nearly come together and swap some paint. So Jackie Mengler-Moore accelerating out of the saddle, level with the shoulder of Lilia Tartarinov. Tartarinov just edging ahead as they come down the back straight there. The Western Australian slightly ahead of the Queenslander. Tartarinov won the first sprint. So unless Mengler-Moore can come around late, Tartarinov it will be. Tartarinov will go through to the gold medal final for the sprint. So our gold medal final for the elite women's sprint will be Lilia Tartarinov against Alessia McCaig. So the top two seeds from our flying 200s this morning will be our riders facing off in the gold medal final. A creditable ride there for Jackie Mengler-Moore. Made Lilia Tartarinov work for it, and we'll see her in the bronze medal final against Molly McGill a little later on. So the riders for our UCI Elite Women's Points race coming back up to the track now. Very similar set of riders to those who were contesting the scratch race earlier. So our elite women starters getting ready for an 80-lap points race. 20 kilometres total, with sprints every 10 laps, starting from 70 laps to go. 5 points for the winner of each sprint, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth, and double points for winning the sprint at the finish. So fantastic to see on the AusCycling live stream, live chat on YouTube, folks tuning in from far and wide. And we got word just before that Jack Panozzo's grandparents were watching the stream as they saw him take the win in the men's under-17 Omnium National Championship. So fantastic to have folks tuning in from far and wide. We'll be providing coverage here with myself on the mic and the volunteer crew operating the cameras for the next couple of days, all the way through to the big event, the Austral wheel race on Saturday night, which will also be broadcast live on SBS On Demand. And it will also be available on the AusCycling YouTube channel for folks watching from outside Australia. So if you are a friend or a family member of one of our international riders, or just a fan of track cycling more generally, you'll be able to tune in and enjoy the racing action for the next few days. So 77 laps to go as our riders are getting things rolling here. Lucy Reeve, one of the New Zealanders in the field in the white and black, just swinging off the front of the main bunch there. Tegan Faringa and Ellen Worrell in the pink and purple from Counties Manukau Cycling. Claudia Marks now on the front, our defending women's Austral wheel race champion and a recent debutante for Australia at World Championship level. Alyssa Polides in the navy blue of the Victorian Institute of Sport gives way to a train of riders from SASI, the South Australian Sports Institute, in the red. Tsuyaka Uchino second in our scratch race, which was held about an hour ago. Now at the front, just behind her, the rider who was third in that scratch race, Isla Carr. She's the only rider in the yellow of the WA Institute of Sport. Isla Carr on a good run of form recently. She was the winner of the women's A-grade points jersey at the recent Tour of Bright. Long a proving ground for the next generation of Australian talent on the road. So Isla Carr able to take the green points jersey as the best sprinter in that race. So 2 laps until our first sprint of this UCI Elite Women's Points race. It'll be 5 points on offer for the first rider over the line, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth. And as they're coming in to get the bell now, that looks like the maroon jersey of Amelie Sanders, the under-19 prodigy, now moving to the front of the field. A couple of the Japanese riders, including Tsuyaka Uchino right there. Sophie Edwards from Case Body Wrap also in the mix, winner of the scratch race earlier. So it'll be tight as they come up towards the line. Ooh, I'll leave that to the decision of the commissaires, but it was between Sophie Edwards and Tsuyaka Uchino for first place and 5 points there. And our first sprint is underway. It was awarded there to Sophie Edwards, so the rider from Adelaide on board with 5 points. Mizuki Ikeda second with 3 points. Tsuyaka Uchino got third place and 2 points, and 1 point for the West Australian Isla Carr. Claudia Marks with her distinctive flat back style, almost like the road pros of the 70s and 80s. Days gone by of Claudia Marks, an extremely powerful and aerodynamic position for the rider from Canberra. Part of the reason she had such a successful Austral Carnival here last year and got herself the win in the big one, the Austral Wheel Race. So our bunch moving with a little bit more purpose now as Felicity Wilson-Haffenden comes to the front after being ceded the lead by the rider in black, Riley McMullen. McMullen immediately changes her mind and wants the lead of this race back. Felicity Wilson-Haffenden quite happy to let her have it for now, as there's a big train of riders following the Tasmanian in the colours of Lidl Trek there. So Felicity Wilson-Haffenden wearing the colours of her pro road team. Wilson-Haffenden, also a recent world champion in the mixed relay team time trial, along with the likes of Brodie Chapman and Jay Vine. So Riley McMullen is who's our sole rider out the front of this race at the moment. She's got 3.5 laps to go until the next point sprint, so if she wants to maintain this solo effort and cash it in for 5 points in this race, she'll need to keep the gas on a little longer. Riders fan out in the bunch behind, normally a sign that no one's that keen on chasing. 2 laps left now for Riley McMullen. She has, I'd say, 100 metres gap. It's pushing up towards half a lap for the rider in the all black. Right at 106 there, Odette Lynch, one of the riders from Sassy. Riley McMullen might have had some doubts earlier about whether she could cash this break in for 5 points. It looks like she's going to be able to do it, as in the bunch behind, Alyssa Polides, Tsuyaka Uchino and Claudia Marks battling for position at the front. Polides in the navy blue of the Victorian Institute of Sport, leading them through turn 3. Tsuyaka Uchino ready to pounce there, the Japanese rider, as they come up towards the line. Close again. Couldn't pick it with the naked eye. So Tsuyaka Uchino and Alyssa Polides split second and third in that second sprint. And the commissaires conferring about the result of that last sprint. I tell you what, it's a very difficult job there, and they don't often get a lot of credit, the commissaires. All right, results from that last sprint. Riley McMullen takes 5 points for leading them through. Tsuyaka Uchino got 3 points for second. Alyssa Polides takes third place and 2 points. And I think it was Ali Anderson, the Sassy rider, who got 1 point for fourth from the bunch. Riley McMullen now swinging up high, conceding that her time at the front has probably come to an end. Tsuyaka Uchino, the Japanese rider, now coming to the fore. The rest of this field know the quality of Tsuyaka Uchino. They will not want to give her any more space than is absolutely necessary. As Kira Will, the rider in the blue for Case Body Wrap, now at the front of proceedings. Riley McMullen in second place. Tsuyaka Uchino and another of her Japanese teammates there. That is rider number 140, Maho Kakita. So Kakita, the Japanese rider, with the sun on her back. Then a little bit of a gap to Kira Will in the blue. Tsuyaka Uchino now just moving up the track as the pace eases at the front of the race. And it's almost like the peloton is a giant lung, breathing in and out, breathing in as the main pack of riders swells again, breathing out as they're strung out into a long line with an attack. So 3 laps to go till our next point sprint. Claudia Marks it is, just checking over her shoulder. Not much point attacking from this far on the front when everyone else can see you. A couple of the sassy riders now starting to move forward. I think that might be Ali Anderson who's putting herself in a good position. 2 laps to go. Rider number 135 on the front there. Just to the left of Claudia Marks is Liani van der Berg. And they're 5 wide down the back straight with a lap and a half till our next sprint. One of the Japanese riders, I think this might be Kakita, who has broken the truce there. It is Kakita. She's got Kira Will on her wheel. Sophie Edwards also in the mix there. That's actually Maeve Plouffe now moving up around the outside. So Maeve Plouffe challenging the Japanese rider. So the rider from Adelaide coming through. Kakita will grab second. Third for Liani van der Berg. And it was Ali Anderson grabbing 1 point for fourth place. So Liani van der Berg pushing on now. The youngster from Norwood Cycling Club in Adelaide's inner eastern suburbs. As it's now the Lidl Trek colours, Fliss Wilson-Haffenden driving off the front of this bunch. Former junior world time trial champion on the road, so unsurprising that she's happy riding by herself. So the pace eases again here as rider number 139, Mizuki Ikeda, who was the winner of the Madison race for women here last year, along with Tsuyaka Uchino. So the Japanese riders winning the Madison on the day, obviously not eligible for the Australian National Championship, which went to Kira Will and Keely Bennett. Claudia Marks once again taking up the pacemaking at the front of this bunch in the blue of Case body wrap. Alyssa Polides right behind her. Felicity Wilson-Haffenden just casts an eye to her left and sees the Japanese rider Tsuyaka Uchino. So 3 of our 8 sprints done so far. 44.5 laps to go of our 80 total. And currently a 4-way tie at the top of our point standings between Sophie Edwards, Maeve Plouffe, Tsuyaka Uchino and Riley McMullen. As this is now a move off the front by one of the riders from Sassy. Would not be surprised if this is Liani van der Berg here. She's had some very itchy toes early on, Liani van der Berg. Keen to get amongst the action. It is van der Berg. As further back, rider number 106, Odette Lynch, is leading the main field. Van der Berg now has the best part of half a lap. If she is able to lap the field, she will gain 20 points, which will go a long, long way to getting her the overall win in this points race. Of course, gaining a lap on a field of this quality, a lot easier said than done. So the bell goes, 1 lap till the next sprint for Liani van der Berg. So she's pretty much guaranteed at least 5 points for leading through this next sprint, and 20 if she can get all the way across. As further back, one of the riders from New Zealand, Amelia Sykes in the blue there. She's leading Tsuyaka Uchino down the back straight. So Liani van der Berg takes 5 points. She'll move herself up the leaderboard. As coming in for the sprint from the bunch, it's Uchino just ahead of Plouffe. And then it will be down between Amelia Sykes and Amelie Sanders for the 4th place there. That lifting of the tempo from the main bunch for that last sprint has cut into the lead of Liani van der Berg. Tsuyaka Uchino now on her own chasing the lone rider from South Australia. So after that last sprint, sprint 4 of 8, Tsuyaka Uchino, the Japanese rider, is now into the solo lead on 8 points. Second place at the moment is Maeve Plouffe, the rider in the white helmet and the Australian national team kit, the blue and white, in amongst the main field. Safely tucked in the wheels at the moment is Maeve Plouffe. Liani van der Berg has made good, consistent progress after that gap shrunk for that last sprint. She's now only got 50 metres to make it to the back of this bunch. If the South Australian is able to get there, that would gain her 20 points and rocket her into the lead of this race. Tsuyaka Uchino now more than halfway across that 20-point gap as well. So if both of those riders make it across to this main field, Uchino would still be in the lead of this race as she currently is. Van der Berg would be a comfortable second. So the rider from Sassy has very nearly made the junction across to the main bunch, and as a couple of riders swing up the track, Liani van der Berg manages to catch the tail of a couple of the riders from New Zealand. So gaining a lap there on the board, Liani van der Berg, 20 points for the South Australian. She's now in the lead of this race with 25. If Tsuyaka Uchino, the Japanese rider who's just going into turn 3 now, can catch onto the tail end of this main field, she will retake the lead that she had at that last sprint. As making a move off the front now, this is one of the riders from New Zealand, Lucy Reeve. Lucy Reeve there in the black and white. Claudia Marks and Felicity Wilson-Haffenden on the front of the chasing bunch. One lap until the next point sprint for our leader on the track, Tsuyaka Uchino, who's just going out of turn 2 now. She's still got a gap of 75 metres or so to get onto the tail end of this field and gain 20 points, but she can guarantee herself at least 5 points by making it through this next sprint. So Uchino will take 5 points there. As behind the bunch is charging hard, Lucy Reeve, the Kiwi, looks like she's just going to be able to hold on and take 3 points from the bunch for second place. Isla Carr, the Western Australian in the yellow, getting third place and 2 points. And I think it was Riley McMullen in the all black getting 1 point for fourth. Indeed it was. So that's 30 laps to go now. And Tsuyaka Uchino, I think, has lost a little bit of the impetus that she had. She was at one point about 70 metres away from catching the back of this bunch. That fortune is now reversed, and I think the Japanese rider might be at risk of being reabsorbed by the main field. Indeed, it is her teammate Mizuki Ikeda, her Madison partner from last year here, driving the bunch back. Tsuyaka Uchino pulls the colours in, drifts up the banking there, lets herself be reabsorbed by the main field. So the Japanese rider takes a moment to rest and will drop back in. So although Tsuyaka Uchino couldn't get all the way across, that means the rider who will profit most from that will be Liani van der Berg, now comfortably in the lead of this race with 25 points. Not only is Uchino a distant second with 12 points, sorry, 13 points I should say, she's also spent a lot of her energy trying to get across and gain 20. Although you would do well not to underestimate the rider of the class of Tsuyaka Uchino. So 5 sprints of 8 done. Liani van der Berg, the only rider to have gained a lap so far, is our overall leader on 25 points. The Japanese rider Tsuyaka Uchino now comfortably back in that main bunch. She's got 13 points to her name. Then Maeve Plouffe currently in third with 7 points. Riley McMullen in the black with 6. As there's an attack now coming down the outside from one of the riders from the South Australian Sports Institute. That is rider number 130, Maddie Wasserback, the under-19 gravel and former under-19 cyclocross national champion. Very talented rider across multiple disciplines is Maddie Wasserback. Obviously a pretty handy track rider as well. She's been joined by one of the Japanese riders, that's Mizuki Ikeda, and Maho Kakita, the other rider with the red sun on her back, trying to get across to both her teammate and the South Australian Wasserback there. So 1 lap until this next sprint. Maho Kakita from Japan leading them through. Maddie Wasserback from South Australia in second place. Mizuki Ikeda, the Japanese rider, currently in third, and the bunch is closing quickly from behind. So it looks like 5 points are going to go the way of the Japanese rider Maho Kakita there. Odette Lynch from the main bunch came across very quickly to get second place in that sprint. Maddie Wasserback survives to take third place and 2 points, and 1 point for the second of the Japanese riders there, Mizuki Ikeda. So Maho Kakita still out the front, has now been joined by Felicity Wilson-Haffenden in the multicolour jersey of Lidl Trek, who's currently leading. Alyssa Polides in second wheel, actually now coming through to the lead in the navy blue of the Victorian Institute of Sport. Polides and Wilson-Haffenden are roughly the same age. Polides might be a year or two older than Wilson-Haffenden, but they will have raced each other extensively in past days, both on the track and the road as well. So 2 sprints left here in this elite women's points race. So Alyssa Polides and Felicity Wilson-Haffenden now being reabsorbed by a couple of the riders from Case Body Wrap here. That looks like the style of 102. That's Sophie Edwards, just ahead of Kira Will. Oh, as there's a fall further back. Oh, and a couple of the Japanese riders are down. Oh, that was a long old slide for a couple of the riders there. Tsuyaka Uchino down, as is her teammate Mizuki Ikeda. So a nasty fall there for both of those riders. Probably the worst one we've seen so far here today. There have been a few minor tumbles so far. This is the first one where we have riders slow and struggling to get up. Tsuyaka Uchino has undone her helmet and is just sitting there being talked to by one of the Japanese handlers there. So hopefully she's not too badly hurt. Our wonderful medical team are quickly on the scene, so they'll give her a quick assessment. But based on the way she's moving now, I would be surprised if Tsuyaka Uchino rejoined the field here. So Tsuyaka Uchino is up on her feet, which is a good sign. And Mizuki Ikeda now just chatting to the medics there. A couple of big slides have scuffed up the lovely Japanese blue shorts on that skin suit. And I think Tsuyaka Uchino and Mizuki Ikeda might be withdrawn from the event. So sad to see such fantastic riders end their event prematurely. But they are at least walking away, and hopefully they'll be able to assess themselves, have a good night's sleep, and we may potentially see them back in action. So 1 lap left until the next sprint, as it is now one of the riders from Sassy driving down the back straight. Closing in quickly, that looks like Kira Will from Case Body Wrap. Alyssa Polides also there. Coming up towards the line, it's going to be close. Kira Will takes 5 points for the penultimate sprint in this points race. And looked to me like it might have been Alyssa Polides in second, just ahead of Maeve Plouffe, but we'll await confirmation for that. Liani van der Berg still comfortably in the lead. It was Kira Will winning that last sprint. Maeve Plouffe second. Ali Anderson it was in third, and Polides taking 4th spot. So some chat from the Commissaire's radio there. The crash between that brought down Mizuki Ikeda and Tsuyaka Uchino, deemed a racing incident, so no disciplinary action necessary. So 7 laps to go now, as it is Felicity Wilson-Haffenden at the front of the field, but so high on the track that she's clearly encouraging others to come through and take a turn. Liani van der Berg in the red of Sassy will be sitting pretty in the middle of this bunch. With 25 laps to go, she has a 15-point lead on the rest of this field. Although the last sprint is worth double points, there are only 10 points available for first place in that last sprint. So as long as Liani van der Berg finishes and doesn't concede a lap to any rider here, she should be assured of the victory. But there's still some big battles to go on for the minor placings on the podium. And as we've just seen even a few moments ago, saying that you'll make it to the end of a track cycling race when everyone's trying to fit into some narrow spaces can not always be a guarantee, no matter your level of skill. So this looks like Lucy Reeve, one of the Kiwis, in the New Zealand white and black. Off the front, Claudia Marks chasing her down. Maddie Wasserback from Sassy now moving towards the front. One of the riders from Counties Manukau. This is Tegan Faringa in the pink and purple. So 3 laps left for Lucy Reeve. She's got a gap of nearly half a whole lap here, so it would take a big effort from the pack behind to catch the New Zealander and deny her victory in this final sprint. So Lucy Reeve currently with 3 points to her name. So taking the victory in this final sprint would vault her up to 2nd place overall. Claudia Marks now chasing hard from behind. Ali Anderson in the black helmet from Sassy, right on her wheel. Doesn't want to give her too much space. Coming in towards the bell, Lucy Reeve has lost some of her gap on the main field, but I think it will probably be enough to hold off the charging bunch from behind. Claudia Marks, last year's Austral winner, now trying to come across. Ali Anderson right on her wheel. Maeve Plouffe also coming forward. And as they come up towards the line, Lucy Reeve from New Zealand will take the final sprint. 2nd place goes to Claudia Marks. 3rd place there for Ali Anderson. And just for good measure, Liani van der Berg takes 1 point in that final sprint, an extra 2 points to the tally of Liani van der Berg, who will go out our overall winner. So warm applause from the crowd for all the participants in our women's elite points race. So warm and richly deserved applause for all of the riders in that field, and in particular number 135, Liani van der Berg. So we're just waiting for the final sprint results to come up on the board. There they are. Lucy Reeve from Canterbury Track Cycling takes 10 points for winning the final sprint. 6 points to Claudia Marks, 4 for Ali Anderson, and 2 for Liani van der Berg. So van der Berg it is who will go out the overall winner with 27 points. Lucy Reeve with that final attack got herself up to 2nd place, and Maeve Plouffe it was finishing in 3rd. So with the excitement of our women's points race finally concluded, we'll move on to our medal finals for our UCI sprint categories. So we'll start off with the first heat of our bronze medal final for the men. This will see Daniel Barber from Australia up against Ryoya Mikami from Japan. So both riders clocking very impressive times this morning. Mikami the slightly faster of the two by about 1/10 of a second. Of course, it's one thing to put it down a good time in qualifying. It's another thing to stare straight into the eyes of your opponent and triumph in a battle of wits and wats. So our two riders keeping it slow and tactical in the early stages in the opening heat of our bronze medal final. So Barber holding first position, a little bit of switching from Ryoya Mikami, the Japanese rider. So switching up and down the track now. So Australia versus Japan here as Mikami now moves to the outside of Barber. So Mikami checks over his shoulder, but he will lead this sprint out from the front, the Japanese rider. Barber chasing hard in second place. Mikami holding a good lead down the back straight. Barber making some progress, but is he closing quickly enough as he comes into the final straight? Barber swings up high and Mikami will take heat one of this bronze medal final. So next up, a fantastic battle here between youth and experience. Our fastest qualifier, Tate Ryan, in the red and navy blue of the South Australian Sports Institute, against the experience of Muhammad Asisul Hasni Awang from Terengganu team based in Malaysia. So Ryan, the faster qualifier of the two, just 19 years of age. Asisul Hasni Awang, almost double the age of the South Australian, but he's got 2 more Olympic medals to his credit. And as they roll off the start line, the experienced rider leads the youngster. When Asisul Hasni Awang won his first World Championship medal on the track, Tate Ryan was 3 years old. So a big gap between the two of them in terms of age, and a fantastic salt and pepper, chalk and cheese contrast between their two styles. Tate Ryan, a very muscular, very powerfully built rider. Asisul Hasni Awang, twice a medalist in the Keirin at the Olympic Games, much smaller than you typically see for Keirin cyclists. But in terms of track craft, there are a few who have been better as he decides to wind it up. We saw him do this to Daniel Barber in the semi-finals. Tate Ryan has preferred to lead from the front here, but he's got some work to do getting across to the Malaysian now. Asisul Hasni Awang will lead them through a lap and a half to go. Tate Ryan is closing the gap, but it's a big gap. He's got to get across with 1 lap to go. Asisul Hasni Awang is going to lead them down the back straight. Tate Ryan finally gets up to the back wheel of the Malaysian now, moves past him as they come into turn 3. A big challenge there from the Malaysian, but Tate Ryan up to the task. The South Australian gets the win in heat 1 of our gold medal final. So first blood there to the youngster Tate Ryan. So our women's bronze medal finalists now moving into position for their first heat. And this will pit Molly McGill in the Aussie green and gold, with the white skin suit up against Jackie Mengler-Moore. She's in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport. So our two riders in the first heat of this women's bronze medal final, Jackie Mengler-Moore in the maroon, Molly McGill in the green and gold. So Mengler-Moore with the green and gold helmet. She's a multiple para world champion as a sighted pilot for Jessica Gallagher. Keeping Molly McGill high on the track here, trying to limit the leverage that the rider in the Aussie kit can employ. So Molly McGill now firing up as they come in towards 1 lap to go. McGill it will be who will lead them into the final 200 metres. Jackie Mengler-Moore thinks about chasing hard, but seems to have given up the ghost as they come down the back straight. So Molly McGill going to win this first heat of the bronze medal final quite comfortably. So victory to Molly McGill, the rider from Balmoral Cycling Club in Queensland. Which is the same home club as her rival there, Jackie Mengler-Moore. As our competitors in the women's elite sprint gold medal final now positioning themselves up to the track. Our two fastest qualifiers from our flying 200s this morning. Leah Tartarinov in the yellow of the WA Institute of Sport. Just getting a couple of last words from WAIS coach Shane Perkins there. Alessia McCaig in the white, green and gold of the Aussie national team. So McCaig, the rider in the white, the fastest qualifier from this morning. So it was 0.06 of a second separating the times of McCaig and Tartarinov when they went through the qualifiers this morning. Tartarinov had a slight disruption to her plans. She lost one of her early round races, had to come through the repechage, but she has made it here to the gold medal final, and she's now facing off against the rider from Bendigo, Alessia McCaig. So McCaig taking front position, looking over her shoulder here. Leah Tartarinov staying within the slipstream of the rider from Bendigo. Tempo gradually increases. Tartarinov with an almost tentative acceleration out of the saddle to make sure that she stays in the slipstream of Alessia McCaig. Tartarinov moves off the track to try and gain herself a little bit of momentum. McCaig keeping her eyes locked on her opponent here into the final 200 metres of this first gold medal final sprint now. Alessia McCaig is going to lead them down the back straight into turn 3. McCaig in good position as they come out of turn 4. Tartarinov will close quickly, but not quickly enough. So victory in that first heat for Alessia McCaig. So our next race up on track will be our UCI Men's Elite Points race. This race will be 120 laps total. Sprints every 10 laps. 5 points for winning those sprints, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth, and double points if you win the sprint at the finish. So riders getting ready to go for our UCI men's points race. 30 kilometres total, that's 120 laps of our 250 metre track. If we could have another set of hands or two to come up and be some holders, that would be much appreciated. As Magnus Jamison from Cycling Southland in New Zealand just gets a pair of helping hands on the bottom end of the straight. So off and rolling in our UCI men's points race. The man with the #1 dossard on his back, last year's Austral champion Noah Blannon, in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport, leading them out of the blocks. Long blow of the whistle and we're off and racing now. 120 laps of the track. It sounds like a lot, but it'll be done in the blink of an eye, as it's now Graham Frisley, the rider representing the United States. If you look closely, you'll see the stars and stripes on his bike as the national champion in both the Omnium and the Elimination, as well as a member of the winning squad in the US Team Pursuit. So Graham Frisley, although he was raised in Melbourne, able to compete for the US because he was born in rural Montana. So switched his nationality in 2024 to now compete for the USA. Though there are plenty in his home club of Brunswick Cycling Club who very much considers him still part of the fabric. Not even the only Brunswick member to represent another country internationally, Catalina Soto Campos, the current Chilean road and time trial champion. Also a rider who grew up in Melbourne and is a member of the Brunswick Club, visits regularly once she's home. So 116 laps left to go as James Moriarty, in the blue of the Australian Endurance team with the white on his shoulders, just swings up the track. Blake Quick now, the rider in the blue and red sleeves of Ruhai Insurance. A Dutch squad there. Blake Quick formerly had ridden with the team now known as Jaco Alula for 2 years. Now currently riding with the Ruhai Dutch squad, though of course with the year 2025 soon to come to an end. That will mean a lot of new contracts for many of these riders. So things slowly starting to wind up. Kurt Ether from Case Body Wrap in the blue just swings up the track. So 2.5 laps to go until our first sprint. Blake Quick now on the front of this bunch. Another of the riders with a surname very well suited to being a high-level cyclist, along with names like Watts and Power. So the bell rings for the first time. 1 lap to our first sprint, as is Kazushige Kuboki from Japan now moving into the lead of this race. The big figure of Connor Lay, the Team Pursuit gold medalist from Paris last year, up to second spot. As they come in to take the first of these sprints, it will be Kazushige Kuboki who takes first place. Second there for Rowan Hayden-Smith, the winner of our scratch race from earlier today. Connor Lay, it looked like, who got third place there and 2 points. And I think 1 point there went to the rider in the yellow of the WAIS. I think that's Samuel Washington. That was Jack Dola who took 4th place there, actually, my mistake. So the first of our sprints done, and as we saw with the women's points race, as soon as the first sprint is out of the way, the tempo is really increased. Our bunch moving at quite a rate of knots now, as it is the US rider Graham Frisley, or at least the rider who represents the US, at the front of the field. Magnus Jamison in the white and yellow there, the colours of Cycling Southland, the New Zealander, moving up the track. Not too keen to spend too much time on the front this early on. There's still a lot of racing to go, as it's now one of the Japanese riders giving it a go alone at the front. So that's rider number 20, Shunsuke Imamura, who was second in the scratch race about an hour ago. So plenty of riders feeling good and up for the chase early on here, as this is defending Austral champion Noah Blannon spending a bit of time on the front. Magnus Jamison might have heard me say that he hadn't spent any time on the front. The Kiwi comes through for a quick turn there in the white skin suit with the yellow shorts. So Shunsuke Imamura leading with a gap of, I would say, about 50 metres, as he's now got 2.5 laps to go until our next sprint. And the Japanese rider just checks over his shoulder. He doesn't have to crane his neck too far behind him to see the position of the main bunch, which is normally a good sign for riders who are off the front and alone. So Shunsuke Imamura gets the bell for the next sprint there. 1 lap to go for the Japanese rider. He looks very likely to boot himself 5 points. As further behind, Jack Dola is there, as is Kazushige Kubogi. So Kuboki, the Japanese rider, Rowan Hayden-Smith, that might even be Liam Walsh in the colours of QAS, now making a move towards the front. The very aerodynamic style of Liam Walsh comes through to get second place from the bunch and 3 points. I said earlier that Tsuyaka Uchino was probably the pick of the riders in the women's field at the Austral Carnival last year. Liam Walsh was riding like he had absolute diamonds in his legs at this carnival last year. Good to see him back at the front. So at that last sprint, Shunsuke Imamura from Japan, grabbing 5 points for first place. 3 points for second going to Liam Walsh. Sam Washington grabbing 2 points for third. So folks now well and truly into their work, as it is Blake Quick, the rider from the Dutch team of Rohai Insurance. He just swings up the track a little bit. And this is James Moriarty in the colours of the Australian Track Endurance team, the royal blue with the white shoulders. He cedes the lead of this race to rider number 42, Samuel Washington from X-Speed Cycling Club over in the west. And where this bunch was very close together in the early on, we can see the elastic starting to stretch a little bit. Every time there's a move off the front, folks are a little bit slower to respond, as it's now a trio of riders. One from QAS, one from Japan, and the rider in the black and pink on the back, that's Hamish Keast, the Kiwi from the Canterbury Time Trial Association. So he's got Shunsuke Imamura and Noah Blannon for company. Last year, Noah Blannon kept a fairly low profile until he won the big one, the Austral wheel race. And I'm not sure if it's just better form or the expectation of being the defending champion, but he looks to be on fantastic legs at the moment. Magnus Jamison from New Zealand takes a turn at the front of the chasing peloton now. So 2 laps until our next sprint for our leading trio of Keast, Blannon and Imamura. So Blannon on the front at the moment in the maroon of QAS. Imamura in second place, the distinctive Japanese white with the red sun. And the Kiwi Hamish Keast in the black and pink, currently sitting in second of that trio. 3 riders from 3 different countries. It looks like they will share the first 3 positions, but there's still 1 point available for 4th place from the main bunch. So as they come into the home straight now, Noah Blannon takes the sprint, 5 points for him. 3 for Shunsuke Imamura, 2 for Hamish Keast grabbing third. And it was one of the riders from WA, I think that may potentially have been Jack Dola, who got 4th place. No, it was Samuel Washington. I've mixed those 2 riders from WA up a few times now. Samuel Washington it is, wearing number 42, the black and green helmet. Dola, the white helmet, a little bit further back in the field. So as the speed has picked up again, Hamish Keast from New Zealand has gone back into the main field, while out front Noah Blannon and Shunsuke Imamura continue to press on. Their effort has netted them 5 points for Blannon and 3 for Imamura so far. They would need to hold it for another 6.5 laps if they were to cash in again. Given how close the field is now, it seems unlikely they will be able to gain a whole lap, as Imamura swung up the track just there to get a good look at the relative position of the main bunch. Blake Quick now, the rider leading the charge from the main field. One of the Case Body Wrap riders swings out of the way and lets someone else come through and chase. That's Rowan Hayden-Smith in the maroon of QAS. Now deferring to Blake Quick, and it looks like our 2 leaders are going to be reabsorbed. This race nearly a third done, and we've only been going for 10 minutes. So the sole rider from the South Australian Sports Institute, Will Holmes, coming through for some time at the front of the bunch. A move from another of the Japanese riders there. I would be surprised if this is Imamura again so soon after his last attack. I think this would be more likely to be Kazushige Kuboki. It is indeed Kuboki going towards the front there. Imamura gathering his breath a little bit in amongst the main field. And as riders swing high up the track, the invitation is left open for someone to come down the inside and take up the pacemaking. An invitation that is accepted by number 28 from Case Body Wrap. That's Edward Marks. So 1 lap till our next sprint now, as it is Noah Blannon again with Will Holmes and James Moriarty close behind. Then it is one of the Japanese riders. This might be Imamura trying to come across to our leading few. Coming up to the line now, Will Holmes just manages to squeeze past Noah Blannon right on the line there. So those two will share 5 and 3 points for the first 2 riders across the line in that sprint. James Moriarty and the Japanese rider. I have to check if that's Kubogi. It is indeed Kuboki. So results of that sprint there, Will Holmes 5 points, Noah Blannon 3 points, Kazushige Kuboki 2 points for third, and it is Tom Cornish, rider number 9, who got 1 point for fourth spot there, not James Moriarty. So Tom Cornish it is, who finished in the top 10 of our scratch race earlier. So Cornish it is in the colours of the AusCycling Track Endurance team, in the royal blue with the white shoulders. So after 4 sprints of 12, we have a tie for first place on 8 points each between Noah Blannon and Shunsuke Imamura. Kazushige Kuboki in third place at the moment, 1 point behind on 7. Move now going off the front. This is rider number 6, Joshua Duffy, another of the riders from Case Body Wrap. So Joshua Duffy and Shunsuke Imamura, the 2 riders off the front of this main field, as it is the Olympic gold medalist Connor Leahy now trying to come across to them. So it is Kurt Ether and Connor Leahy, the 2 riders chasing down our leading duo. They've also got James Moriarty for company. James Moriarty is a lap down, but he is allowed to ride with our 2 leaders at the moment. He'll just concede 20 points in the overall standings. So after 4 sprints of 12, Noah Blannon, our current leader, Shunsuke Imamura second at the moment. Both of those riders on 8 points, but that might be about to change. Imamura leading the front of the bunch of 5 riders with 1 lap to go. So our leading group going to divvy the points up between themselves here. Multiple riders from Case Body Wrap as they come through. It is Kurt Ether taking 5 points for first place. Connor Lay gets 3 points for second. Shunsuke Imamura increases his lead, or takes the lead, I should say, takes the solo lead by getting 2 points. That will put him up to 10. And Joshua Duffy from Case Body Wrap also bagging himself 1 point there for fourth place. As further back, Kazushige Kuboki, the Japanese rider, who was second at the Omnium World Championships this year, only behind the Spaniard Albert Torres. So Oliver Watson-Palmer, one of the Kiwis in the field, has a brief turn on the front there. And they come through the finish line that time. All the youths in the crowd are very happy because the number of laps left is 6-7. So approaching the halfway mark of our UCI C2 Men's Elites points race. 3 riders out in front at the moment. Kurt Ether in the all blue of Case Body Wrap. Connor Lay in the Australian Track Endurance Team kit, the blue with the white shoulders. And Shunsuke Imamura, our current leader of this points race, as it is now Noah Blannon, second overall at the moment, leading the field up across to them. He's got Graham Frisley, the rider with the stars and stripes on his bike, for company. So we've now got 2 main bunches. The first one is about 8 riders strong, and then a gap to a peloton of roughly the same size, as a couple of riders now starting to go off the back of the field, including Liam Walsh and Jonas Shelverton. So rider number 9, Tom Cornish, in amongst the mix in this leading bunch, as Will Holmes now leading that second peloton back across. A little flick of the elbow there from Kazushige Kubogi, the Japanese rider. So 1 lap now until our next sprint. Noah Blannon positioning himself well again here. So the rider who is currently second in the standings, looking to move himself up again. His main rival Imamura is out of the points for this sprint. He's a long way back. So Noah Blannon looking like he will come up and take 5 points in this sprint. 3 for Frisley for second place, 2 for Will Holmes for third. And then I think it might have been Joshua Duffy grabbing a second, 4th place in a row. So 1 more point in the bank for him. So Will Holmes, the rider in the red of the South Australian Sports Institute, now out the front alone. A good time trialist is Will Holmes. And not a lot of reaction coming from the main bunch behind. So Will Holmes just checks over his shoulder, sees that he's got a gap of about 100 metres over the field. He's going to try and press on here as best he can. So Will Holmes still staying strong out the front of this main bunch. He will hope to either maintain this gap for the next 6.5 laps to cash in for 5 points, or if his legs are really good and the bunch is not too interested behind, he might get all the way around and get 20 points for gaining a lap on the field. Blake Quick defers to Tom Cornish there. Liam Walsh, rider number 13, the winner of the Omnium National Championship here at the Austral Carnival last year, and a winner of Stage 3 of the Czech Tour this year on the road. Probably the biggest win in the history of the Case Body Wrap squad in its current incarnation. If you looked up the clips on social media, the squad were absolutely ecstatic with that win on European soil. Will Holmes now making good progress across to the back of the bunch. I think he stands a very good chance of being able to be reabsorbed by the main field and gain 20 points. That will vault him up to first place in the standings. So Will Holmes gains a lap on the field. So the front of the race is now reset to the attacking rider. That's number 10 from QAS, Rowan Hayden-Smith, our scratch race winner from an hour ago. His QAS teammate Noah Blannon decides that looks like jolly good fun. So Blannon now trying to get across. 1 lap until the next sprint. Blannon has made his mark so far by being very good in these intermediate sprints. His gap to our leader Will Holmes is 14 points. It's about to be a little bit less as they come up to the line now. It's a 1-2 for QAS. Rowan Hayden-Smith just managing to hold off his teammate Noah Blannon there. And Blannon, who looks to be on spectacular form at the moment, decides to push on to see if he can mix it up and try and gain a lap as Will Holmes did. So 3rd place in our overall points race standing, Shunsuke Imamura now across to Noah Blannon. Both riders trailing the lead of the rider in red in the main bunch. That's Will Holmes. So after 7 sprints of 12, Will Holmes, the rider who gained a lap, clear in front with 27 points. Then it is the 2 riders who are most of the way across to our main bunch now, Noah Blannon and Shunsuke Imamura, the next 2 riders in the point standings. Blannon currently with, I think that's 18 points. My eyesight's starting to go. I've been calling for 7 hours. So 46 laps to go. 16 points currently in the bank for Noah Blannon, 10 for Imamura. So they're currently sitting 2nd and 3rd. They would both gain a place over Will Holmes if they were able to make their way back into the main field and gain a lap. So further back behind our leading 2, who have just gone through 45 laps to go, we have a chasing trio. Blake Quick in the red and blue on the front of that group for Ruhai Insurance. He's got one of the Case body wrap riders for company there, as well as it looks like Liam Walsh. So 4 laps to go to the next sprint for our leading pair. Then it is Liam Walsh, Blake Quick, and one of the riders from Case Body Wrap. It's quite a tall figure there. Wouldn't be surprised if that is Joshua Duffy, perhaps. So 3 laps to go to our next sprint. Staring very hard at his number. It's actually Edward Marks from Case Body Wrap in that chasing trio. So 2 riders out front as they're coming into 42 laps to go now. So that is Imamura and Blannon, currently sitting 2nd and 3rd on the points table. 3 riders chasing from behind. So that's Edward Marks in the blue, Blake Quick with the red on his sleeve from Ruhai Insurance, and Liam Walsh in the maroon of QAS. As on the front of this race, another QAS rider, Noah Blannon, gets the bell. 1 lap to the next sprint. Shunsuke Imamura comes through now. Blannon ceding ground to Imamura as Liam Walsh now starting to move up from behind. So Imamura will come through and take 5 points in that sprint. 3 for Blannon. 2 from the chasing trio behind going to Edward Marks. 1 point there to Blake Quick. As not only our leading 2, but also the chasing 3, it looks like about to come up and take a lap on the field. So a lap on the field going to be for Noah Blannon, Shunsuke Imamura, Blake Quick, Liam Walsh, and Edward Marks. So that will be a big, big reshuffle. 5 separate riders have just scored 20 points for gaining a lap on the field there. So as the cards reshuffle now, 3 riders now out the front on the field. The other QAS rider now having a go out the front. Maybe trying to make it a QAS 3-peat for riders gaining a lap. That's Rowan Hayden-Smith in the maroon jersey of QAS. He's with Sam Washington, the WAIS rider, and Kurt Ether. Shunsuke Imamura has just gained a lap on the field, and he likes it so much he wants to try it twice. Very powerful acceleration from Imamura. It's gained about 100 metres on the field, and he's getting into the slipstream of our leading trio now. He comes out of his aero tuck. I think the others might forgive him if he doesn't go to the front and drive the pace straight away. So 4 laps to go until our next sprint. We're through 8 sprints out of 12 in this points race. Noah Blannon, our current leader, the defending Austral champion, he has 39 points. The Japanese rider Shunsuke Imamura has 35 in second. Will Holmes, the rider from South Australia, has 27 in third. Then it is Blake Quick in fourth place with 23, and Edward Marks, the rider from Canberra, with 22. So our leading quartet, they're going to be led through with 32 laps to go by Imamura. Sam Washington in second in the yellow, Kurt Ether in the blue of the Case Body Wrap squad. And then the rider on the back in the maroon of QAS is Rowan Hayden-Smith. So Hayden-Smith and Imamura were sharing the podium in the scratch race earlier, won by Rowan Hayden-Smith, Imamura in second place. So as our leaders get the bell, 1 lap to go. There's 4 riders out in front and 4 points on offer in this sprint, so they will sweep them all up. No points for the main field here. Washington, the WAIS rider, being challenged around the outside, so Kurt Ether it will be. The 2-time elimination national champion getting 5 points there. Washington getting 3 points for second place. Imamura takes 2 points for third. 1 point to Rowan Hayden-Smith from QAS. As they're now within probably 50 metres of gaining a lap on the field. That is good news for the riders contesting that last sprint, Ether, Washington and Hayden-Smith. But it is great news for Shunsuke Imamura, who, if he manages to gain another lap on the field, would take the overall lead by 18 points by my reckoning. So Blake Quick now driving the front of the main field. Commissaires have not quite made the decision of awarding an extra lap to our chasing trio just yet, but it's probably not far away. So our chasing quartet not deemed to have caught the main peloton thus far. The main bunch has started to move out the front. It now contains Blake Quick, Noah Blannon, Tom Cornish also in the mix there. All right. So deemed to be up a lap now, the 4 riders who were coming across, Shunsuke Imamura, Samuel Washington, Rowan Hayden-Smith and Kurt Ether. So the current front of the race has just gone into turn 1. That's the QAS rider Noah Blannon. He's got Tom Cornish in the black and green helmet for company. So after Shunsuke Imamura gained a lap, Noah Blannon has no way of getting into this race other than to try and gain a lap back to challenge the lead of the Japanese rider. A pretty thankless task for Noah Blannon, but he's got the draft of Tom Cornish at least for company now. As a rider from Japan now coming up from behind, 1 lap to go. That's Kazushige Kuboki, the Japanese teammate of Shunsuke Imamura. So half a lap left to our next sprint. Noah Blannon looks like he's going to lead it through. Tom Cornish may potentially challenge him late as they come up towards the line. Blannon will take it. Cornish in second. Kazushige Kuboki takes third place. And then Blake Quickett is getting 1 point for fourth, as there are now 2 riders between our leading trio and the main bunch. So the complexion of this men's points race changing from moment to moment here. If you blink, it'll be an entirely different race by the time you open your eyes again. So we're now through 10 of our 12 sprints. An update on the overall point standings. Shunsuke Imamura from Japan currently leading with 57 points. In second place on 44, Noah Blannon, though that might be about to change as he is coming up to gain another lap. For the moment at least, Kurt Ether is third with 31, Rowan Hayden-Smith fourth with 29. So, as Noah Blannon has caught the main bunch, and I think is about to be awarded a lap, There's another move off the front, Shunsuke Imamura. So both Imamura and Blannon taking turns, making each other's life very, very hard indeed. So as soon as Blannon has gained a lap to retake the overall lead, Shunsuke Imamura's like, all right, very good. I've had a couple of minutes to regain my breath. I better charge off the front. Whoa, a big crash there, a miscommunication between Liam Walsh and Shunsuke Imamura has brought both riders down coming out of turn 2. Imamura quickly to his feet there. So Liam Walsh, the rider who was in second place behind Imamura, tried going up the track just as Imamura was coming down. Imamura couldn't see Walsh coming up the track from underneath him. Both riders hitting the deck. Good to see that both riders are quickly up to their feet. Hopefully both bodies and bikes are all right. So at the moment, Noah Blannon currently in the lead of this race. A real shame to see Shunsuke Imamura crashing there. That will have scuppered his chances of competing for the overall result. So the call comes that rider number 13, Liam Walsh, has abandoned the race. So the rider from QAS unfortunately having to abandon after that spill. As with 1 lap to go to our penultimate sprint, Noah Blannon from QAS now at the front. He's got one of the Case body wrap riders for company there. Noah Blannon on some absolutely sterling legs. Great to see from the defending Austral champ. He's got rider number 11, James Moriarty from Case body wrap in his wheel. As Shunsuke Imamura has tried to restart, but there are some extremely unnatural noises coming from his bike and a release of what I think was some air. So that sounds like a flat tire for Imamura, possibly some damage to his wheel caused by that crash. So it looks like a rear puncture for Shunsuke Imamura. And if he was struggling to get back into the race before, he'll really have no chance now, as there are now just 8 laps left. So a frustrating end to what had otherwise been a stellar race from Shunsuke Imamura of Japan. He's got a team mechanic there. He's going to try and give him some mechanical help to at least get him back in the race. Hopefully he can potentially salvage a podium spot. Given that he is receiving mechanical assistance, he won't be deemed to be losing laps by the commissaires, I don't believe. So our leader out the front now, this is one of the riders from New Zealand. So that's Oliver Watson-Palmer from Tawamutu Sports Cycling Club, I believe, in the colours of Otago. So Shunsuke Imamura gets a push start there from the Japanese mechanic. So Imamura back up and riding. He will try and regain positions in the main field. After that early fall, I would be surprised if he contested the final sprint here, but telling track riders what they can and can't do, I find, doesn't tend to get you very far. So 4 laps to go now, as it is Hamish Keast from the Canterbury Time Trial Association in the black and pink, the Kiwi from New Zealand's South Island. Swings away. Will Holmes, the first rider of many to take a lap in this points race, now coming through. So with 3 laps to go, Noah Blannon still in the lead. As Shunsuke Imamura has been withdrawn from the leaderboard on the overall standings. So that has put Kurt Ether of Case Body Wrap up into second place and Rowan Hayden-Smith into third. Noah Blannon, our overall leader, has decided to send it from the back here. He's got an unassailable lead as he comes in to get the bell, but he wants to finish this off in style, does the defending Austral champion. So 1 lap to go for Noah Blannon. A big charge back from behind by Shunsuke Imamura. He's been down off the deck, but he's picked himself up and he wants to get among the mix here. So Noah Blannon leads into the home straight. He will go out the winner of your points race. And a close finish on the line there between Imamura and Tom Cornish. As further behind, it was the Case Body Wrap rider Kurt Ether fighting it out with Rowan Hayden-Smith for the fourth and final position on the line. So warm applause for the crowd for all of our riders here, and especially our overall UCI C2 Elite Men's points race winner, the Queenslander Noah Blannon. So just waiting for confirmation on the results of that final sprint and how the maths will all add up after 12 sprints of 12. A pat of appreciation on the shoulder there between Tom Cornish and Rowan Hayden-Smith. Always good to see a bit of sportsmanship after a brutally hard race. Hopefully our fallen rider Liam Walsh isn't feeling too sore tomorrow. I'd say the same thing for Shinsuke Imamura, but he was definitely riding those last few laps like a man who had some feelings to get out through the pedals. So the provisional result at the moment has Noah Blannon a clear winner with 79 points. Kazushige Kuboki in second place with 33. Tom Cornish winning third place over Rowan Hayden-Smith. Both riders finishing on 31 points. Tom Cornish winning on a countback after that last sprint. So a fantastic UCI Elite Men's points race has now concluded, leaving us with just a few events to the end of our program here on a magnificent Thursday of racing here at the Austral Wheel Race Carnival. Soon we will have our second heats for our sprint finals. Go ahead. Copy that. I'll look up the year. Sorry, repeat again. Sounds like a plan. Copy that, just looked it up myself. I'm glad that we've got the same information. I used the traditional Wikipedia, but we both got to the right result in the end. That's the important thing. So getting ready now for the second heat of our men's elite sprint bronze medal final. This will pit Daniel Barber up against Ryoya Mikami. So the Japanese rider Mikami winning the first heat between these two. So he can clinch the bronze medal with a win here, or Daniel Barber can force a third and deciding sprint with a victory. So as the golden sunlight of a Melbourne sunset begins to leak through the rafters here at Joe Ciavola Velodrome at the Darebin International Sports Centre, we're not far away of drawing our second day of racing at this Austral Wheel Race Carnival to a close. But we still have some absolutely wonderful track sprinting action to go before we turn in for the day. So Music Master Stephen Nicol has turned up a bit of Daft Punk one more time as our riders are ready to sprint one more time. Ryoya Mikami from Japan in first place. Daniel Barber of Australia in second. Barber, the Australian, now moving around the outside of the Japanese rider. So it looks like Barber it will be who will lead this sprint in. 1 lap to go for Daniel Barber. Ryoya Mikami can go straight to the bronze medal with a win here. Barber holding strong down the back straight. Mikami closing quickly. Mikami up to the hip of Barber as they come into turn 4. Going to be close on the line, but the Japanese rider will get there. Ryoya Mikami takes the sprint win and takes the bronze medal in our UCI men's elite sprint competition. So an excellent result for the Japanese rider. Warm applause from the crowd and a nod of acknowledgement from Ryoya Mikami. The crowd here appreciating the skill and power of the Japanese rider there. And judging by the number of comments on the AusCycling live stream in Japanese, and it sounds like there are a few people watching from home in Japan as well. So our men's gold medal finalists heading up to start their second sprint heat. The youngster Tate Ryan in the red and navy blue of the South Australian Sports Institute, up against a man 18 years his senior, the legend of Malaysian cycling Azizul Awang. He's in the black and red of the Terengganu cycling team. So Tate Ryan, a junior world champion in the sprint and kilo in 2024. Azizul Awang was standing on the podium of an elite track cycling world championships when Tate Ryan was 3, and has been a former Keirin world champion as well as an Olympic medalist in the Keirin twice, bronze in Rio de Janeiro in 2016, silver in Tokyo in 2021. So a fascinating contrast in this race between the youth and power of young Tate Ryan, the South Australian, up against the experience and track craft of Azizul Awang, the Malaysian. So Tate Ryan has preferred to lead his sprints out from the front if he's had it his own way. But Azizul Awang is not in the habit of letting his sprint rivals have it their way tactically. So Awang now trying to move on the outside of Tate Ryan as they come in with 1 lap to go. Dummying at very high speed there from Awang. Tate Ryan will lead them into the back straight there. The young South Australian being challenged by the Malaysian. A full standing sprint from Azizul Awang as they come into turn 3. Tate Ryan still leading strongly. Can Azizul Awang get there at the last? He cannot. Tate Ryan it is, winning the gold medal final in straight sets. The youth and power of the South Australian taking care of the experience and track craft of Azizul Awang. A nice handshake between the two riders there. A fantastic battle of sprinting that has lasted us all day sees the young Australian take the gold medal silver to Azizul Awang of Malaysia, a rider who has called Melbourne home for going on 20 years now. So warm applause from the crowd, both for Tate Ryan and Azizul Awang. So our women's bronze medal finalists getting ready to go for their second heat. Jackie Mengler-Moore in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport. Molly McGill in the Aussie green and gold, with the white body on her skin suit, the winner of the first sprint between these two. So Molly McGill now accelerating. Jackie Mengler-Moore staying in the slipstream of the young rider from Queensland. Both riders here from Balmoral Cycling Club. They should be familiar with each other's sprinting styles. Molly McGill still checking over her shoulder. With 1 lap to go, she puts her head forward and goes for it. Jackie Mengler-Moore in a good position here, coming out of the slipstream as they come down the back straight. Challenging Molly McGill. She's up to her shoulder as they come into turn 3. McGill's been a strong finisher so far. Will Mengler-Moore have enough to get around her at the last? Close on the line, but Jackie Mengler-Moore makes it 1-1, and our women's bronze medal final is going to go to a third and deciding race. So it will probably be quite a short turnaround before the third and deciding heat for our women's sprint bronze medal finalists. Ordinarily in the program, a men's gold or bronze medal final that required a third race would go ahead of them, but seeing as both of those men's gold and bronze medal races were decided in 2 heats rather than 3, they'll be back on the track again very shortly. So our gold medal finalists now coming up to the track to take part in their second heat. Lilia Tartarinov from Track Cycling WA with the gold on her shoulders, the WAIS, being held in place by WAIS coach Shane Perkins, a wonderful track cyclist in his own right. Alessia McCaig, the rider in the green and gold of the Australian national team with the white on her skin suit. And venue manager Stephen Nicol having great fun with the soundtrack here. A little bit of Total Eclipse of the Heart as our women's gold medal finalists get ready to do battle in their second heat. McCaig was the winner of the first round of these two, so she can secure gold if she takes the sprint win in this heat. Tartarinov can force it to a decider if she crosses the line first. So Tartarinov riding lower and further forward than McCaig, trying to limit the rider from Bendigo's options in terms of tactics. So Tartarinov it will be who will lead them into the last lap. Both riders committed now. Tartarinov still checking over her shoulder for Alessia McCaig. McCaig now charging clear down the back straight, leading them into turn 3. Tartarinov will have to pull out something pretty special here to follow the rider from Bendigo. Alessia McCaig will take it. So Alessia McCaig goes through. She wins both sprint heats and she will take the gold medal in our UCI Women's Elite Sprint competition. Silver going to Lilia Tartarinov in the colours of the WA Institute of Sport. So a round of applause now for both of the riders in our women's gold medal final. A little wave from Alessia McCaig to some loved ones in the crowd. So there's still one more race to go before we conclude day 2 of the 2025 Austral Wheel Race Carnival, the bronze medal third heat between Molly McGill and Jackie Mengler-Moore. They'll have a couple of minutes to regain their breath before we send them out on track again. You can see Jackie Mengler-Moore just taking a drink down one end of the track, handed to her by one of the helpers for QAS. quite easy to spot the only 2 riders who are left to go in our last race of the day. They're the only ones still in their kit. Everyone else has swapped the Lycra for the comfy t-shirts and shorts some time ago. So our riders moving into position for our final event of the day, Heat 3 of our Women's Elite Sprint Bronze Medal Final. Jackie Mengler-Moore up against Molly McGill. 2 heats so far, 1 heat to each rider. 1 sprint left to decide the destination of the bronze medal. Before we have some presentations, send everyone home for a good night's sleep and do it all again tomorrow. So McGill in the white skin suit of the Australian national team. Mengler-Moore in the maroon of the Queensland Academy of Sport. Mengler-Moore with the green and gold helmet. She's represented Australia as a sighted pilot at multiple world championships, piloting Jessica Gallagher. Molly McGill, part of the Australian team that won team sprint bronze at the most recent track world championships for elite riders in Santiago, Chile. So it's been a very evenly matched battle between these 2 riders so far. Jacqueline Mengler-Moore leading there. A lap and a half to go now. The Queenslanders facing off against each other, both from Balmoral Cycling Club, but only one of them can get the bronze medal here. Jacqueline Mengler-Moore starts to lift the tempo. Molly McGill struggling to hold the pace of her clubmate here. Jacqueline Mengler-Moore leads into turn 3, comes out of turn 4. It looks like she's got a clear gap, so Jackie Mengler-Moore will take the win and the bronze medal. An excellent result there for Molly McGill as well, finishing in 4th place. But that final sprint was just one too many by the looks. So Jackie Mengler-Moore takes the bronze medal in a time of 12.22 seconds for that final 200 metres. And a nice little kiss blown to the crowd there as well. So don't go too far, folks. We're about 5 minutes away from some presentations. And that will bring the proceedings here on day 2 of the 2025 Austral Wheel Race Carnival to a close. So we are now ready to make our presentations for the afternoon's races. Presentations to the riders to be made by John Nicholson, two-time sprint world champion in 1975 and 1976. So in our elite women's points race, third place today and the bronze medal going to Maeve Plouffe of Port Adelaide Cycling Club. In second place today, the winner of the silver medal from Canterbury Track Cycling Club in New Zealand, Lucy Reeve. And first place today and the winner of the gold medal from Norwood Cycling Club in South Australia, representing the South Australian Sports Institute, Liani van der Berg. Congratulations to all of our podium finishers in the UCI Elite Women's Points Race. So the presentations for the UCI men's points race will now take place. Louise Jones, AusCycling head of track, to make the presentations. In third place today from Southern Cross Cycling Club, winner of the bronze medal, Tom Cornish. In second place today, representing Japan, the winner of the silver medal, Kazushige Kuboki. And first place today, and the winner of the gold medal from Gold Coast Cycling Club, Noah Blannon. Congratulations to all our podium finishers in the UCI men's points race. So the presentations for the UCI Elite Women's Sprint competition will now take place. Riders making their way to the podium. John Nicholson, former Sprint World Champion, on hand to make the presentations. In third place today from the Queensland Academy of Sport, Jackie Mengler-Moore. In second place today from the WAIS, winner of the silver medal, Lilia Tartaranov. And first place today, and the winner of the gold medal, representing the Australian cycling team and from Bendigo and District Cycling Club, Alessia McCaig. Congratulations to all of our podium finishers in the UCI Elite Women's Sprint. So the presentations for the elite men's UCI sprint will now take place. Former sprint world champion John Nicholson on hand to make the presentations. In third place today, representing the Japanese Cycling Federation, and winner of the bronze medal, Ryoya Mikami. In second place today, winner of the silver medal representing Malaysia, Muhammad Azizul Hasni Awang. And first place today, the winner of the gold medal, representing the South Australian Sports Institute, Tate Ryan. Congratulations to all the podium finishers in our UCI Elite Men's Sprint. That concludes our official presentations and proceedings here from day 2 of the Quest Ivanhoe Austral Wheel Race Carnival. It's been absolutely fabulous having you all with us, both those who are here in the venue and watching on the AusCycling YouTube live stream. We thank you very much for your company and joining us. We look forward again to joining you tomorrow for day 3 of the 2025 Austral Wheel Race Carnival. We wish you safe travels home, and we'll see you all very soon.